A very good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to day one of the FSL Wild Rift Open, sponsored by Intel, Pokenize Exchange, and Yahoo. I am Gerard, Escape Artist, and I am joined here by a new face on the casting scene.
Hi, my name is GLACEOX, also known as, or you can call me John, right? I'm the head coach of the Alliance Wild Rift team. Also posting a lot of guides, interacting with the community on Facebook. So I decided to take a step into the casting scene as well, starting the first tournament in the FSL.
Yep, that's right. He's here to share his expert insight on the games that we have today. And speaking of the games today, the first match that we're going to be watching is between two well-known teams from the Philippines. We have TEMPEST as well as ARDENT ESPORTS. Both of them are pretty well known in the scene right now. TEMPEST is currently top 8 of the Solari Summit. It's just another tournament. They've beat out other teams from around the region, including Thailand and Indonesia. And two of their players have the most kills and the most assists in the entire group stage. So they're pretty much a force to be reckoned with. And on the other side, of course, we have ARDENT ESPORTS. This is their first Wild Rift tournament, but they are a known organization in FSL. They've constantly been top 4 in the FSL for League of Legends, and their bot lane is the exact same as their League of Legends roster.
Now, I think we're going to draft here, or pretty much the draft has already finished. So looking at the champions itself, I think both of these teams are actually going for sort of like that team fight composition we see, the Camille, the Javan, and the Orianna, right? This so-called engage combo. And on the other side of NEXPLAY, they're also following up with the Malphite Wukong as well as the Diana. So both teams sort of doubling down on that engage, that combo, that wombo combo. So what do you think so far about these champions?
I think these champions right now are looking pretty good in terms of some new faces that we see. We see Diana has been picked up over on the red side. Diana is picked up by TEMPEST, by the way, that's on the red side. And Diana has been buffed in the most recent patch 2.2a. They gave us some buffs to her health and some reduces to some cooldown reduction as well. So we see a bit of a 3-man in the mid lane right now, just to push up initially against that Diana.
Right, so interestingly enough, you did mention the Diana pick, right, which was buffed quite heavily in the previous patch. So interestingly, what I was going to touch on was we do see a sort of lane swap here, which was recently popularized in competitive play, right? Sending their bot lane mid lane instead to get the mid priority and assert dominance, and as well help their jungler win clearing the buffs and camps. We'll have to see how much this really impacts, because it does put the Orianna slightly behind, but of course it helps the Javan a lot more and also enables them to at least secure one Scuttle Crab or even both.
That's right. They've got that mid priority right now, as we see the Orianna is the one in the bottom lane just farming away with that long range ball there, doing a pretty decent job. Meanwhile, Diana, of course, is a melee champion, so she is going to get kind of zoned right now by the bot lane. Can't exactly walk forward and farm.
Yeah, I don't think much is going to happen here outside of the level 1 invade, which of course I think ARDENT there would have been much stronger, right? Which is why they picked the Brom there to walk into the bush level 1, look for picks. But since nobody, hold on, though, we're looking for a Scuttle Crab fight here in the bot lane.
Yep, that's right. There's a bit of action happening in the bot lane right now. Brom blocking out on a lot of damage, but this Javan is dropping pretty low. He's got that Kai'Sa passive, and he survives with just a little bit of health, but Kai'Sa takes him out. That's the first blood already, and NXP are starting to run away with this team fight. Orianna dropping really low as well, has that barrier for herself. Brom gonna flash away, but he's not gonna be so lucky. Kai'Sa picking up a double kill. NEXPLAY ESPORTS picking up that win.
Are they looking for the redive here? I'm not too sure if they'll be able to. Looks like they want to just give it out. I mean, they already took a huge team fight victory, right? Not only do they get the 3-0 and kills, they take the bottom Scuttle Crab, the Wukong is going to take the top one as well. Hold on, they just redive again and they kill the Orianna. So it's just going to be 4 for 0, right? 3,000 goal lead to the side of NEXPLAY ESPORTS.
Yep, that's right. NEXPLAY ESPORTS starting to run away with this game at this point. They've got a lot of early advantages for themselves right now. We need to see how well they can translate that into the later game. They've moved their bot lane back into the mid lane. Really, this shows, that it's ART that have moved their bot lane back into the mid lane. And even though they had the prio in mid, they're still unable to win that Scuttle Crab fight.
Right, I don't think it was really that much of, you can say, like a mistake on the side of ART, right? Because they did play around their team composition strengths and the gameplay that they decided to go with. Right, they decided to send 2 people mid to get the mid priority and then maybe try to convert into a bot Scuttle Crab. But you know, the positioning wasn't there, and
Yeah,
I mean,
that's not going very well right there in the bottom lane. Orianna
right.
just trying her best, I guess, but unfortunately this Kaisa right now, who has just picked up a 4th kill, is definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, so I think we are just seeing the effects of sending, you know, the dual lane mid, because we left the Orianna on her own, and then once she falls behind, it's going to be so hard for her to play against. Even if they don't have like an engaged support, she's just going to get zoned out by the Kaisa and the Janna, and if she walk ups to get farmed, she's just going to get punished.
Yeah, that's right. Orianna right now is level 5, so that's really not... she is below in terms of experience compared to the enemy bot lane, and her Diana right now, her counterpart, is 2 levels ahead of her, so she is pretty far behind at the moment.
Right, I think you know, Art at this moment should just give up the dragon. No way they'll be able to contest. Even the Corki not looking to take it to package here. It's just going to be a free Infernal Dragon moving over to the side of NEXPLAY.
That's right, they're just going to need to farm this one up. You can see that Camille is having a push in the top lane. They've rotated their Jarvan up there as well to try to respond to this Infernal Dragon.
I do think they'll be able to take the top tier 1 tower here. A little bit of a cross-map action going on. Will they be able to take the tower?
Yeah, it looks like for now Malphite has been able to shove them off the tower, but they did land a pretty significant amount of damage. Their Janna as well is here to take a Scarlet Crab, but she might be a little out of position here. She's not exactly going to get caught out. It's going to be Wukong's going to flash straight onto the Orianna, and she just gets deleted before the fight even starts. Now the rest of their health bars have just disappeared, just vanished. That Kaisa, once again, picking up so many kills.
Now, I mean, the gold lead that NEXPLAY has is just atrocious. You know, 5 minutes in, they're 7,000 gold up. I think it's not looking too good, right? Considering that, you know, the champions on the side of NEXPLAY are really oppressive. You know, they have the Malphite and the Wukong, which
oh dear, his Braum, yeah, taking so much damage, forced to use that redemption as well just to survive, and Camille just walking in to try to walk into her own jungle, and she just gets chased out of it.
Yeah, the Kaisa is so fat right now, 6.5k with her first skill being upgraded already. I think nobody on the side of Art is just going to be able to contest her at all. Like, wherever she is, they have to get away from her.
And that's right, and that's going to be a problem right now because the Rift Herald is going to be spawning in about 13 seconds, and the top lane turret is going to be falling as well. What exactly right now can ARDENT Esports even do about this push?
I mean, I think if you're ARDENT right now, you just have to be thinking about, okay, at what point in the game do we actually come back? Do we have to wait until like 2-3 items, you know, when the Corki, when Orianna and the Camille gets online, before we can contest the Kaisa and, you know, this Wukong Malphite duo, which is so strong in their gauges? If not, then, you know, we really have to start thinking about what's the way that we can problem solve, and if this strategy where we send 2 people mid, is it actually going to be working?
That's right, you need to think about the other games as well in the series because it is a BO3, so giving up one game, it's not the end of the world. You still have time to re-strategize and keep your mental game strong as well. Right now, even though things are looking rather dire with this 10,000 gold lead, however, are making a move in the bot lane here to try to take this turret down. They do realize that there's going to be a response, so they're just going to have to back away on this one.
I mean, we do see the champions on the side of ARDENT, you know, hitting their key component items. You know, Triforce completed on the Camille, as well as the Corki and Guardian Angel, most notably on the Jarvan there. So they will be able to, you know, maybe sort of win a team fight if NEXPLAY really misstep. But if NEXPLAY just play the confident and calm gameplay, I think it's going to be very hard for ARDENT to, you know, even be able to edge out and get back any form of gold lead.
Yep, that's right. Remember that the bot lane from NEXPLAY had the most kills of the group stage in another tournament, so they are definitely pretty good.
Yeah.
To say the least right now. 6-0-2 on the Kaisa as well as 0-0-8 on that Janna there. And look at this, they're just walking in and oppressing their enemies right now, taking away their jungle, continuing to starve them. This one Janna alone right now is able to keep 3 members of ARDENT Esports at bay.
Now NEXPLAY, I think, just going to be setting up for this dragon here. The Kaisa even just walking in, taking the red buff in front of the enemy AD carry. Nothing much that he can do though. So, I mean, this honestly, I think this is really good play from NEXPLAY, right? Because there's nothing. They know that there's nothing that Arden can do. Oh,
Again, this
just gonna
dive
be a
just coming out right now. The Corki just getting decimated. This Kai'Sa is godlike, and there's nothing right now that Arden can do about this at all.
That's just like the most alpha play that any AD carry could do there. Just
Solo dive.
1v1 solo dive under the tower. Absolutely no counter play from the Corki at all.
Yeah, and this Braum right now in a lot of trouble as well. That's a good dodge right there on that Kai'Sa's second skill. She's gonna back away. Corki does pick up that package there, but it's a bit late because there's no one to catch.
Yeah, I think the package there was slightly odd because I don't think the package will last until the Baron. So at 10 minutes when Corki will not have his package, so their teamfight overall will be a lot weaker. And I think it will definitely just come down to the Baron, right? Once NEXPLAY gets Baron, I feel like the game is just over because Baron will just enable them to just dive tier 2, tier 3 towers without, you know, giving any cares at all.
Yeah, hey, they already haven't been giving any cares at all.
Yeah.
In fact, with that Kai'Sa right there, and Baron will definitely help them to close out that game. But just looking at how strong this bot lane is right now, there's really no response from Arden as they push away on this turret, and they just lost so many turrets, so much map control.
Oh
It's
my.
Jarvan right here. Luckily, he has a Guardian Angel to keep himself alive. Kai'Sa gonna get knocked up, but there's just no damage to be found. She just uses the killer instinct, jumps onto the Orianna, forces out the redemption. She's just outputting tons of damage right now, and she has the protection of her team. She's just legendary, and this Diana flying in as well, picking up that double kill. That's gonna be even more members from the side of Arden falling, 3 of them, and they're gonna lose one of the turrets in the top side. Even in the bot side as well, this Wukong just diving. He has the Guardian Angel, but the Malphite, ooh, missing the ultimate, but that Malphite bowling ball is not gonna land. Wukong escapes with a sliver of health right there. Oh man, this just feels bad right now for Arden.
I think a little bit unfortunate there with the Malphite ultimate, but you know, I don't think it really matters. The Malphite deck could probably miss 3 more outs and they would still, you know, win the game. Right now, going to be almost a 20k gold lead here. I think they will probably end the game at 20k. So I don't know what Arden can do. I think there isn't much here. We saw even though you know, the Orianna shockwave landed on the Kai'Sa, she took like almost no damage, right? With the Janna shields, she didn't even use her barrier, right? Just her ultimate itself was able to sustain her in the team fight, and the Diana just, you know, wreaked havoc through the backline. And there was absolutely no way for them to peel, you know, the Kai'Sa, the Malphite, and the Diana off their champions at all.
Yep, that's absolutely right. And now they have Baron, and Kai'Sa as well has a Guardian Angel and a Zionist Hourglass for added defenses. Now Diana's just gonna be diving straight in on the computer, gonna ignite her.
Ooh, the damage.
She's gonna be falling down. Yeah, Diana with a level 12 right now is pretty ahead of the game as well. Generally, everyone on the side of NEXPLAY TEMPEST is pretty ahead. Gonna be diving. The Wukong Cyclone is gonna land. Malphite gonna hit 2 members, but a decent reply of damage, but it's just not enough. The Janna Monsoon just gonna keep that sustain going for her team. Kai'Sa is full health. Diana with the Zionist Hourglass. Bit of a missed time there as well from the Orianna. Now it's just the exposed Nexus and the Kai'Sa just walking forward right there, landing that Icathian raid and telling her opponents, you can't even defend your own Nexus against this. Really, at this point, they need to start thinking about what's happening. Kai'Sa, whoa!
Oh my,
Okay.
I think she outed into the Nexus turret.
Yeah, that is a bit of an interesting play right there, but the rest of the team's still alive, it's still ahead. They're gonna have to back away right now because they lost most of their damage.
Oh,
That ultimate there onto that Wukong, but it's a clone, right? Yeah. That's really unfortunate stuff there. But for now, Arden have a bit more time to think about what they want to do in the next game.
Yeah, I think right now, right, if you're Arden, right, you accept that this first game is going to be a loss. You know, sometimes it happens, and then you just start thinking about what's the way that we can adapt into the second game to sort of combat, you know, the champions or the game style that NEXPLAY are coming into the game with.
Yeah, that's right. Really need to think about their strategies. They need to rethink all that, and they also need to keep their heads held high because after this game is over, it's basically a reset. They can think about, you know, what they can do to just pick up 2 more wins after this. Definitely, you cannot count them out just because of this less than stellar performance in game 1. At the moment, the Diana is going to continue split pushing in the top lane as the rest of the team picks up that Cloud Dragon.
Oh,
She's not gonna jump in on that one. She's not like
that
the Kai'Sa. She's
that
not
looked
gonna.
like the angle there.
She's not
She
gonna
saw an
fly on
angle.
the fight, yeah. think she remembers what the Kaisa did, and she thinks, I'm probably not gonna do that at the moment. Still though a lot of damage being landed by the team. Jarvan putting down that flag. Corki does have the package, but really what can she do with that? Look at that. Engage from the Diana Prom, instantly deleted. Malphite gonna be tanking up that next start. He's actually going to fall. Wukong with the Cyclone as well is gonna be backing off. Guardian Angel is gonna be pop. Corki falling, and this Kaisa right now just tanking up that Nexus. It doesn't matter. She goes golden, and NEXPLAY Esports, they're gonna pick up their first win.
It was an overwhelming performance from NEXPLAY there. I don't think there was much counterplay that ARDENT could have done, right? Because they were so consistent. After they took the first lead from the bot Scuttle Crab fight, they just ran away with the game, right? They never slipped up, and they continued pushing their lead, and it just led to, you know, ARDENT just being unable to respond, especially with the champions that they had, right? With the Corki and the Orianna, if they fell, you know, susceptible to the snowballing from NEXPLAY, it was just so hard for them to find a proper timing for them to come back.
Absolutely, just from the moment that that first dive happened and the Kaisa, the fight over the Scuttle Crab, and the Kaisa just got 2 kills. I think at that point there was just no adequate response from ARDENT Esports. They sent their Orianna down. She just got dived repeatedly by the Kaisa and Jenna. And if you look at that goal graph right there, that is pretty nasty stuff.
That is a swing for sure.
So it's like 17,000 gold by the end of everything. Whew, that is pretty scary stuff. But hey, it's not over for ARDENT Esports. This is a best of 3 right now. They definitely can mount a comeback in Game 2 and Game 3 as well. For us, we're going to be going for a short break, and you're going to see you guys soon for Game 2 of this BO3. Right. Hello everybody and welcome back right now to round 2 of NEXPLAY Esports going up against ARDENT Esports. We've got going straight into the pick ban right now. We just want to talk about some of the bans. We've got ARDENT who have banned Galio and Wukong, and NEXPLAY have banned out Ziggs and Kai'Sa. And as you can see here, most of the draft is already completed. Interestingly enough, NEXPLAY banned out the Kai'Sa that they played in the previous game, the one that basically carried them to victory. And instead, they've opted to pick a Draven instead.
Right, really alpha and dominant pick here because, blind picking the Draven without seeing any of the picks yet. I mean, outside of the Gragas and the Vi being picked 1-2 for the side of Ardent. Now, so this is going to be a little bit more unorthodox from NEXPLAY because their composition, it really relies a lot on snowballing, right? Considering that they do have the Draven, the Lee Sin, and oddly enough, they do have what I think is that a cannon mid, or
Yeah, looks like a cannon mid to me.
Right. So on the side of Ardent, we do have the Gragas here flexing into the mid lane, and I think a lot of what we can sort of expect will be based on what we saw last game, right? If Ardent are able to scale to that late game, and avoid the snowballing from NEXPLAY, I think they will have a very good chance of winning, right? They do have the Ezreal and the Fiora. However, if they are unable to, and if NEXPLAY are just going to, snowball the lead as they did previously and hold on tightly, never giving up, never giving Ardent any space at all to move, then I think this game will, just be closed out really fast. It's going to be a really easy 2-0. But, we have yet to see, is there going to be any adaptation to the strategy from the side of Ardent? Are they still going to go with the 2 mid?
Yeah, that's right now. From what we're seeing, the answer is no, they are not going to be going with that 2 mid. They just have to just send their Gragas there right now. Who's just going to be going up against his cannon. Sticking fairly standard for now. No leash coming in from either side for their junglers.
Now, I think it does make sense here for NEXPLAY to, send the Draven and the Jaina into the bot lane because, of course, it is a very favorable matchup for them. We can already see here both of them already pushing in and pressuring the Ezreal as well as the Braum. We'll likely see a Lee Sin, red buff Raptors probably into the bottom Scuttle Crab and maybe a dive, depending on, how they are playing the lane or, what is the lane state itself. I think the two important lanes here that we have to see, I feel the Gragas and the Cannon is just going to be pretty non-factor here, but we have to see how is the Fiora and the Camille matchup going to be like, as well as this Draven Ezreal lane.
And that's right, both junglers being spotted out by some wards. You can see Vi already on the top side. Gonna be hitting in there, but a nice shot away by the Camille, gonna ensure that she's gonna be just fine. Both of them, both junglers are gonna be taking Scuttle Crabs. Of course, it's gonna be Ardent on the top side. The Cannon just to peek in and see what's going on. Oh, maybe not the best option right there. He's gonna get body slammed, but his Lee Sin is around. Sonic Wave will not connect. But this Fiora versus Camille matchup right now. Fiora popping that barrier. Camille as well. Fiora in a spot of trouble. She has Vi to help her out. Camille is forced to flash away.
I mean, I think that exchange was really weird, right? Because we knew that the Lee Sin for sure was going to be taking the bot Scuttle Crab. So, a little bit greedy there from the side of NEXPLAY. They tried to push them out of the top side one, but it was a 2v3. So, they do end up having to burn flash, and the Camille here being put in a slightly worse position than she should have been. But the Lee Sin going to be able to take away the Vi's blue buff, which isn't that bad, right? Vi isn't really a champion that requires blue. So she's just going to be fine farming up her wolves and her Grom. Still going to hit level 5 in time, so nothing much that's going to be happening here.
Yeah, Lee was able to get himself a camp lead in exchange for the Vice spending a little more time at top to blow that flash. He's gonna...
1 HP blue buff.
Yeah, but he has the level 5 right now, and I believe he was not spotted out. I'm not too sure. But the Fiora right now playing fairly safe is just gonna not give Lee Sin any chances to gank.
You see the Camille here are going to be slow pushing this wave into the tower. Likely will be moving over to the dragon is what I'm assuming, considering that she is slow pushing this wave. The Lee Sin getting chunked out here in the mid lane. Probably try to stop the Gragas on his recall or something. Now, both teams here are going to be looking for this first breakpoint, which is going to be the Mountain Dragon. We will have to see if the side of Ardent, will they be contesting this Dragon where, you know, the Draven, the Cannon, and the Lee Sin are so much stronger than their counterparts? Or will they just be giving it and maybe playing for the top tower instead? Or what is their response going to be like?
That's right. The bot lane here, Janna already completing that redemption for the first fight. Gragas has recalled and nearly has that Leandries for himself, but it's not complete. At the very least, this is a different kind of game from the first one.
Right.
Where the first one, by 3 minutes,
Definitely
was already like a 3,000, 4,000 goal lead. So now at least it's a lot more control, and Ardent Esports have definitely got a way to win this one.
The dragon has
spawned.
Now, it does look like Ardent are going to be contesting this Dragon. Slightly unfortunate that because they do start the Dragon, but the Janna has instantly recalled. So Ardent did not see that, but they are in a 4v3 scenario right now. The Camille and Janna are walking over. The fight is going to be starting soon.
Yep, that's right. Flash there being forced. True Shot Barrage will come out as well as the redemption. Dragon dropping to about 1.5k. Lee Sin gonna fly back in. Vi gets that smite, gets the Mountain Dragon. Now the fight has broken out. Cannon with the ultimate and everyone, but Vi is gonna be the first one for Cannon, able to walk away from this one with low health bars. Lee Sin flying back in. NEXPLAY, they want more. They have blood in their eyes, but their Camille's dropping really low. Beautiful Monsoon as well to keep them alive. It's gonna be the Vi who secures the Dragon for Ardent Esports, but NEXPLAY, they pick up that team fight.
I mean, okay, so both sides should be pretty happy with what happened. Of course, I mean, NEXPLAY didn't get the Mountain Dragon, but most importantly, the Draven got the kill, and he cashed out, right? So we do see the gold lead now, you know, around 900 gold, which is all on the Draven. So I would be happy if I was NEXPLAY. It is just going to be a Mountain Dragon. It isn't the worst, right? And you do give a lot of the gold to your primary carry. So we will just have to see how the teams are able to snowball based on, you know, this gold lead or what Ardent's response is, right? The Rift Herald is going to be spawning in 30 seconds. Are they going to be fighting for it? It looks like NEXPLAY's bot lane is just going to be recalling. You can see some pings going onto the Herald, likely going to be rotating towards it.
And then Dragon is also going to be Draven cashing in on the money that he got. Yep, there's going to be a Blade of the Ruin King in his pocket. With that one kill right now, he is about 1,000 gold ahead of that Ezreal, who has himself the Manamune. And you're right, they're rotating up to the top side, but the thing is that for Ardent, they have only rotated their support. The AD carry is still in the bottom lane. Still pushing up.
I think it's likely that Ardent aren't going to fighting for this Herald. Likely is that they're just going to give it, right? Seeing as they put your ADC bot. Oh, but the Camille is going onto the Ezreal here. I don't think we have seen it yet, but the Ezreal and Camille both being chunked to half HP. The top lane tower, they're being sieged by the Janna and the Draven. Nothing much going to be happening.
Ooh. A lot of damage, nothing much happening, but Lee Sin flying in right there, landing that kick. But there's not enough damage to take the bomb. Finally, he will fall. That's right, to the redemption. Lee Sin popping that Guardian Angel. Draven tanking up a little bit more, but the shielding from the Janna keeping him alive. A little unfortunate they didn't get the kill there, but still that's going to be 2 for NEXPLAY. True Shot Barrage, oh, it does not land, but then via Assault and Battery onto that Draven again. He's able to flash away, he has the Janna, but the Gragas cast, knocking him straight back in. Janna flashing away as well. Now the rotate from the cannon, he should have that Cycling Maelstrom points off. He's going to pop that, he's going to stun up that Gragas, he's going to put that Vi into the Guardian Angel, and Vi coming back in with that Bomb Breaker again. Lee Sin taking a lot of damage, but she's not able to find that last auto attack. The fight has gone on for so long that the Braum has respawned and been able to walk all the way back to lane. The NEXPLAY, they emerge victorious.
I mean, that was just really aggressive play from NEXPLAY, and you know, Ardent weren't prepared to respond to that top lane siege. They thought, okay, Braum, Fiora under turret, nothing should go wrong, right? There's nothing that's going to happen. But you know, NEXPLAY played so aggressive, and even though there was a beautiful counter engage with the explosive cast, NEXPLAY just come out stronger. They +1 on that side, and you know, they just come out ahead, right? 4-1 now with a 3,000 gold lead or 2.5k gold lead to the side of NEXPLAY Tempest.
They're starting to grow their lead steadily, but Draven right now really far up. He's gonna get a Bomb Breaker. The body slam will not connect. The fight back begins. True Shot Barrage is gonna land to Draven, but the kick, 2-man there. It's not gonna be enough damage. The Whirling Death is not gonna find its mark either. Just gonna tag that Vi up. But NEXPLAY again, they are the ones who emerge with a higher health bars at the very least. They start up that Rift Herald.
This Draven is so aggressive. Like, he's playing as if the enemy team doesn't have a Vi, right? He doesn't care if
Yeah, Vi though, stepping a little bit. He's gonna drop it. The spinning axe, yep. gonna cash that one in there with Herald as well as a kill for NEXPLAY. Boy, that's gonna be a hex tag ultimatum as well for this Camille, but she's taking up a lot from that turret there, barrier being popped as well. Ezreal gonna find that solo kill and get some gold back for himself.
Ooh, little bit of a misstep there, taking too many tower shots is the Camille, and yeah, giving the Ezreal gold now isn't the best, like it's definitely the worst case scenario, because on the side of ARDENT, Ezreal really is that champion that can 1v3 or 1v5, you know, in the later stages of the game, and snowballing him towards his item breakpoints is definitely not what we want to be doing. But regardless of that, NEXPLAY, they do take the Cloud Dragon and are snowballing their lead. It's going to be 1 minute to the Baron, and we will see if the Draven is going to be able to just convert his lead into a game-winning play.
Yeah, that's right. They do have that play of the Ruin King across the Infinity Edge on Draven. Ezreal still has yet to complete his Trinity Force. He is pretty close though, and I think he'll be able to get it within the next minute. Other item pickups there on the cannon as well as the siege in mid as well. Turret has about 300 health.
Now we will see the cannon in the bot lane here, which is pretty, I would say, wouldn't be the most optimal, right? Because we do see Baron spawning soon, 30 seconds, but cannon doesn't have the teleport. So if Fiora chooses to, you know, fight the cannon and TP up, they will be in a 5v4 scenario for ARDENT, which would be, of course, good for them, right? So both teams, I'm not sure if the Baron is going to be contested. It might just be a bait Baron, where teams just going to be playing around it until the next dragon spawns.
That's right, Baron is going to be up in 5 seconds when NEXPLAY are pushing their way into the bot side jungle, trying to steal away some camps there, starve their opponents out. In terms of junglers, this Lee Sin does have a 1 level lead against the Vi at this point. He's going to be stealing away this blue buff as well.
Oh, giving the blue buff.
Oh, giving it to Janna, yeah, that's great. They are, at this point in time, NEXPLAY just have the ability to walk into the jungle of ARDENT. There's really not too much ARDENT can do. Lee Sin jumping in, but a nice arcane shift there to get the Ezreal out of it. Redemption coming down as well. Some barrage for even more damage. Lee Sin dropping to about half as well as the Janna.
Ezreal is doing so much poke damage here. I don't think NEXPLAY will even be able to walk up and attack the turret at all. They're unable to siege this Ezreal here.
That's right, the Mystic Shot, they're doing a fair amount. He has completed that Trinity Force and he has the Mura mana for himself as well. He's able to start firing back on those Mystic Shots and start to land on damage. Oh, this Lee Sin there, in and out, but the Ezreal will not land the Mystic Shot, and Lee Sin's going to be just fine for now. Vi charging up there for a bit, opts not to go in. Going to concede more of their jungle to Lee Sin.
He tries to steal the red buff there, but you know, accidentally smites the Vi. I think it's fine because the optimal position there for ARDENT was to give the red buff onto the Ezreal, and you know, he prevented that, so it was a good play nonetheless.
And then going in, slicing Maelstrom there, but the arcane shift from the Ezreal will keep him alive. He does get stunned up. Warding Death is available, but it's not thrown out. And Vi getting knocked up as well. Has the GA. Lee Sin flying in, but just gets knocked up and instantly put down in the Guardian Angel. The Warding Death was blocked as well by that rock. And now Vi with the re-engage. Gonna use the Assault Battery onto the Draven, but she's not the main focus. That was a nice knock up there as well. Janna just gonna use that monster to peel back, but his cannon finds himself on the wrong side of this fight. But this Ezreal just gets hit by a spinning axe to the face and goes down, and just like that, ARDENT, 2 members have fallen. The Draven is now on a killing spree and they have lost their mid turret.
I mean, that team fight wasn't the best played by NEXPLAY, but they did play well in the later half, right? They just heightened backwards, played for the Draven, and ARDENT, they are definitely a weaker composition when it comes to walking forward, right? Because their composition specializes in fighting back, you know, using the Braum Unbreakable as well as the Ezreal mobility. But the moment that they put themselves in a position, oh, hold on, the Vi is just going to get completely destroyed. Absolutely nothing they could do there. Tier 3 tower just falls.
Absolutely right. They have their Ezreal back in the redemption there, just used to top up some health for the Draven. Being nice and healthy along with that honey food. Look at this, they don't even want to go back, they want to continue. This might be a bit too much for them. The Draven gonna get knocked straight back in. Janna's trying to come in to rescue her AD carry, but Fiora from the back, from the flank, isn't gonna be able to take her out, but just gets decimated as well. Draven is still alive and he's still outputting a ton of damage, but the rest of his team is just going back away. It's gonna be a 1-for-1. It's gonna be a support for the top laner. I believe Vi fell as well. Actually.
How did the Draven live there?
Yeah, that's just protection there really. The support sacrificing her own life to keep her AD carry alive. through thick and thin. That's gonna mean NEXPLAY are gonna start up this Dragon and most likely gonna be able to get it. Vi is rotating down, however, True Shot Barrage is gonna tag them up. They're gonna be pretty low. Vi has that ultimate. Just gonna walk away.
Oh, they do end up having to give the Dragon unless...
Look at that Sonic Wave that smites a little early. Lee Sin, however, is gonna fall. That means the NEXPLAY is gonna pick up that Dragon, but a teleport coming in. This is gonna be a fight. This Ezreal just got caught by that Hexa Ultimatum, popped himself the Zhonya's Hourglass, and is able to arcade shift away the Monsoon as well, healing up a lot of damage. This Camille right now is huge, and so is that Draven. He's just cutting them down with those spinning axes. This Camille in the front as well, and Ardent, they have just gotten wiped on the floor right now. Do they have the ability to end? Can NEXPLAY destroy his Nexus? I think so. I think they're gonna be able to pick up this series 2-0.
I mean, the Draven just absolutely running over everybody in the team fight. The Draven is playing so aggressive, and the team is always just behind him, you know, ready to back him up, ready to protect, and even die for him at any point in time. I think overall it's just really, really good gameplay from NEXPLAY there. You know, leveraging on their star player, which we can consider to be the ADC, right, Chubby, which in the first game and in this game as well, just carrying everybody on her back, bringing them into a 2-0 lead, you know, I mean, not even lead, 2-0 end.
Yeah, that's right. Very nice series right there from NEXPLAY. They're going to be picking that one up. Going 2-0 against Ardent Esports, they're going to be moving over to the next round. But again, if you look at their goal lead, even though it's not as extreme as the previous game, it still kind of is the same story where they just get their 80 carry snowballing. They just get Chubby on that Draven, 8-1 and 5. Once she had those two items, there's really nothing very much that she could do about it. And the enemy team could do about it, I mean, and from there they just won. So I guess for the next round, whoever fights against NEXPLAY, they need to think about what they can do against this terror bot lane right now who's just smashing through the competition.
Yeah, for sure. I think there definitely were a point in time where Ardent did have a possibility for them to, you know, fight back, right? We did see the Ezreal, the two items, was punching back, you know, the Mystic Shot started to hurt. It's just that one bad team fight just led to, you know, NEXPLAY just opening the game wide open, right? So definitely I think the strengths of this team has to come from how they play with a lead. We haven't seen them play from behind yet, but when they do get the lead, they are so confident, so aggressive, and they don't let you get any space to play at all.
Yep, that's right. We will be headed for another break right now. When we come back, it's going to be another series. Once again, congratulations to NEXPLAY for moving on to the next round. We'll see you guys after the break. Hello everyone and welcome back to the FSL Wild Rift Open. As you can see here, GLACEOX has decided to represent his team a little bit there with that
Yeah.
t-shirt folded into a scarf. Anyway, we're here for round 2. Now it's going to be Blue Moon versus a team called Ha XD.
Ha ha ha, XD
And
indeed.
Ha XD, they lose one ban because they were late.
1 minute
so
late.
Yeah,
yes.
1 minute late. So they've only banned out Seraphine. And over on the side of Blue Moon, they've decided to take away the Wukong and the GLACEOX. Let's head into that draft.
Now, interestingly enough, Wukong having seen quite a lot of play and bans as well. I think what he offers is definitely really strong, especially against teams where they don't know how to be organized or disengage properly, right? Because there's a lot of no counterplayer engage and a lot of CC when it comes to Wukong. We do see Kaisa being first picked here by the side of Blue Moon. Going to be answered by the Orianna and the Corki.
And that's right, just picks that we saw in the previous series as well. We saw Kaisa really with a very commanding lead in the first game. It was banned out in the second game in the previous series. Orianna and Corki as well, very strong team fighting champions. Ziggs is something new that we see. I believe it was banned in the previous series.
Right.
So we're going to see that being picked up there by Blue Moon in the mid lane.
Now, I do feel that the Ziggs here does make a lot of sense because he does outrange the Orianna as well as the Corki. So he will be sort of that win condition, right, that Blue Moon can fall back on because Ziggs, notoriously as well, is that late game control mage, right, with infinite amount of damage. And, it is just sort of a insurance card for Blue Moon at the moment. It's going to be an Akali locked in here.
Yep, that's right. It's going to be a Shyvana as well, most likely. Over on the side of Ha XD, they do pick up themselves the Rakan, which is something that we haven't really seen too much, as well as the Jarvan.
Yeah, I actually really like the side for Haha XD because they do have the Jarvan Orianna combo as well as the Rakan. So they have a lot of ball delivery systems, in the forms of the Rakan and the Jarvan. And they do have the hyper scaling with the Corki as well. So they will be scaling, pretty fine. And they even go with the Malphite. So it's just going to be very, very strong team fighting composition that really spikes very hard when they do hit their item breakpoints. On the side of Blue Moon, they do have the Akali and the Ziggs as their sort of carry potentials, but I think it's going to be very hard unless it's very dependent on the execution from the side of Haha XD. If they don't do it well, I think it's going to be very easy for Blue Moon to just disengage, play the long range kite game, and just take the game.
Do you feel that on the side of Ha XD they are missing out on physical damage? Because right now I see that they have got Corki and Orianna as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Corki in this game as well, right? 80% magic damage. And the Jarvan is definitely not going to be building any attack damage at all.
Yeah.
It's probably just going to be going the Guardian Angel into full tank, which we did see in the previous game. But I mean, the saving grace is that there's only really a Shyvana tank on the opposite side, so they shouldn't be that worried. But I think we will see definitely a lot of Mercury threats being picked up by the side of Blue Moon. And I think Zhonya's is just going to be the prime enchantment that they should be looking for, right? Against the Orianna as well as the engage from the side of Ha XD.
Yeah, that's right. You mentioned ball delivery system. You've got the traditional Malphite now thrown into the mix as well. So really a very strong team fight composition coming in from Ha XD. If they can land one spell, it's going to be a pretty big wombo combo. Looking forward to seeing some of that later in the game.
Oh.
Just a bit of a hello there moment there. Just gonna spot out that Corki as well. It's a 3-man squad moving in. Ooh,
Oh
okay.
no.
That's interesting stuff there from that Ziggs. Rakan is hanging around though. He's not going to be able to do very much. Janna has arrived as well just to dissuade any further advances.
Yeah. I mean, I think the most important thing here is that the Orianna did get the ward. He didn't get the ward, but he did manage to get a little bit of vision, which was eventually cleared by the Janna. But I think they do know that Shyvana is starting at the bottom side of the map, so they will have an idea of what his path is going to be. Now compared to that, the Jarvan, going to be mirroring the path from the Shyvana.
I think Jarvan is actually a little ahead right now of time. He's going to be hanging around, maybe gonna do some level 2 cheese, but the ward there,
Oh, he doesn't get spotted though.
yeah, he did not get spotted, but he's
Oh,
just gonna
Never mind.
forget about all that because I'm just gonna walk straight across the lane, head over to the
Okay.
bot side. Yeah, very telegraph stuff now. They know that he's in the bot side jungle. Shyvana as well has opted to go for her Krugs instead of going over to the top side.
Right. So I think likely is there's just going to be a bottom Skull Crab contest here, right? Both junglers going to be here, both junglers clearing 3 camps. The Skull Crab has spawned. Important thing here is that Haha XD, their bot lane do have the bot priority. Oh, Javan missing the EQ or the flag and drag combo onto the crab, but I think it should still be fine.
Yeah, the bot lane is walking up that we're going to be seeing a fight. Skull Crab putting up that white flag right now, but it's going to drop in. He's going to get with the Rakan with a 2-man knockup right there already. Shyvana taking a lot of damage. Rakan is still in the front. Corki Valkyrie forward. That's going to be first blood for him. Kaisa now forced to run away with about 200 health. One more Jarvan auto attack. Shouldn't do the trick, but it's actually going to be Orianna who secures that one. And Haha XD, they pick up the first 2 kills.
Yeah, that was just, I think, really, I would say, just telegraphed, right, from everything that was happening, right? The side for Haha XD, they did have the mid priority as well as the bot priority, and then it was just a little bit too risky for the Shyvana to walk in, try and get the Skull Crab right under their noses. So they took a 50-50 flip with the smites and they lost it, and you know, just end up with a 2-0 1000 goal lead for the side of Haha XD.
Yep, that's right. Jarvan as well taking the Scuttle Crab in the top side while Shyvana is around. He's going to be able to secure that one. He hit level 5 and Shyvana is only halfway there, still at level 4. But Jarvan just going to be walking back to his own jungle for now, taking away those Krugs.
This is actually going to be a pretty big lead because on the side of Haha XD, they really need to hit those item breakpoints and, you know, getting those early kills, especially on their key carries, right, which is the Corki and the Orianna. It just helps them snowball so much faster into, you know, that looks to be the Seraph's Embrace as well as the Trinity Force on the Corki.
Yeah, Corki, interestingly enough, itemized into the Executioner's Calling as well for
Right, really early
healing
Executioner's
reduction.
Calling.
Yeah, against the Janna, which we've seen her Monsoon do a lot of work in the previous few games. So I think it's more of an aggressive choice there. We want to maybe do some diving later and then reduce healing will help them out.
Now the Dragon here going to be spawning in 30 seconds. Of course, Corki does have to recall and take the package, right? Because if you all didn't know, Corki package spawns at 4 minutes. So he will not be there for the Dragon, right? He will not be first. But if he does take the package and if they are able to stall and wait for him, I think the fight will be heavily favored in their favor.
That's right. He has begun to back off a little bit, though there is more priority on the side of Blue Moon right now. They have 4 members in the river. Corki is recalling as he said. The Dragon has spawned and actually he stopped his recall there just to kind of help his team out a bit. Looks like Corki is finally going back for that package Dragon. About 5,000 health.
Now, it is a 5v4, the Morphle isn't here yet.
Yep, that's right. They're taking a lot of AoE actually, and there is a lot to be worried about because there are so many ball delivery systems. You don't even need the Malphite there yet because you have the Jarvan, you have the Rakan as well to engage if you want. But for now, Blue Moon are actually backing off, and that gives Corki time to pick up the package.
Now, Akali here, I think right now, Blue Moon, they're just going to be conceding the Dragon. We see Akali moving back up, I guess not, making a U-turn straight back to the Inferno Dragon.
Yeah, it's a bit of a indecisive calls, I guess. Smite does get used by the Jarvan to secure that Scuttle Crab, and for now it looks like both teams are just doing these Dragon dances. They are all too familiar with Corki though, with that package right there. Taking a look at the items right now, Corki did go back. He does have himself a fair amount of items. And oh boy, Kaisa getting caught out there, getting knocked up. Corki's gonna start firing away. Janna trying to block out those missiles, but the Phosphorus bomb there, just securing that kill. And now with this opening, Hahaha XD are gonna opt to take that Dragon.
I think the Kaisa wasn't expecting that damage. He still had the barrier and the flash. So it's just gonna be the Inferno Dragon going over to the side of Haha XD.
Unless there's a cheeky steal, perhaps there's Malphite gonna be going straight in with the ultimate on Shyvana. She's gonna be dropping really low, pops that Dragon form, but it's not gonna be enough. The Shockwave on 2 right there. Akali and Janna are forced to run away. Meanwhile in the pit, Ziggs is chased out as well. Whew, Janna on there, nice sidestep.
A little bit of a dodgeball.
Yeah, but that means that the Dragon, yeah, it's gonna be going over to Hahaha XD.
I really like that turn from Haha XD. They really leveraged on the Malphite and the Jarvan combo with the Orianna. Although it wasn't used like in a just instantly, right? Orianna held his shockwave, waited to get the key targets in the right position, and overall I think the turn from the objective onto the players itself was really, really clean.
Right now 6 minutes in, the goal lead is about 3,000, and a lot of it is in the hands of the Corki right now. He's got about 1,000 over the Kai'Sa, has the Trinity Force and the Executioners as well.
This is just really, really, really big for the side of Haha XD. Both now their bot lane is just going to be rotating over, right, for the Rift Herald, and we do see the Kai'Sa and Janna still at the bottom side of the map. So this is, indicating that, we are just taking the trade here. We're okay with giving you the Rift Herald. Let's just have more time to farm up, and then we'll fight when we have the items.
Well, yeah, that looks like... okay, doesn't look like what's happening. Yeah, they're just going to poke in there, use that ultimate as well to try to steal it, but that doesn't work out. Now Ziggs is a little far forward. Malphite has arrived. They have some of them forced onto that Ziggs right there. He's going to get charmed up, and he's going to get taken out there. A little far forward there from him. God.
Now that pick there on the Ziggs was really, really important because that was their main source of wave clear, and now they don't really have a reliable way to just stave off this Rift Herald push.
That's right, the tower's gonna drop to 600. Jarvan gonna EQ straight in, and he does get taken in. Jarvan by the 4-man shockwave, wow! And the 4-man knockup as well. That's the combo that we've been talking about, and look at it in action right there.
I mean, it was a bit in reverse, but it didn't matter because their whole team just completely disappeared.
Yeah, land one of them, land all of them right there. Wow. Beautiful stuff right there from Haha XD. They're gonna secure 2 turrets and
the Rift
bunch of
Herald
kills. Yeah, Rift Herald. Okay. Stopped
a
in
little
time.
bit unfortunate.
But still now, Haha XD with a comfortable goal lead right now of 8,000, as well as showing their opponents how their comp works there. Really, everyone's just getting caught out by that one. 4-0 and 4. The Corki scoreline right now as they recall and purchase more items. Get ready for the next objective.
I want to see how much gold he actually... Oh, he actually just picks up instantly a Zhonya's Hourglass. Which I wouldn't say it's bad because it does make sense to pick up Zhonya's here because the only way that Blue Moon can actually get back into this game is that they have to shut down the Corki, right? But if the Corki goes for the defensive items, they won't be able to ever touch him, So I think this Zhonya's here does make a lot of sense, although it is a bit more on the defensive side. It's a respectable decision.
There's a bit of a fight happening top side. Akali may have gotten caught out. Forced the flash away as well. I'm not too sure how long Jarvan has that flag and drag. He's gonna flash in and he's just gonna use the Cataclysm right there. Ziggs ultimate. He's gonna come in, but Jarvan is just gonna take that kill.
The Malphite flashed in, but he wasn't even needed. The Jarvan there, the jungle just soloing the solo lane on the side of Blue Moon. The Akali 0-2-0 doesn't look, as we talked before in the draft, the Akali and the Ziggs are those win conditions that they really needed in the team composition, and at the moment it's getting completely ran over by the side of Haha XD.
That's right, it's not really coming online at this point. It's really Haha XD who have the ball in their side of the court. The Corki and the Rakan in the ball lane right now. Dragon is coming up in 15 seconds as we see Jarvan pathing down towards it. I believe Corki is recalling for the package once again.
I mean, now for the side of Blue Moon, I think this Dragon should be an easy give up, right? They should not be contesting this because there's absolutely no way they're going to be winning against this humongous gold lead. Yeah,
look at the Orianna. They're just standing across the wall, zoning any opponents who might come by. That's going to be a Dragon going down. Orianna, she in an awkward spot. No, Corki's just going to pack it straight over. Jada popping that monsoon, but another beautiful shockwave. That's going to be 2 more kills going down. Teleport in from the Malphite. By the time he shows up, the fight is already over. He's not even needed. That's going to be a clean ace there for Haha XD.
0-15 is the scoreline. I think at this point in time, Blue Moon should just be looking and thinking about the next game, right? Because we even saw, right, the Malphite TP in lane, and they just straight up won 4v5. So absolutely nothing that I think Blue Moon will be able to do unless Haha XD literally have to run it down into the base and kill themselves for there to be any wave of Blue Moon coming back to this game.
Yeah, that's right. I think Blue Moon right now need to think about the champions that they've given over to the side of Hahaha XD. The fact that they gave over such a neat combo kind of telegraphed their end there, especially with the 4-man shockwave in mid. It's gonna be pretty tough stuff if they want to continue to come back in this one. Corki just picking up the Infinity Edge as well.
Yeah, and also props to Haha XD because they, even though we can say the combo is, you know, really easy to execute, but the way that they did it, it was decisive, and they do play the aggressive style that we did see NEXPLAY TEMPEST play as well, because when they take the lead, they don't let go of it, you know, and when you are playing these champions that have to play aggressive, you know, you just can't be watching the enemy team farm up and scale up, and you know, they do play well, right? They use the champions to their full potential, they turn when they need to, and they just put Blue Moon into the ground, you know.
Absolutely very clear calls from them. They have Corki right now in the mid lane, just constantly giving that back. Okay,
That's,
sure.
Yeah.
He knew the camera was looking at him. He decided to be fancy and go golden. Shows off that
Little bit of an emote.
Corki, but yeah, I don't know if anyone from the side of Blue Moon saw that one. But wow, look at that Corki missile just doing insane amounts of damage right there. They're gonna start sieging up that mid lane there. They do have a way for themselves.
Yeah, with the Baron buff here, I think it's just going to be extremely hard for the side of Blue Moon to be defending any of these turrets. Another mini wave might just be the death of the tier 3 tower. The bottom lane turret here also looking to be pushed in. Malphite also taking the top wave. So going to be Haha XD playing on all the 3 lanes here with their Baron buff, making full use of it. Red buff just going to be given over to the Corki. Are they going to reset or...
Looks like
Jarvan does recall.
Looks like they have enough confidence to take this one without the Jarvan. Look at the positioning of the Orianna right there.
Jesus.
She knows she's in control. She knows there's nothing they can do about her. Jenna right now with no mana. Can't really do much to protect her AD carry against this. The command attacks are just too much for them to deal with. And look at this, even without the Jarvan and without the Malphite, this 3-man squad is able to land significant amounts of damage onto this turret.
Okay, the good thing is for Blue Moon, the Baron buff has expired, and none of the tier 3 towers actually got taken, so they are in a position where they can sort of stall the game, but then again they do have to overcome like a 20,000 gold lead, so
Oh yes.
it is kind of a huge wall.
It is a very, very high hill to climb.
Just a slightly,
Yeah.
slightly high hill.
Yeah, from this Malphite, just being a huge rock at the top lane. There's really nothing this Akali can do against him, and it's really unfortunate because you mentioned just now that Akali and Ziggs are going to be the main carries, but neither one of them have really gotten online at all. Just really the Akali being stopped by the Malphite. She can't find enough damage to do really anything against him. And the Baron is coming up in about 20 seconds. Cloud Drag is coming up in about 10 seconds as well. And the first one there is actually Janna, but the rest of the team is not exactly there. Jarvan, however, did recall, but there's really nothing that the rest of Blue Moon can do to take advantage or punish that.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be a real quick, Cloud Dragon capture into playing for the Baron side. Once they get the Baron, it's just going to be lights out for this game.
0 and 15 is the scoreline right now. Might be 1 and 15 if they can catch. Nah, they can't.
Oh, it takes absolutely no time. Oh,
okay. We blinked there and Kaisa just went down there and just a Cataclysm in, flash away by Ziggs. He's forced to use that Mega Inferno Bomb as well. Looks like they're not even going to go for the Baron for now. They're just going to continue sieging up that mid lane. Yeah, they don't even bother for the Baron.
They just, pings are coming down finally onto the Baron. They realize that, okay, the Ziggs wave clear is kind of obnoxious, so we kind of need the Baron buff. And there won't be any contest anyway, so why not? Let's just end the game faster.
Absolutely right. Baron dropping down to about 5,000, but again, there's just nothing that Blue Moon can do about this at the moment. That means that Haha XD secure themselves Baron.
Looks like this is just going to be the final recall for Haha XD before, it's just 5-man, going to be running down the mid lane, and likely the bot lane as well. Right, both the tier 3 towers for the mid and bot lane are extremely low.
Very right. They were able to play and execute their 1-3-1 comp pretty well just now with 3 members in the mid lane. And this Corki here. 7-0 and 7 with 3.5 items as well. He's about 6,000 gold in front of his counterpart.
Just
Yeah,
6,000.
Just 6,000. That just telegraphs really how this game has been going. The inhibitor is going to get sieged out right now.
damaged.
Yeah, it's really the Corki putting out so much damage with those missiles there. And the Shyvana with the Guardian Angel really can't do very much. Super minions are now spawning in the mid lane and they're going to rotate over. Oh my lord! The damage with the Orianna is just so disgusting at this point.
I think he could have probably killed them if
if he shockwave.
Yeah, if he shockwave.
Oh boy, this is really the last stand for game 1. Of course, there's still game 2 and a possibility of game 3 right now for Blue Moon. But game 1 looks to be all but over. Jarvan coming in with that EQ combo. He's gonna lock that Ziggs up. What is the response gonna be? There's really not much. Shockwave will whiff, but doesn't matter. Malphite just going straight in onto the platform there with a 3-man unstoppable force, but the rest of his team is just gonna finish off the Nexus. And XD are gonna secure game 1 in this series.
I mean, the Malphite there going for the style points, giving over that one kill that they really needed. Could have been a perfect game, but you know, you can't blame Malphite for that. But it was just from start to finish really commanding lead from the side of XD. They took the lead and they never let go of it.
That's right, beautiful execution as well. When they barreled it down mid lane, they knew exactly how they wanted to fight. They landed their key spells. From there, they really just decimated their competition. There's really nothing much that Blue Moon could have done about that one. Just looking at the damage graphs there, the Kaisa with a 4,000 there. That I think that just tells the story of this game right now. Kaisa with a 4,000 compared to the Corki 21,000. Ziggs, of course, very respectable amounts of damage, but that's because he does have the range to toss out those bombs and try to poke his opponents out. But yeah, that's quite a tough game that Blue Moon just had. And now for them, it is time to reset and think about the next game really, and what can they do in fact in the second game to stop this team right now that's XD.
No, I think if we are talking about what they can do, I think first would be maybe they want to change a little bit of their bans or change their picks, right? Because a lot of the champions that they are picking don't really have, you know, the ability to sort of dodge or disengage from their engage, right, with the Malphite and the Orianna. So it is a little bit hard for them to play considering the champions that they have. So they definitely should be looking into the next game. What are the champions that we should ban? Is the Orianna a problem? You know, is the Corki a problem? Should we take it for ourselves? And really reconsider what is their game plan, you know, going into the next game.
That's right. That is something that they will definitely need to consider. And on our side, we're going to be going for a short break. But when we come back, it's going to be game 2 of this series. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to the FSL Wild Rift Open, sponsored of course by Yahoo and Intel. We are here for game 2 of this best of 3 series. This is a Blue Moon going up against Hahaha XD, just in case you believe it's Hahaha XD that are on blue side this time. And they have opted to ban out Orianna and Ari, and over on Blue Moon they've banned out Galio as well as Akali.
Yeah, I think interestingly enough, they decide that okay, we played Orianna, we know how strong it is, we don't want to play against it. Instead, this time, they first pick the Ziggs, they take it away from Blue Moon, and of course, Blue Moon they respond with the Corki and the Wukong that was banned in the previous game.
Yeah, that's right. Interestingly enough, it's gonna be okay. That's I don't think that's supposed to happen there because I believe Galio was banned.
Yeah.
All right, never mind. It's okay. Let's look at the other side's team compositions right now. I mean, it's gonna be a Corki in the mid lane instead of a Corki in the bottom lane.
Yeah, right. So I think it is a little bit different because Jin hasn't really been seeing a lot of competitive play, especially after they repeatedly hit him with a lot of nerfs. So he does have very strong pairing with the Lux in the dual lane. So it really has to depend on how hard they can leverage this Jin into scaling, and getting the lead in the early game with the Lux, right?
Yeah. We'll be getting a word on whether this Galio pick is legitimate or illegitimate.
I mean, it is not legitimate.
I don't know what. Yeah. But yeah, for now it is back to us right now. I mean, on the other side, they do have the Vi pickup as well as the Kai'Sa Braum in the bottom lane. Yeah, there's gonna be a remake. That's the word from production right now.
Okay, so I think the most important thing for me, right, is how much can the Ziggs do? Right, we did see even in the previous game, the Ziggs was still the main reason why why Blue Moon was in the game at all, right? So the Ziggs definitely is going to be that key component in the team composition and that main carry. But of course, if you get snowballed on like they did get last game, if the Jin Lux is going to be able to hard smash their lane and the Corki gets online, will the Ziggs in the hands of a different player still be able to carry his team through the dirt?
Yeah, that is a question that, well, depending on the answer, could dictate whether Hahaha XD pick up this series 2-0 or if Blue Moon are going to equalize it 1-1. Because remember, this is a BO3 in the previous round. In case you weren't here, Blue Moon didn't exactly have the best game against Hahaha XD. It ended, I believe, 15-1.
No, it was
something?
117 if I'm not
Oh,
wrong.
117, yeah. Which was a little
not the best.
Yeah, a little tough on the mental there, but definitely if they're getting back into this game right now, they definitely have a chance to take this and equalize the series.
I mean, we're definitely hoping for maybe a more like competitive series because we do, although the big plays are definitely interesting, we do want to see close games coming. Oh, okay,
Yeah,
game just gonna be remade, real soon, maybe in about a few minutes here.
Yeah, so it's just yeah, it's a little odd on our side, but that's all. That's all right. I mean, these things do happen, especially at the moment. There isn't really a solid way to ban, but that's okay. We'll be getting back into game.
Actually,
as soon as possible.
an interesting point though is that the last game, right? So last game, the side of Blue Moon, right? They had more of the responsibility for scaling, right? Because they did have the Shyvana as well as the Ziggs. And now the table sort of have flipped, right? Because they do have the winning bot lane 2v2 with the Jin Lux into the Braum Kai'Sa, and as well, the Corki with the package is still going to be slightly stronger than the Ziggs, at the first dragon, for example. So they do have the stronger early game as compared to the previous game where, they fell flat with the champions that they had being unable to contest anything in the early game. So it really, really has to depend what is their play going to be like, what is their game plan, how are they going to be playing around the objectives, as well as how is Haha XD going to leverage on the fact that we scale better. Do we even have to fight early game? Do we want to flip? Do we think that we're just the better team?
Yep. I think right one of the key problems that Blue Moon had was that in the first game, even though they had the weaker early game, they were rather indecisive on whether they should fight or not. Like for example, when the Ziggs was decided to poke his head into the Rift Herald,
Right.
and because of that he got caught out, and then they lost two towers after that. I think they need to be more decisive on their calls as well, and hopefully now that Haha XD are the ones with this scaling comp, they can either decide with whether they're gonna fight or whether they're not gonna fight and act appropriately instead of kind of face checking with a champion that they really shouldn't be face checking on.
Right. I mean, if they feel like they don't have options to, just um, either like attack the opposite side or they don't feel comfortable doing that, I think this composition will fit their playstyle a little bit more because it allows them to get early leads, contest most of the objectives early on, and put them in a better position where, these kind of plays are less punishing.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's right. Just I'm gonna be getting back into the game real soon. We're gonna be getting back into Champion Select, I believe, in just a minute. But I guess we'll be actually going for a break first. Of course, once again, this is FSL Wild Rift Open and sponsored, of course, by Yahoo and Intel as well. Very lovely sponsors. We are going to be going for a short break. Be right back. Well, hello there, everyone, and welcome back to the FSL group Wild Rift Open. This is the second round of this best of three right now. After some technical difficulties, we are back. So just for context, Galio was picked, but Galio is actually banned. So all the other picks are gonna be the same, except for that Galio, which is gonna be different.
I
Oh
think
wait,
they did
wait,
change
hold
it.
on a second here.
Yeah, they did change
That
the
is
Brom into an LSR though.
Oh boy.
Oh
Okay, okay. Interesting stuff here. We're gonna
no.
get a word from production.
Slightly awkward.
Yeah, about what's going on here because we were told it's gonna be the same picks, but apparently not.
Right. I mean, in this case, the support pick does make a difference, right? Because the
Mhm.
Alistar does help bring the engage needed to play against the Jhin as well as the Corgi. So, I mean, if we're just going with these two team compositions, I think if we just accept whatever is a small mistake, I do feel that the Ziggs Alistar as well as the Kai'Sa Vi do bring a very very strong 4v4, uh, just overall strong 4v4 potential that is going to be able to contest with the Lux, Corki, and the Jhin early on in the game, right?
Mhm.
So it really does come down to the laning phase if the Jhin and the Lux will be able to play.
Yeah, that's right. We'll just be getting word. I believe that we're gonna be remaking this one again. But this time it's going to be game 3 because they basically have immediately disqualified Haha XD for picking the
Wrong champion.
wrong champion twice
Twice
in a row. I mean, it happens, but in a row,
Yeah, in a row it's kind
yeah.
of yeah.
That's not exactly the best thing to be doing. But I guess we'll be going for another break
Welcome
before
to Wild Rift.
we come back once again with hopefully for the real game this time.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I mean, either way, right? It can still be a good thing for Blue Moon, right?
Yeah.
So they basically picked up a free win.
Yeah, it's match point, actually right now. So
And
yeah.
I mean, we can just say, they played the composition with the two team compositions. I mean, they played the game with those two team compositions, and I mean, it's basically been 10 minutes, right? So they won the game in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess that works. Well, we're going for a break now, so we'll see you guys for game 3 in a few. Hello everyone and welcome back to the FSL Wild Rift Open. This is game 3 of the series of Blue Moon versus Hahaha XD. And in case you guys haven't been around, Blue Moon got one free win just now because Hahaha XD picked the wrong champion twice.
I mean, Blue Moon basically just completely demolished them in the draft phase, right? So
Pretty much. Didn't even need to get into game 2 win. But hey, we're on to game 3 now. So it is match point right now for both of these teams. And the bans, by the way, for Blue Moon have remained the same, Galio and Akali. And for Hahaha XD, they opted to ban Lux instead of Ari.
right, gonna be the Orianna and the Lux ban here. We do see the first pick Wukong, which they did show very high priority on it. Again, Wukong is that champion with the no counterplay engage and tons of CC in that team fight. But interestingly enough, we do see the Seraphine being picked here against the Braum, right? So and they on top of that she was blind picked. So there is the Yasuo as well, which makes it really hard for Seraphine to land a proper ultimate if they do save those spells, right? With the Wind Wall and the Unbreakable. Although I think the team compositions overall, there is going to be a lot of team fighting potential for both sides, but I really like Haha XD's composition because it's very easy to execute, right? You have the Wukong going into the Yasuo ultimate with the cannon and the Kai'Sa flying into the backline.
And that's right, there's a pretty strong dive coming up from them. Of course, on the other side also for Blue Moon, they do have a kind of dive of their own. They have the Vi and the Malphite as well as the Seraphine. Of course, you did mention that the Seraphine can be blocked by the Braum and the Yasuo, so that makes it a little harder on their end. But yeah, Yasuo, this is the first time that we are seeing him, I believe. Seraphine as well. Jin also in the bottom lane here, not exactly the Kai'Sa or the Xayah that we're used to seeing in general, or Ezreal in fact.
Now, I think it is interesting to see what the level 1 strategy will be, right? Of course, Braum notorious for the really interesting and strong level 1s that are available to the teams. So far it looks like nothing is happening that much. It's going to be a ward placed over the wall. They do spot out the Kai'Sa and the Braum here. So no lane swap nonsense that's going to be happening, right? On the side of Haha XD, looks like they'll be leashing for their jungler here on the bottom side of the map. Same with the top side, the Malphite going to be leashing for the Vi.
Yeah, that's right. Malphite just gonna head over to his lane in a bit. Bit of a freeze there, but hey, Vi is just gonna be taking out her red buff. Wukong as well with his own. They're both gonna be moving towards their Raptor camp. Now what's interesting is whether after this they're gonna move towards their Krugs or whether they're gonna switch sides of the map. For Wukong, it looks like he is gonna be switching sides, but for Vi, however, she's gonna be pathing towards her Krugs.
Now, I think the important thing here for the side of Blue Moon is how can they abuse the bot lane matchup, right? Because they do have the double range into range melee matchup, which is, you know, always going to be favorable for the Jin Seraphine. However, it's a little bit awkward because, like we do see here, the trades actually do go a little bit even. And the gold lead isn't that big, right? Obviously, it's only the first few waves, but there's still... We will have to keep our eyes on this 2v2 matchup here to see really how much...
Oh, that right there, yeah. That's what you're talking about there, the double range bot lane moment the time to get called. But we don't have time to talk about that because there's action happening in top lane. It's going to be a Scarlet Crab fight, and it's going to be Vi that's losing out. It's going to be first blood for the Wukong and a bit of a... Yeah,
a little bit of a skirmish there.
A little bit of a skirmish there, and it's going to be the Haha XD that actually come out on top of it. But in the bot lane, however, something different happening. It's a Blue Moon to taking the advantage in this one.
Now, I think both junglers there did 3 camps into the top lane Scarlet Crab, and I think again, Blue Moon, they didn't respect the priority that Haha XD had, right? They had the pushing mid lane, they had the pushing top lane, and the Vi there was just a little bit too greedy with the Scarlet Crab. I think if he went for the bottom side Scarlet Crab, he could have been able to secure it and also play towards that Jin and Seraphine, right? We did see the Kai'Sa being a very low HP. I think it was a diveable, within diveable range, right? So now instead, it was a little bit of a big blunder, and the Wukong being able to secure both Scarlet Crabs now.
Yeah, he has his ultimate and he used it on mid lane right there, forcing out the summoner spells from that Corki.
Corky there was really lucky, or it was like really good reaction time, because he managed to flash out of the Wukong ultimate before it actually knocked him up, which would have probably killed him, right? The Wukong into Yasuo ultimate.
Yeah.
Inescapable combo.
You're right, he does get caught up. Yasuo, however, will not jump in with that last breath. Instead, he's just going to recall for now. Vi as well has hit that level 5, but has yet to make any use of the ultimate. It's pathing down towards the bot side right now. A lot of action happening in mid right now. This Corky is really playing with fire against this Yasuo, especially when he has no summon spell at all. Dragon is going to be up in 30 seconds.
I think something interesting is that Yasuo actually started with boots, so he didn't just miss it all.
Yep, action right here. Okay, both supports are going to trade their ultimates. Braum using the heal as well as the flash to get himself out to safety.
That was really big though, because not having Seraphine ultimate for this dragon fight means that they don't have a really reliable way of getting onto the Kai'Sa, as well as, you know, having a follow-up engage outside of the Vi and the Malphite. So the Seraphine now going to be really stunted in this team fight. Although the Braum is sort of in a way doesn't have his ultimate as well, but he's still going to be useful, way more useful with his Unbreakable. Now both top laners have rotated over as well, going to be a fat 5v5 in the river.
Braum has actually made the recall right now, so he's going to be full health for this fight. Dragon is about 3,000 right now. Corky, interestingly enough, did not go back for the package. He's kind of thrown away from everyone else. That's going to be Wukong going with a 3-man knockup, but where is the last breath? It's going to be onto the back line. That's a massive ultimate as well. From that Malphite, the Dragon is actually going to be stolen away by the cannon. Now Kai'Sa is in the middle of everyone. That might be a bit too far forward, but the rest of her team has secured the other kills as well. Cannon going to try to dive this on Jin, popping out that ultimate. He's not going to land it up by the Kai'Sa, trying to stop him, but gets taken out instead.
A little bit unfortunate on the back end of that fight, but I think either way, still huge lead in the favor of Haha XD, right? They managed to take the dragon, they go 4-2 in the fight, and I think overall, oh wait, no, it's not 4-2, it's 3-2 in the fight, right? But overall, just really positive for them, right? In the end, they do manage to get a goal lead on the cannon as well, right? Cannon is one of those champions with a lead, and again, Blue Moon don't have a way to disengage from this cannon, this Wukong engage, right? They don't have a Janna, they don't have the Braum, and they don't have any champions that can, you know, just easily push them away. So the cannon being so fat here is going to translate directly into, you know, maybe a teamfight victory in the next Rift Herald, or until they are able to find some items like the Zhonya's Hourglass to sort of negate that burst damage.
So cannon is going to be a pretty big threat. First turret is actually going to go down in the bot lane for Blue Moon right now. We're just going to send Cannon over to clear this one out. Corky, however, getting caught out. Does manage to use the Valkyrie, as Wukong did not have the Cyclone for himself.
That was a package being used there. Now he won't have the package for this Rift Herald fight.
That's right, Wukong once again going in. He still has no ultimate, but the Braum ultimate is used for that knockup. That's going to be Vi instantly falling. Malphite flashing away right now, but Yin2 is going to be falling. The Unbreakable is blocking out a whole bunch of damage. And Yasuo once again with a 2-man knockup. He's going to use that last breath as well. The Wukong cycloning his way through the team, popping that Guardian Angel. It's only Corky left alive to do damage right now. And the Jin as well, who does get tagged up by the Braum. And the Braum even lives to add insult to injury. Kai'Sa picks up a double kill. And that right there is going to be a delayed ace.
I don't know if you realize, but that was a 4v5. Like, there wasn't even... The cannon wasn't even in the fight. He was just busy taking the bot lane tier 1 tower.
Yep.
And then, you know, the Vi and the Malphite just got caught out of position. And, you know, Braum there, just really key Unbreakable position, blocking out the Seraphine ultimate. And the team fight was just lost.
Yeah, and even Jin with the Guardian Angel as well. Now that cooldown is down, it is basically wasted on that fight. They really didn't get anything at all. That for Blue Moon, it's quite tough right now, the positions they get in.
I'm not sure how they're going to be able to come back from this, right? Because we did talk about this earlier in the game. They do have the composition that kind of needs to snowball first. Because if the Jin doesn't get a hit, right, he's never going to be in a position where he can really damage the Braum and the Yasuo, or the Kai'Sa even, without getting punished by the Wukong and the Cannon.
That's right. Yasuo has 2 stacks right now. Gathering Storm. Jin is gonna use that curtain call, but look at that! Braum right there just saying, you go ahead and hit me.
Nice damage,
Wow.
nice damage.
That's like what, like 50 damage? Insane right there. Yasuo and Braum are in the control game right now, just clearing out this wave. And really, you're right, the Jin can't really do anything right now from the position that he's in. And that's a huge problem.
I think the only thing that they can really do right now is to just wait for Corki and the Malphite to just hit their key items, so that, you know, if Malphite can sort of peel and tank for his team, then the Corki will be able to just, you know, we did see he is buying the mana mune, so his build is really going to be stunted until maybe 3-4 items even. So they really just have to hold on until that point.
And they hold on right now. Seraphine Ultimate actually used on that Wukong alone. And once again, that means that it's not going to be available for this next dragon fight.
Yeah, I think just really just a blunder there, because not having the Seraphine Ultimate just means, you know, a really huge team fight loss overall, because the champion, I mean, Seraphine just really revolves around her ultimate, and without that, you know, it's just so hard for her to operate in a team fight, especially with how long her cooldowns are for her skills.
Absolutely right, Wukong has begun to take the dragon right now, and the rest of Blue Moon are still in mid lane. Dragon is about 2,000 health by charging up the Vault Breaker, going in, gets knocked up over and over again. However, she's not going to be able to pick up that dragon. It's going to go to Yasuo, and Cannon with the slice, Maelstrom into the back line as well. The rest of the front line of Blue Moon is already dead, and Jin and Corki are forced to run away as quickly as they can to avoid dying.
I mean, it was a valiant attempt from the Vi, right? He did try to go in and steal the dragon, but I mean, the rest of his team was, you know, too far.
Wukong a little far forward there, my friend. You are ahead, but you're not that far ahead. Not
That
yet,
was a
at least.
little bit sus.
Yeah, kind of sus if you ask me. Not able to pick up the kill onto that Corki or the Jin, but they do manage to secure that mid lane outer turret.
Right, they get the dragon, they get the tower, basically everything that they wanted, right? Just a little bit of trading kills here and here and there, but doesn't matter. They're coming out 6,000 gold hit.
Absolutely right. Kaisa right now recalling for her Blade of the Rune King. Does have the Zhonya's as well to kind of defend against the engage that the Vi and the Malphite present.
Now, I think both teams need to be really wary of this Baron right now, because I think, you know, haha XD, they are actually in a position where they can just do the Baron right now and they won't even be able to get contested, right? Because they do have the Wind Wall, they have Unbreakable, and it's just going to be so hard for the side of Blue Moon to reach the back line, which is the Kaisa.
Absolutely. However, it looks like they're just going to be passing down towards that bot side instead. This Malphite is getting ignited, and Yasuo, good flash there, but it's still a flash that is used. It's pretty big. The rest of the Malphite's team are scrambling to the top side to help him out here, because he clearly cannot fight this Yasuo at this point in time.
Now the cannon does have teleport here, and we do see the Kaisa, the Braum, and the Wukong moving towards the mid lane, playing towards the Baron side. So it's a really scary position for Blue Moon, because the cannon easily shoves the wave, can teleport over, create a 5v4 situation, and it's just going to be Baron, and it's just going to be game over.
That's right, Cannon is just going to continue being that split pushing through. And this Yasuo right now, wow, look at that. Look at how scary that Cannon is. The moment he just lightning rushes forward, Corki's like, I'm out. I'm not even going to bother.
Instantly Valkyrie's away. Not even wanting to contest at all.
Absolutely right. And as I was saying, this Yasuo right now, he requires 2 or 3 people to be around his lane just to even have a chance of stopping him. Vi and Malphite are on their way.
Oh, are they looking for
Yeah, I
a
think they
2v1
might
here?
be looking for a 2v1 right now under their turret. Yasuo's going to get knocked back by the Vault Breaker. He flashes out, but the Unstoppable Force is available. Braum going to use the ultimate as well. And Yasuo coming out that Zhonya's Hourglass. He's able to use that last breath, and Vi instantly falls down. Malphite has found himself. He's the rock, but he's the one in that hard place as well. Meanwhile, Wukong is just going to be 1v2ing here. Going to take that Jin down to GA. Actually, he's not. He's the one who gets popped instead. That Seraphine mistiming the route, and that might cost them the kill. Jin is trying to chase. He flashes forward. This Wukong using that clone as well. And now it's going to be the Jin in trouble. The rest of the team has arrived. His GA is popped. And here comes the cannon. Here comes the slicing Maelstrom onto Seraphine. It's not going to be enough to take her out because of the flash, but Jin is going to fall. Seraphine, I don't know if she's going to be able to make it out. This one here, that route, she probably will be able to. But just look at the damage that's coming out right now from the side. Actually, they're just able to run rampant, and there's not much a Blue Moon can do about it.
I mean, overall, it was a nice try to catch the Yasuo, but you know, he was really smart in the itemization, buying the Zhonya's Aldras, waiting for his team to come over and help him, and you know, they just bought enough time, right? And in the mid lane, they tried to kill the Wukong 2v1, but a little bit of misplays there just led them to not be able to pick up the kill, and their team just came over, converged, and just, you know, just helped out the Wukong, being able to win the team fight, and now convert that over into an Infernal Dragon.
So the Inferno and the Baron are up right now. I haven't seen too much of emphasis on the Baron from either side. They do give the blue buff over to the Seraphine on the side of Blue Moon. But the Braum has begun to clear out vision right now. And the priority is Malphite. Once again being forced to flash defensively. Curtain Call will be used, but that wind wall just absolutely nullifies it. They are
Unbreakable.
Yeah, Unbreakable gonna block that one up, but the Malphite with 2-man Unstoppable Force. Braum is gonna be the first one to fall, but the team fight has begun. Kaisa is doing a lot of damage. Infernal Dragon will go down to the side of Blue Moon, but the rest of Blue Moon are gonna be falling to Haha XD. So who really wants this team fight? Haha XD, they pick themselves up the ace.
I think it was a really good attempt because we did see how their composition was supposed to work, right? The Malphite and the Vi going in with the Seraphine ultimate behind. But of course, you know, with the Yasuo, with the Braum, it's just so hard for them to get through not only the tank members, which is the Wukong and the Braum, but just how can they layer the CC when the wind wall is just blocking all the damage, the Braum just blocking the Seraphine ultimate. I think this is just going to be, you know, tier 3 tower into a reset, into Baron, and it's going to be a third game and a 2-1 victory for the side of Haha XD.
That's right, that's what happens, and really in that team fight there, the Braum just soaking up so much, as you mentioned, soaking up the Seraphine ultimate, and also the Unstoppable Force. That means that there was really nothing left for the side of Blue Moon to use against Haha XD, and that just allowed the Kaiser to just run in and basically destroy everyone, and that's the problem here. There's just a lot of damage in general on the side of Haha XD, who do actually give up the priority on the Baron right now. Kaisa did recall. Porky is hanging around there.
I mean, the saving grace is that it does make it slightly easier for them to steal the Baron, right? Because they are on the red side of the map, so the Vi can easily just queue over the wall, right? And you know, just be in a position to steal Baron. And it's good that they do have the Scuttle Crab, so they do know even if their wards are cleared. So as long as they just don't take any team fights, just scale, wait for the Corki get his items, right? Let Vi try and steal the Baron. I think they'll be in an okay position to maybe try and come back into this game.
That's right, it's a tough position, but it is the only option available to them. They are at the very least still able to clear out the mid waves and try to secure some priority for themselves to walk in and at least get some vision of the pit to help the Vi to steal. But for now, they're sending 3 members top lane to clear out their wave. I don't think that's necessary. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now they're just in a really, you know, just panic mode, right? Because it is the last game of the best of 3 series, and right now they are so far behind that all they need to do is just be on the Baron side, because if, you know, Haha XD, they do get the Baron, it's just going to be game over instantly.
Corki and Jin are caught out. Those are the 2 carries. Corki instantly getting last breath with the killer instincts as well. Goes down. It's going to be a teleporting from Malphite, who has to flash away defensively for the 3rd time. But is it going to be enough at all? He is pretty tanky. But that Jin taking so much damage. Seraphine ultimate comes out, catches 3. That's gonna be the Malphite ultimate as well onto the Yasuo. The Jin firing in his ultimate, but Vi is gonna fall. Kennen walking away with a sliver of health. The health bars are actually pretty low. Yasuo in that Guardian Angel right now. Wukong making a desperate dive onto the Jin, who is still alive. Will Wukong be able to survive Seraphine? Not enough damage to find that kill. In fact, the Malphite bowling ball, it's not gonna find enough damage, but at the very least, they were able to stave off that assault. It's going to be a 2-for-1. But if you look at the health bars right now on Haha XD, that was not an easy fight.
That was a really, really close fight, right? I think that was the best possible position that Blue Moon could have hoped for, because, you know, Braum, Unbreakable was down, Windwall was down, multi-man Seraphine ultimate, and there was just so much value from the Seraphine there. It's just that a little bit misplayed from the side of Blue Moon, right, some of the key ultimates didn't hit more people, and of course, for the side of Haha XD, they kind of overstepped, right, because they were fighting in the enemy's base. You know, the Nexus turret just does so much damage in their position, so I mean, if they just calm themselves down, focus on objectives, I think the game will be just easily over.
That's right, and that's what they're doing right now, putting a focus on this Elder Dragon.
Oh.
This Jin once again getting caught out, but the Yasuo is not in range to use that ultimate. This time, is he? Yes, he is. That's going to be Jin instantly deleted. Now, this Yasuo is on the Seraphine. Oh no, he's on the Corki, and that's going to be a double kill. Malphite, unstoppable force, but it's too little, too late. It's going to be a triple kill for the Yasuo. Can he find any more? Kaisa is going to pick up that Seraphine after a bit of a chase, but that is going to be Hahaha XD. They're going to secure themselves the third win, the second win of this BO3 series, and they're going to advance to the next round. Congratulations to them.
I mean, I think overall, it was just a strong showing from Haha XD, right? They showed how their aggressive playstyle, you know, they just understand where they need to be, as well as how they can use their champions, you know, to punish, obviously, the misstepping from Blue Moon, but not only that, how their champions just synergize so well together, and, you know, the synergy as a team, right? They're always on the same page, because even if we get caught out, right, the team from either the mid lane, they have the priority, they can move over first, and they can help each other out.
Yeah, man, I think that's really the trend of the winning team so far, that they're able to communicate what they want to each other, and they're able to execute as a team instead of as 5 individuals running around trying to be a team. So props to them, of course, for that. They'll be moving on to the next round. Let's just take a look a bit here at the stats that we have. I mean, the damage coming out mainly from the Yasuo and the Kaisa. Actually, it's a pretty fair spread right here for 4 members, of course, other than Yasuo, who did a fair amount more than the rest of his team.
I mean, on the side of Blue Moon, right, the Vi, they're barely 4,000 damage. And
Yeah.
interestingly enough, right, the support Seraphine here actually topping like almost the top of the damage charts, which is pretty interesting, right? It's just she was just picked in a situation where it was so hard for her to impact the game because of the Braum as well as the Yasuo, you know, blocking all her ultimates, and you know, facing against the Wukong cannon combo. It's just so hard for immobile mage like Seraphine to play the game.
Yep, that's right. And with that, we will be headed for a short break before we move on to the next round. See you guys then. Hello there, everyone, and welcome back to the FSL Wild Rift Open. Of course, sponsored by our lovely sponsors Yahoo and Intel. I'm Dread Escape Artist Peters, and this is GLACEOX, and we are going to be bringing you into the third game now, which is, I believe, Alliance FE Gaming going up against... Alliance E Gaming FE going up against Moonlight.
Now, we are in the Champions League. We do see, nice Katarina pick here. I think the first that we've seen so far. Also, interestingly enough, there's going to be Olaf and a Garen, right? We haven't seen those yet. Again, Malphite and Akali were banned for the side of Alliance E Gaming FE. So, if they really want a tank, I mean, Garen is that go-to tank, going to be responded here by a Gragas, I believe. Now, they do have the Seraphine on the side of Alliance E Gaming. So, they did take away the Braum for themselves. So, they are in a position where there really isn't anybody to sort of counter the Seraphine ultimate. I really do like the composition for Alliance E Gaming FE, right? I feel their composition is very safe, right? They have the Braum, they have the Seraphine, even the Gragas stop, which I assume is going tank as a form of peel, right? Although the Olaf is a little bit iffy, I think he does work as another front line and is able to peel for the Seraphine and the Kai'Sa. On the other side, now Moonlight, I think it heavily depends on the Xayah as well as Katarina to really pop off in the early game and get those leads. If not, it's just going to be really hard for them to fight the late game potential of the Seraphine and the Kai'Sa Braum.
And that's right, it's going to be a Xayah Rakan bottom lane right now. It's something that we haven't seen yet today. We did see Rakan earlier, but this is going to be the first Xayah of today. Xayah, of course, a very strong AD carry, but not exactly picked to the likes of Kai'Sa. But what's your opinion of this bot lane matchup right now?
Now, I do believe Xayah Rakan are a winning duo against the likes of the Kai'Sa Braum. Because, Rakan does outrange the Braum. He's able to poke and heal and sustain. And Xayah also does have access to such poke, right? And not only that, they do have options to engage as well. So they are very versatile, whereas the Braum and the Kai'Sa are only stuck into playing a single lane matchup, right? They can only go forward or just like kite back, but they can't poke, they can't sustain. So we do see a little bit of an invade though.
That's right, they have 4 members and they're just gonna run
they didn't
past each other. Yeah, I don't think they were spotted out there.
Okay.
Way further in and hello. I think Vi saw that and I don't think this is a good idea, Vi.
Did he not?
Okay, Vault Breaker actually charged up.
We do see the Rakan in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think they're just gonna give up this raid right now to the Olaf, and now as a 4-man kind of goon squad.
Okay, Vi going straight to the enemy blue.
That's right, Vi actually is the one who's moving back. I don't know if this is spotted out just yet, but Seraphine will check it out. Kai'Sa will drop their ward as well. Now what can they do?
Oh no, this is looking really
get that blue buff. Vi managed to get the blue buff. Garen flashing away, and now Rakan flashing away as well. You know what? This is the kind of thing where you type in all chat worth. They got
that was
not the best, but hey, they got the blue, I guess.
Right. I mean, at the end, we do see the gold is sort of even, but they are trading a blue buff for red buff. And not only that, Olaf did manage to get the Crux Cam from the Vi, so they do come out slightly ahead.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that 3 flashes were used as well in that entire ordeal.
So, I mean, as long as they don't get punished, right, for missing these summoners, I think all will be fine. But of course, if we do see the Braum and the Kai'Sa, interesting enough, this is a lane swap, right? Which Riot did try to patch out, but of course, competitively, if you try hard enough, anything is possible.
Absolutely.
So, 3-man is going to be in the mid lane here. The Xayah walking up to match the Kai'Sa in the top lane.
But yeah, Olaf though, he's trying to contest on that Scuttle Crab. But the Gragas damage there, that's pretty insane.
The Garen is still level 2.
Yeah, Garen is still level 2, that's right. Vi dropping very low as well. Is able to Vault Breaker out there. But wow.
I mean, they do manage to get a Scuttle Crab at the cost of nothing much actually. I don't think much was burned as well, right? The Garen already did not have a splash. So it's just going to be a Scuttle Crab win for the side of Moonlight. But the thing that, what I wanted to highlight earlier was that we do see how the lack of engage on the side of Alliance E Gaming FE is sort of affecting their early game contests. right? Because if they had like an Alistar, for example, or like a Wukong, you know, they would be able to get on top of the enemy. But you know, missing that key engage potential just made them unable to sort of contest that scuttle. And not only that, they had a chance to kill them, right? But missing, you know, they're greedy with the summoners, and not only that, they don't have any innate engage potential.
Yeah, that's right. And not to mention the fact that this Garen is like 1.5 levels down. Gragas is gonna hit level 5 and have his ultimate. Garen, meanwhile, he's only level 3, so things not looking very good right now in the bottom side of the map for Moonlight at this point. Oh, Gragas is gonna get spun
Yeah,
on.
both level 3.
Yeah, there's not too much that they can do except just poke him out a bit and remind him that they still exist, I guess.
I mean, if we do look at the gold, right? Alliance E-Gaming FE, they are up about maybe 500-600 gold just from farming itself, right? So we do see the effects of this, how this lane swap really, you know, sort of boosted them in the early game, right? Compared to if they had maybe gone with the normal laning phase, the Kai'Sa bomb might have fallen quite far behind the Zyra Khan, right? If we consider a standard 2v2.
Katarina just showing her face at the top side there, I guess, to try to ensure that this Zyra can get a push in.
Yeah,
They are gonna make their first recalls.
gonna be recalling for this Ocean Dragon, if I'm not mistaken, but they are gonna be there late. So
The dragon has spawned.
Yeah, Kai'Sa is actually gonna be there first, and in fact, Katarina didn't even make a recall.
right,
She's still sitting
on that long sword.
Yeah, sitting on that long sword with a lot of gold. She is level 6 right now, but I think it's probably the best to make a recall right now, Katarina.
I mean, is both teams just hovering around Dragon? Both look very hesitant to actually start it. I mean, if you were Alliance E-Gaming FE at this point in time, I think if you saw how far you were ahead, right, not just in gold but in items as well, right? Because if they saw that Katarina only having the longsword, of course, for the side of Moonlight, they do have the Blade of the Ruined King completed on the Zyra, so it is side. Oh,
She ignited? Okay. I didn't want to say anything because I was like, she can't possibly do anything with a longsword, and I was absolutely right. She just jumps in and uses the ignite to kind of, I guess, scare the Seraphine, but she still is sitting on that longsword right now.
Dragon gonna reset though.
Yeah, Dragon.
I mean, at least she didn't use her ultimate, right? It was
Okay,
still, yeah,
Fair
it
enough.
wasn't the worst. Maybe it was a misclick.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, Katarina is moving down
Oh.
though, and the engage coming out of the card is gonna miss that one, but health bars are starting to drop lower and lower. Katarina is using the ultimate, but she's just gonna get knocked straight in. It's gonna be Garrett who falls down for first blood. And the Seraphine ultimate is gonna tag up all 3 of them. Absolutely massive stuff right there. Katarina forced to run away. Xayah was actually able to find one back onto the Olaf, but Kai'Sa in turn avenging her teammate. That's gonna be the Ocean Dragon going down for the side of Alliance E-Gaming FE.
I mean, I think overall it was a nice try, definitely, but the Katarina missing her items was just not able to provide any damage in that situation, because that was the right idea, right? The Vi and the Rakan with that strong engage and no counterplay potential, right? Because they just went onto the Kai'Sa, but they did not have the damage to just instantly one-shot her. And the Braum and the Gragas just had so much peel, and I don't know, it was just so hard for them to be able to just control the team fight, especially when they were so far down in terms of power and items.
Absolutely, and it's just kind of little macro mistakes that can really cost you there, because sure, Katarina was able to channel her ultimate, but with one longsword really, versus if she had that complete Hextech Gunblade that she has now, the amount of damage she could have done, the difference it could have made, and for such a simple thing. But now, there's no time to talk about that because there's a fight, and it's gonna be Rakan that's dropping pretty low.
Oh, is he going to fall to the ignite?
Yeah, he's not gonna fall to the ignite, but the Rift Herald will go over. Oh, it's actually Seraphine that is taken down, but oh, Vi with the Guardian Angel. Yeah, I don't think she's gonna be making out of that one. Rakan is pretty low as well. Let's see if anything else happens. Katarina, they're channeling a Death Lotus, but she is promptly interrupted by a very nice ultimate from the Braum, and that means that Olaf is gonna pick a double kill up for himself.
I mean, I think overall, still going to be a huge W for the side of Alliance E-Gaming FE. Right, they managed to secure the Rift Herald. They get 2 kills. The Seraphine dying there on the back end was a little bit unfortunate. Right, slightly out of position, getting caught out by the Katarina. But, you know, overall, just going to be a huge tempo swing into the side of Alliance.
And not only that, but I believe it was a 4v5 because the Gragas was just free pushing on the bot lane, and he was able to pick up that turret.
So now, what will Moonlight do, because like we said earlier, their composition is very hard to play against against Alliance's one, because first of all, you know, they scale so much better. The Seraphine, the Braum, the Gragas, and the Kai'Sa all scale so much stronger than the likes of, you know, Katarina, the Vi, as well as the Xayah. So I feel like it's going to be very hard, considering that they were supposed to win this early game, right? But when they fall behind, now they just have to wait for Alliance E-Gaming FE to throw it back in their favor.
Yeah, this is becoming a trend today where teams pick early game compositions and then they are unable to perform and they end up actually losing out the early game, and then it just really becomes very tough for them to come back. We're seeing that again. Olaf is, yeah, he's just gonna face check that one because he's pretty strong right now, especially when he has the Ragnarok. He'll be just fine. Three-man rotate to the mid lane. Olaf does have that Rift Herald. Not sure if they want to use it. Yep, they do use it right about now.
I mean, this is the sort of side effect of having Katarina, right? You don't have the mage that you need to wave clear, so they have to really rely on the Xayah to wave clear this. But, you know, the amount... Oh, okay, no, there's not going to be any engage. Well, the Rift Herald doesn't... Oh.
Okay, that's interesting.
I mean, they do chunk out the Rakan, and maybe they do get this tower, right? Because the Xayah does need to go up to the top lane to sort of help the Katarina in this 1v1.
Oh boy. That right there is not a good look for Katarina. Having to flash away from the Kai'Sa. Yeah, that's definitely very rough right now. They are really being pulled all across the map. Moonlight are not having a good day.
I mean, but for the side of Alliance E-Gaming FE though, they're really happy. Like, they get a free mid tower, they burn the flash or Katarina, their top tower stays alive, their bot tower stays alive. So now they're just going to be looking for this Cloud Dragon. And interestingly enough, we do see the Xayah stays top lane. So it does mean that Moonlight do understand, okay, I think it's going to be very hard for us to for us to win this dragon fight. So maybe we just get a little bit of farm. If they take the dragon, it's okay.
Yeah, that's right. Alliance E-Gaming FE are positioned around that dragon right now, and they're going to be starting it up. Looks like there is no contest, and it looks like it's a decisive call. I say that, but the Vi is just coming in right now. I tell an absolute lie. I've cursed this team. Vi is just going to be going down. And again, this is the thing that we talked about earlier, where the teams cannot seem to come to a concrete decision on whether, hey, either A, we contest and we try to fight, or B, we don't, because that right there looked rather indecisive. It looked like, hey, you know, let's go in, but our Xayah is in the top lane, so what do we do? And then they just end up falling.
Right, I think a little bit of, not a little bit, but quite a lot of indecision that has been shown here. I think they're a little bit confused, right? Because their composition is one that they are maybe more used to when playing from ahead. So we see a lot of teams, especially the games that we have seen before, where they're just really indecisive and don't know how to play from behind. Oh,
bit of a fight here. Braum forced to flash away the assault, and Battery is going to land onto that Kai'Sa, who flashes out as well. Now Rakan is the one who gets chunked. He gets stunned up by the Braum passive, and Olaf is just, again, just running straight in. He is that fed Viking right now. He does get popped in a Guardian Angel, and so does the Vive. Garen teleporting in, but really what can he do? Spin, lands at the Massive Justice, but not enough damage to find that kill. Now Gragas has teleported up as well. He's here. Happy Hour is incoming, and he just lands that Body Slam straight onto the Xayah. He has the ultimate, I believe. Oh, he doesn't, but he doesn't need to use it actually, because it's going to be the Killer Instincts that secures that kill for the Kai'Sa.
No, I think that was just really easy rotation for the side of Alliance E-Gaming FE, right? They get the Cloud Dragon, they push out the mid lane, and they rotate towards the top side to get the free tower. And, you know, being so behind that they are, Moonlight tried to contest for the tier 1 turret, but they just went too far in, and they just got punished. They lost the tower, they lost kills, and overall just falling way further behind. 10,000 gold lead right now for the side of Alliance E-Gaming FE.
If that's right, it's nothing that they cannot come back from, but it's still going to be pretty tough for them. The Baron has spawned right now. It's been up for a little bit. The Moonlight attempts to kind of reset a little bit and spend some of the money that they do have. They are not too far behind. The main difference, of course, is in the jungle, where we see a nearly 4,000 gold difference between this Olaf and this Vi.
Now, I think this is... Oh, I mean the Seraphine still gets. Ooh.
Okay, Seraphine actually getting caught up by the Vi right there, forced the flash away, but Vi taking so much damage in return, nearly falls.
Ooh.
In fact, that is...
I think that was
Yeah.
really lucky. If he died there, it might have converted into a Baron capture because, you know, without the smite of the jungler, there's just no way for them to be able to steal this Baron. Now, side of Alliance E-Gaming FE going to be playing around the Baron side here, controlling a little bit of the vision. But nothing much that's going to happen. I think right now, both teams are just waiting for the next dragon, which is going to be the Inferno Dragon. Probably the best dragon in the game at the moment. Trying to catch out the Garen here in the top lane, maybe?
I think they just...
Or they don't see him.
Yeah, they don't see. He managed to get out of that one just fine. But they're just going to continue to take farm away and continue to get prio and wards in the enemy's jungle. There are pings on the dragon right now. It's nowhere near to being up, but sending both the Katarina and the Xayah to the same lane. I don't know if that's the best lane assignment.
I mean, right now I think the fact that they see Katarina bot lane, they could actually easily just start the Baron because Katarina would have to run from all the way from bot lane to the Baron Nashor itself, right? But we do see some blue pings coming out onto the Inferno Dragon now. Both teams don't want to take the risk and flip it at the Baron, which, you know, respectable decision. Just going to take the easy, convenient win, which is going to be the Inferno Dragon here. I don't think Moonlight are going to be able to contest in any way at all, right? Being so far behind in gold.
And that's right, and hopefully they know that and they are able to make a decisive call about that one because we saw what happened the previous time. Keep your eyes on the Vi right now. The Garen is in the top lane, but this Vi is going to get caught off. Able to Vault Breaker out. The Braum Winter's Bite is not going to land, but that means that they've given up all control of the river and now they must walk through that little choke there where Seraphine can just land a beautiful ultimate should they choose to stay. And they're going in, but they just go straight into a Glacial Fissure and they instantly get deleted. Vi is able to steal the Dragon Butt, and what cost Kaisa is just tearing through her opponents right now, and so is the Olaf. He is godlike. Katarina is like, hey guys, what happened? Everyone's dead. What's going on?
I mean, that was definitely like not. It's not a hashtag worth moment for sure. Like they do get the Inferno Dragon, but you know, even if the Vi was the only person to die, they would have just instantly converted into a Baron capture. So I think not the most optimal decision making there, especially because the Katarina wasn't in position to, you know, help out in the team fight. So overall, just really hard for them to, you know, just play the game itself, right? Because like we said earlier, if they don't snowball in the early game, once the Seraphine and the Braum and Gregor scale, it's going to be so hard for the Katarina to be able to impact these team fights. And not just that, right? The Xayah has to go through, you know, not like this Randuin's Braum, as well as the Olaf and this like fat Gregors.
Absolutely, and we saw what happened to the engage there, the Rakan and the Vi just running straight into a Glacial Fissure where they just got knocked up and they just got crowd controlled to death. They really couldn't do much to get onto the Kaisa at all, and that is a very big problem for them right now, especially now that the opponents have the Baron buff. Moonlight are really on the back foot. They really need to find a way back into this game, or they need to start thinking about their next game.
Yeah, I think at this point in time, right, we have been seeing this as a trend. I think game ones are usually very one-sided.
Oh my lord, that is insane damage right there. The Seraphine ultimate is going to clean up that Rakan right there. Vi is running away for her dear life right now, surviving with about 200 health. But the rest of the team is just pushing all over the map really for the side of Alliance. Gaming FE, they're gonna be able to easily clean out this turret, and they might even.
Oh, Garen flank.
Garen flank, but
there's no flank anymore.
I mean, he comes in, he spins, but really nothing's happening, and this Olaf is just once again taking out this Xayah. Yeah, and that's a problem right now because no one can match this Olaf, no one can match this 3-man siege, and no one can match the Gragas in bot lane. So realistically, what can you do about this? There is a huge wave in top lane and in mid lane as well, and I believe that means that this is the last stand, and Vi just tries her very best, but it's just not gonna be enough. And Alliance, FE, E-Gaming, they pick up game 1 of the series.
I mean, I think overall, right, it's just rather than the previous games where we saw teams played more of a wombo combo style, we do see that Alliance E-Gaming FE, right, they play a more safer style with a kite back composition, and you know, they just played it well, right? They played it safe, they didn't overextend, they take early fights where they knew that they could win, And once they got the early lead, right, as long as they outskilled the opponent, they didn't make any stupid mistakes. They were just in a really, really good position overall.
Yeah, and this is really sad, but the Katarina pick did less damage than the Braum. That is, I don't know. Maybe they want to rethink this Katarina pick. Maybe they want to pick something more safer and more conventional, just another control mage in the mid lane. But this is obviously a very convincing show right now from Team Alliance E-Gaming FE.
I think from the side of Moonlight, rather than the draft being the issue, right, I feel like they had definitely some communication errors that they had to fix, right? Because there was a lot of indecision, and some of the lane assignments didn't make sense with how they were going about the game. Well, of course, I think if they want to look to make this game 2 going to be closer or have the chance to win the series, they definitely have to pick themselves back up, right? The mental game is definitely the most important here. Getting smashed in the best of 3, first game is, it can happen. So we'll have to see what is the adaptation that they make to fix some of these comms errors, or how they want to change the draft to fit more of their playstyle.
Yep, that's right. We will have to see that for us. Now we're going to be going for a short break, but we'll be back for game 2 of the series. Stay tuned. Hello there everyone and welcome back to the FSL Wild Rift Open. We are here for game 2 of this best of 3 series. We've got Alliance E-Gaming FE going up against Moonlight, and we are already in the middle of the draft right now. Alliance have opted to ban out the Braum and the Akali, and Moonlight decided to ban out Gragas as well as Ziggs.
Now, interestingly enough, we do see Alistar being the first pick here, answered by the Janna Ahri. I think Janna historically is considered a counter to Alistar, but in the lane, it is sort of a skill matchup, right, where you can cancel his first and second skill combo with your Tornado. But obviously, I think even in the team fight as well, your Monsoon just so much healing and so much disengage against the likes of the Alistar.
Yeah, and against the likes of the Malphite as well as the Zed. really to help to peel for your key carries. Ari as well, something that we haven't seen at all today. We did see it be picked once, I believe, or was it banned?
It was banned.
Once, yeah, it was banned once. Other than that, really, we haven't seen it. And Lee Sin as well being picked up over on the side of Alliance, I believe.
Now,
Or
I
Moonlight.
think on the side of Alliance e-gaming FE here, they do kind of need to pick some form of AD or physical damage because their team has a lot of magic damage. And, you know, for the side of Moonlight, they do have many tanks, right? They have the Alistar and the Malphite, so they are opting into the Darius here. Good, very, very good matchup into the Malphite, right? Easily one of the strongest laning champions right now in the game. Sending the Mundo into the jungle here, which, you know, into Lee Sin isn't the best, but as long as no shenanigans happen, no invades happen, the Mundo will be happily scaling.
That's right. I believe Mundo did receive a bit of a nerf in the form of the nerf to the Sunfire in 2.2a, where they lowered the damage that it can do. So he's really looking to be more of a tank than anything else at this point in time. But judging by these team comms here and seeing these new champions, who do you think has the upper hand?
I would say it's still going to be similar to the last game, right? Where, you know, on the side of Moonlight, right, they really have the responsibility to get ahead in the game. You know, they are running the Alistar, the Malphite Kaisa, as well as Zed, right? The Zed Lee Sin, you know, strong early game champions that really, really want to get ahead early on. Because later on in the game, you know, Zhonya's in this game is so accessible by everyone. The Zed is just going to be having such a hard time to be picking anybody off. As well as not to mention, you know, the Janna. Oh, if you realize something, Janna actually has Smite here.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Looking for some sort of cheese. Pulling out a cheese here. I'm not sure if they needed to pull out this cheese, but oh.
Yeah, it looks like there might be a read on that, though Malphite is actually just going to get poked out a little bit. But they're walking in to just place a ward.
I mean, oh, 3 wards already placed onto the enemy top side, blue buff here. I'm looking to see what this smite is actually supposed to accomplish. I think they're looking to double jungle actually, to prevent the Lee Sin from being able to punish the Mundo, I assume.
I don't know, she used her smite to, I guess, help to leash. In fact, both of them used their smite. Oh my lord. If he landed that right there, they have no smite. Okay, Mundo's able to take that one.
Oh my goodness, that was so close.
Yeah. That was ridiculously close. Now they need to back out of this one. Darius is walking in. He is level 2, but he's not going to be able to find any pull. But still, interestingly, they both used their smites very early on onto the camp.
Right. I mean, I think overall, they were pretty lucky with that for sure. But we do see the Mundo is going to be quite far ahead because he's already done 2 camps. The Lee Sin has barely even like halfway through his blue buff probably. So really, oh, he just finished it.
Yep.
Really slow clear speed for him.
Yeah, and they know about it because of all the wards that they have in the jungle right there on the top side. Mundo can very clearly go down bot, and he knows that there'll be no contest for this Scuttle Crab at all. And in fact, yeah, you're right, it is a double jungle. Janna does smite that Scuttle Crab just to help them take it a little faster, and now it looks like they're going to be pathing towards the mid lane.
Oh, going for the double scuttle here. Maybe this is why they decided to go for the double jungle, because it really starves out the Lee Sin. Okay.
Oh no, that's not good right there. The Deer's taking a bunch of damage, but Mundo securing that, and you're absolutely right. Starving out the Lee Sin there.
Level 4 to the level 2 of the Lee Sin.
Absolutely, that is the thing that this Janna has been able to do with this smite and the boot start as well, just to help her to kind of roam around. Now she's moving down towards her bot lane finally. But the thing is that Alistar can't really respond to it because he doesn't have smite. He can't help his jungler out as much as the Janna can.
Oh, looks like it's going to be a topside gank here. The Darius
Yep.
does
Ooh,
not have
Darius.
flash.
Yeah, he actually goes down to first blood. Mundo should be able to clean this one up, but underestimating the damage on Malphite. He actually manages to flash out and he lives. That is disaster right there in the top lane.
Oh my, I think that was really, you know, not calculated there. But I mean, overall, positive thing happening for Moonlight, right? Because they were a little bit down in gold. You see, they got the first blood, but they're even in gold, you know. So the Malphite there really pulling the weight back for his team. And then, you know, we will see how this double jungle really affects the game itself. Because, you know, look at the amount of gold that Janna really has. somehow she's able to keep up with the Alistar despite the fact that, you know, if you take Smite, you are going to receive lesser gold, lesser EXP from minions. So their gamble has really just paid off. Oh,
Wow.
that was a little bit weird.
Yeah, a bit of a frame issue there on our end. I was holding my breath to see what was going to happen, but it looks like nothing too much is happening. Just a little bit of a show of force in the bottom lane right now. Moonlight have decided to do. And they're actually keeping their Zed here, and the Alistar is the one who's rotated to mid. If you keep your eyes on the map there, you'll see that Malphite has walked down as well. The dragon is spawning in 18 seconds, and Malphite does have the ultimate for himself.
Now both teams here are going to be playing around. Oh, the small Krugs, they're going to be stopping the Lee Sin recall, which is going to be crucial here because he's not going to make it in time for the dragon, right? The Mundo is going to be way faster because of that.
Yeah. But I mean, to me, my question is, why is the Alistar been in mid for like 1 minute? They're just absorbing all the solo experience and the gold as well, when that could be placed on, well, anyone else. Oh, and he's gonna get caught out as well. I believe he has the ultimate, which is gonna pop as well as the flash. That's a nice 3-man knock up there. And Malphite going in as well, but where is the damage? Where's the follow-up? There it is. It's coming down right there. Mundo is gonna fall. Lee Sin is just gonna kick that Darius away, but Ari is taken out too. Now Darius in with the re-engage. Lee Sin, he's gonna bleed to death for sure. It's gonna be Corki actually. Then Valkyrie's here to take him out. Now Kaisa is in a spot of trouble with the Zed, and he's able to make it out alive. Zed without any energy cannot throw anything back at the enemy team. And for now, Alliance, E-Gaming, FE have won that little skirmish.
I mean, I think overall that was just actually a really, really good start for the side of Moonlight. It's just that right after they layered their CC, they were so split on the target selection that they didn't manage to actually lock down anybody and kill them. Oh.
Yep, Alistar this time, he does not have the Unbreakable Will. The Monsoon is going to be popped for the extra heal as well. I believe that was an early smite, and that means that Lee Sin can come in and steal that one. Now the fight has broken out once again. Frames are dropping. I don't know what's happening, but so are the health bars. It's going to be a double kill for Malphite for now. Rampage for him. He's doing a lot. Alistar has fallen as well.
Kaisa's so low here. I mean, Moonlight was really, really, really fortunate there because the Mundo smited way too early. And you know, the Janna, they had the double smite, but the Janna didn't have his smite up. So it ended up the dragon going in favor of Moonlight, and they did pick up a lot of key kills. And if you notice, right, the Malphite is going full AP, so he is going to have a lot of effectiveness, especially against the squishies like the Ari, the Corki, as well as the Janna.
Again, same question. Why is this Alistar still in the mid lane? Why is he why has he had so many resources? Why is it Zed is the one who's walking up here instead of the Alistar? I don't know.
Yeah,
it's just kind of odd.
Funneling the cow.
Funneling the cow for some weird reason, right? I don't understand that, but they do have the priority on the Rift Herald for now. They're gonna be sending the Zed up to the top lane, rotating Mundo up as well, and they're just gonna let Darius cover the mid lane.
Now both teams here sending their dual lane into the top side of the map, going to be playing for this Rift Herald. Going to be really curious to see. I mean, right now Malphite did recall and pick up a teleport, so it is really good for him, right? Because he's able to shove out the bot wave and TP there if he needs to. So right now Moonlight should just play it slow. Or early teleport going to be coming in, looking for a flank here.
Okay. He can potentially 5-3, but he's walking the wrong way. He's just going to walk out of that one. Decides against challenging those 3 members of Moonlight, of Alliance E-Gaming. I mean, for now. This Alistar, however, is going to take a lot of damage. The Unbreakable Will is popped as well as the Gargoyle Stoneblade. Zed is jumping in on the Corki, but it's not going to be enough damage. Meanwhile, the Rift Herald getting stolen away by the Mundo. What can this Malphite do about this? He is full AP. He had used his ultimate as well. This Kaisa now flashing into the middle of 3 members. That right there is, as you would say, an alpha move. And Malphite flashing straight back in the ground pound. But the Ari with the stopwatch is able to find the shutdown and is able to live as well.
That was really, really, really sick outplay there from the Ari. I think the Zonias there coming in real clutch. I mean, just paying dividends, right? Because she knew that the only way she would die is against the Zed, and buying that Zonias just instantly negated one of the targets that the Zed could go on. So the moment that Corki buys that Zonias as well, it's going to be so hard for the Zed to play the game. Which is what we talked about earlier. If they are unable to get an early lead in the game, and we can see the Zed is about 1,500 gold behind the Ari here. I mean, of course, the Zed has been spending a lot of time not in the lane itself, so that might be one of the reasons why You can see the Zed is kind of roaming again.
Yeah, I think it's just roaming at the improper times, really. When there are minions in the lane, he is not there. And when there are no minions, he is just there to stand around. But
Oh,
this Corki is
nice trade.
pretty much online, really, with that Triple T Force as well as the BF Sword, doing a fair amount of damage. But it looks like Alistar might be in a bit of a spot right now. Lee Sin is able to get the Scarlet Crab and get the Alistar out as well.
Right. I think an important thing to highlight here is that the gold is pretty even between the both teams, right? But the most important thing is whether... Oh, hold on.
Yep,
Oh,
Zed.
nice trade there onto the Zed.
That's not even a trade. Zed didn't even fire anything back at all. He couldn't. He didn't have a chance to do so. That's a good amount of damage being landed onto him. And the dragon is coming up in 13 seconds.
Yeah. What I wanted to say earlier was that the people that have the gold on Alliance E-Gaming FE are the Corki and the Ahri, right? Which are the carries of the team. Whereas, you know, on the other side of Moonlight, it is the Malphite and the Kai'Sa. The Malphite not really having as much effectiveness as well as the fact that, you know, Ahri, Corki are just so mobile. It's going to be so hard to lock down both of them at the same time.
Rift Herald is summoned in the bottom lane as the dragon is started up by the side of Moonlight.
Oh, is this just going to be given over?
Yeah, looks like it. Looks like there might be a fight afterwards though. The Mundo getting knocked up a fair amount and this Malphite taking a lot of damage as well. Beautiful Jetta Tornado there for a clean disengage. And honestly, that was the most decisive, I guess, gift of Dragon I've seen so far today, where they actually didn't fully commit and they were able to get out alive.
I mean, I'm not sure if that was really worth, right? Because we did see the Malphite lose. Oh,
Okay, Ahri getting caught out here. Spirit Rush is used as well, just to be able to build enough space. Does not find the Orb of Deception back onto the Alistar, but that's going to be a flash down for the Ahri. Wait, no, she didn't flash. That
No,
was the
it's
Alistar flash.
yeah,
My
Alistar
bad there.
flash.
The Ahri used the Spirit Rush.
Okay, so I mean, I don't know how valuable that was because we did see the Malphite was really far ahead of the Darius, right? So I think there was no point in time where Darius could actually contest the Malphite, but giving that top tier 1 tower to the Darius and allowing the Malphite to, you know, fall a little bit behind because he had to miss a lot of CS on the top side. So now they are both relatively even in gold, where I think after this recall, Darius should be able to contest him in the side lane. So really have to see how this Malphite is going to be able to impact team fights. He is buying a Guardian Angel, it seems like, second item, which is a little bit awkward.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay. Awkward as it may be, he's managed to find a whole bunch of damage onto that Darius with his ultimate there, and he's able to find that solo kill. He's now an unstoppable Malphite with the unstoppable force.
I think that was just really awkward because the Darius had so much gold in his inventory, right? But he didn't recall because the Malphite was constantly pressuring him and he was too greedy. He didn't want to give up that minion wave and he just ended up getting punished.
Yep, that's right. Even though Malphite may be buying a Guardian Angel, he still has that Luden's Echo, and you still have to respect that damage, especially when you don't have a single item as the Darius did not have. Zed is going back down to bot lane to actually split push this, and I think this is good compared to what he's been doing otherwise, when he's just been running around to the point that there's now a 2,000 gold deficit between him and the Ahri.
Right, and I mean, we also, if we do look at the items, basically on everyone, right, a lot of them are all hitting their 2-item spikes, right? We do see the Mundo with his Sunfire Spirit Visage and the Triforce Infinite Edge on the Corki. I mean, a little bit awkward itemization with the Awakened Soul Stealer on the Ahri, but I mean, I guess the extra cooldown reduction does help a lot. Oh, we do see for the side of Moonlight, all of them are rotating up here for this top tower.
This Darius, he's going to get knocked up a whole bunch, going to get kicked back. He is in a bounty castle right now, and he is going down.
Oh no, the kill goes over to Alistar, probably not the person that you wanted to give it to, but nonetheless, you still managed to get a free kill on top of a free top tier 1 tower.
That's right, Malphite is staying as well in the top side. He's going to get chased away by the Corki, but the rest of his team is going to be able to start pushing in this mid lane.
Oh,
Okay, that's a nice charm there, but
I mean, the Ahri at this moment doesn't really have much damage. Like, she is far ahead of the Zed, but buying Awakened Soul Stealer is not really an item that gives you a lot of damage stats, right? It's more utility item, gives you a lot of cooldown reduction, especially onto her mobility spell, right, which is her ultimate. So we will see how this plays an effect, right? Because now she can be a lot more greedy. Oh,
okay.
flash.
Yeah, that's not a good thing if you're Zed. Flash away from the Corki, who also is a 2000 gold ahead of him. Actually thinking about it with 2 complete items as well, but for Moonlight they're starting to push out their bottom lane, and right now the goal may be dead even, but if we look at who the gold is on, okay, no time to talk about that because the goal is on their Malphite. He's able to slap them down. Janna, however, is able to make it out with just a sliver of health. Darius has teleported in. The Spirit Rush right now is gonna allow Ari to land some damage, and 5 members strong now for Alliance in the bottom side. The Dragon is up, and the Malphite does not have his ultimate.
I mean, that was a really, it was a nice try, but I think the Alistar failed the combo there or wasn't in range to follow up, so it was really awkward, right? Because nobody was there and was in position to, 1v4.
Yep, that's right, 1v4, but he is a tanky cow. Lee Sin has flown into a pit as well. Who is going to get the smite? It's going to be Lee Sin, and that's a nice knock up there from him as well. The Zed has got into the fight, and here comes the Malphite, dominating. First kill onto the Corki. Zed is going to take out the Ahri as well. Moonlight are running away with this fight. This Janna is going to fall as well. Darius is the only one alive right now, and they look to be rotating over to that Baron.
Oh.
He's playing with fire. Oh my goodness, just to close the gap right there. The bowling ball does not land enough damage, but the team should be able to get this Baron without any trouble.
Are they though?
Okay, no. I tell a lie. They are too low. They're gonna back away.
I mean, I think they could have probably done it if the Zed and Malphite were there. So, a little bit of a blunder there. Now they give out so much space for the side of Alliance E-Gaming FE, right? Because now the Baron is still up, right? And considering the fact they do have 2 smites, right? It's still going to be really risky for you to start this Baron and, against the likes of Mundo. Of course, Janna and Mundo both do not have flash. So if they were timing the flashes, they would know, right? If the Mundo and Janna are, outside of the pit, it's going to be easy for us to start. But of course, there is going to be a very high risk that comes with that decision. So, the Malphite here, a little bit overextended. Is he going to be able to get out?
I think he's fine.
Oh no.
Yeah. He's out. That he was never there. No one ever knew. He is absolutely fine, and he's now got himself a Rabadon's Death Cap as well, so that's going to be his 3rd item. His ultimate is going to be doing a lot of damage.
I mean, I really feel that the people carrying this game are definitely the Malphite and the Kaisa, because the Zed here is so useless, especially because like we said before, the moment that they started picking up Zhonya's, it's going to be so hard for Zed to do anything. Because anybody he goes on, he's just going to get Zhonya, right? And if he goes on Janna, he's just going to be out of the way. And there's no way he kills either the Darius or the Mundo. So it's going to be really hard for the Zed to impact this game, outside of just obviously clearing waves and split pushing. So we will have to see if the game is able to last longer. I think Alliance E-Gaming FE will be able to be in the lead because, again, their champions just scale better, right? The Mundo, the Corki are just going to be so much stronger in the later stages of the game. But will they be able to last till that time is the real question.
That's right, we are 16 minutes into the game, and right now Moonlight are the ones with a 5,000 gold lead to their name. Pretty sizable amount on that Malphite there, who is in the top lane right now, maybe trying to find a sneaky pick or just get some vision for his team. The Baron, of course, is alive right now. Let's take a bit of stock and take a look at the items other than the Malphite. The Kaisa as well is on 3 items, and so is the Lee Sin. Even Zed at this point has actually caught up thanks to the last team fight. Right now his goal is equal to the Corki and the Ahri.
I think the most important thing here is that, on the side of the Mundo and the Corki, right? Yeah, 3 item spikes are just so huge, right? Because,
That's a bit awkward, and this Alistar here getting caught out as well.
No.
He does not pop the Unbreakable Will, I believe.
I don't
think he had it, actually.
Yeah, I'm
and
not sure
wow.
if he had it. Or maybe he used it too late, I'm not too sure.
I'm not sure, but that's still a 50-second death timer. That is
Dragon is
really
going to go
long.
over to... Oh wait, that's Elder Dragon, I just realized.
That's right, we have 17 minutes in the game, my friend, and this Alistar is down for another 30 seconds, and the Dragon is up at 15. What can Alliance E-Gaming do about this? This is their way back into the game, if they can find a successful fight here. But they need to be very wary of this Malphite, who is 6-0-7, has himself 3.5 items, as well as of course the Kaisa, who has 3 items as well. The Elder Dragon has spawned, but it's actually going to be Moonlight that starts this one up. Gonna be a while
Oh.
until it falls though.
I mean, if they really wanted to fight now, they should, right? Because the Alistar is going to be spawning in 3 seconds.
Yep.
So, oh,
Koki has package as well.
right.
So therefore, they really have the opportunity to do something about this. Alistar has spawned, however, they're just gonna opt to take the mid tier 1. And looks like they're gonna back off. Keep your eyes on where the Lee Sin is if he tries to come in for a cheeky flank or anything. But for now, it looks like it's Alliance who have the power over the river.
Oh, I think what is important here is that the fact that Alliance E-Gaming FE, they don't have any sweepers at all, right? So all the vision, I mean, they just had the plant, but it's going to be so hard for them to clear all the vision again, especially once the wards come up for the side of Moonlight. A lot of, I think that's a crucial misclick there from the Janna.
Yep, that's right. And look at this. They're just gonna sack. It looks like they might be sacking the dragon, or maybe not, in fact, because their Mundo is pretty tanky and is still around. This Alistar is going to be able to knock him out. Meanwhile, however, the Ari has found the Kai'Sa. It's going to be a 1v1 for them, but the Alistar as well, in the middle of everything, so tanky. Lee Sin kick coming out as well. They're just going to focus all their damage on the Mundo, and Mundo is going to fall, and that means there's no one left to smite the dragon except for the Janna, who is super low as well. Is going to fall to the Kai'Sa. It's a double kill for her. She's in the back. She's able to stay alive. She goes golden. Maybe not the best move right there, but the fight is still going on in the pit, and this Darius is able to find the Kai'Sa before he falls for himself, and that's going to be Moonlight. They are going to pick up the Elder Dragon, and they're going to pick up the teamfight win.
I think that was just really, really indecisive from the side of Alliance E-Gaming FE, right? They had the opportunity to have a 5v4 when the Alistar was down, and they also had the Koki package, which, you know, because they waited so long, right, the package expired, and then they weren't in a good position. They didn't have any sweepers to sort of clear the Dragon Pit as well, and they just ended up giving up this Elder Dragon to a 3 dragon. I mean, it's literally a 4-stacked Elder, which is the most insane amount of burst, not burst damage, like damage over time, right? So I think it's going to be really, really hard for them to come back from this.
Yep, that's right. Now Moonlight have the Baron as well, and they have a pretty confident about 7,000 gold lead. They've managed to get their Zed up to speed as well. He's doing a fair amount of damage, and now really at this point, what can Alliance Gaming even do against this?
I mean, I think this game is still definitely winnable, but it really does come down to how much can they stall against this Baron, right? I mean, obviously, them having the Elder Dragon with 4 stacks is not ideal for sure, but I think if the game does go long enough, and considering the champions itself, it may be winnable, like slightly, right? Because
yeah, this Darius right now, he is playing with fire because this Zed is super fed and also has an Elder Dragon. But meanwhile, off the screen there is going to be Koki and Janna going down. Darius falls as well. Now with this Baron buff and those 50-second death timers, things are really not looking very good for Alliance. That Ari is solo, forced to flash away as well. And it's really only her and the Mundo who can do anything against this super minion and cannon minions. Lee Sin just gonna flash in and land another kick. That's gonna be Ari going down, and that's gonna be Moonlight equalizing this series, and that means that we're gonna be moving on to game 3.
man, I think that game was really, really, really like unexpectedly close. I mean, we did see how Alliance E-Gaming FE, right, they came in with a cheese strategy with the double smite, and it did get them the early lead, right? It's just that they had bad team fights early on, and they were never able to recover from that, right? Especially with all the gold going onto this full AP Malphite here.
That's right, this AP Malphite did 27,000 damage there. Really landing those ultimates where they mattered, and he was able to nuke out key targets like the Corki, for example, in that last thing. We didn't even see it on the screen, but it just happened off screen where I assume he managed to land his ultimate and just take both the AD carry and the support out from the side of Alliance FE Gaming.
I think in the first game was Malphite banned?
Yes,
Yeah,
it was actually
so
Alliance who banned it out.
Right. So I think Malphite might actually have a lot higher priority now in this series, right, as the series progressed, because for some reason, right, the Malphite here, not even if he went tank, right, it was just such a force to be reckoned with, right, because the amount of CC and reliability that he gives is just way, way, way too much. Especially when the teams aren't, decisive, they aren't on the same page, right? He's able to just pick them off, and they just don't know how to respond properly.
Yeah, but look at this goal graph right now. This is the first comeback of the day, I guess, where the goal graph didn't just go one direction. It actually flipped over to Moonlight's side after about 13, 14 minutes. And that was when really they managed to find the key fight that really swung the game in their favor and made them able to win.
Now, I think I would say a lot will have to do. A lot of this would like a lot of the progress with the teams would we would have to see the progress based on the bans in the third game because
Mhm.
I think the bans didn't really change much from the first game. But after this performance with the Kai'Sa and the Malphite, and we did see right the double smite, isn't working out because they weren't able to secure the objectives despite the fact that they had two smites. And also, the Mundo there wasn't able to do much. Like sure he was tanky, he was a fat boy, but he wasn't able to do anything as well. Just a front line, while his whole back line was just getting completely destroyed by the Malphite.
Yep, that's right. We will be going for a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be Game 3 match point of this BO3 series. Stay tuned. Hello there everyone and welcome back to the FSL Wild Rift Open. We are here for Game 3 of this best of 3 series. It is match point right now for the game of Alliance FE Gaming going up against Moonlight. Of course, FSL Wild Rift Open is sponsored by our lovely sponsors Yahoo and Intel. But we're right now in the middle of the draft and we already see some interesting picks right now in the support position.
Right, we do see a first pick Lulu. Actually, we can talk about the bans, right? So, the last game, the Malphite Alistar were forced to be reckoned with, and those two were instantly banned away by Alliance E-Gaming FE. And for the side of Moonlight, they have the Gragas and the Braum bans. And okay, interestingly enough, I'm curious why the Lulu was first picked there, but we do see the Seraphine here being picked into the mid lane. I believe is that a Wukong top lane,
Yeah, that should be the case.
which we have not seen at all, right? We have only seen Wukong in the jungle. Again, that's where Monkey belongs in the jungle, but I guess this one's going into the lane, right? So, follow up by the Leona, Ziggs, Akali, Jhin, and Lee Sin. This is the second Jhin that we are seeing today. I mean, what I can say for sure is that I feel Moonlight's team composition, again, right, they are very consistent with these comps. They really have to snowball early on in the game, right? Because the Jhin is not going to be doing enough damage later on against the likes of the Wukong and the Lulu, right, with the shielding and everything. Not only that, they also have the Lee Sin, right, which early game strong, late game weak. You know, all of these champions, most of the champions follow the trend with the exception of the Ziggs, which is their sort of late game insurance.
Yeah, that's right. I want to also point out that the summon spells for the Jhin as well as the Leona, they opted for more defensive kind of summon spell with the barrier and heal. Rather, the Kaisa and the Lulu actually opted for the heal as well as the ignite. So a little more aggressiveness there. And speaking of aggressiveness, that's going to be the Akali there. Maybe getting caught out. Yep, she got caught out there. It's going to be a lot of damage landing, but not enough to seal her fate or anything. Ziggs is going to walk in as well. Does not actually land that bomb. But it looks like they want to contest this, or do they? I don't think that's a very good idea right there. The ignite does go on to the wrong person, however. It's Lee Sin who gets singed a little by that ignite instead of Leona, and now Lee Sin, is he going to try to find the smite? There's no vision, so he can't, and Olaf gets that red buff.
I mean, I think they did this in the first game as well, right? Where this level 1 invade overall is just so strong for, you know, the side of Alliance E-Gaming FE, right? Because there's no way that Moonlight actually, you know, they know what was going on. They didn't know anything that was going to happen, so they were not prepared at all, right? And when they came in 4-man strong, they didn't have a proper response. You know, the Lee Sin is just so far behind now. Only did his Raptor camp. The Olaf moving on to his blue buff already.
That's right, that allows the Olaf to take away a whole bunch from the Lee Sin without really getting punished in return for it. He's now about, I think, 2 camps ahead of his Lee Sin, and he's gonna just get even more assistance from his Lulu just to ensure that he is in tip-top shape for the upcoming Scuttle Crab.
I mean, interestingly enough, we do see the lanes are actually swapped by the Wukong against the likes of the Leona Jhin and the Akali 1v2 here against the Lulu Kaisa. I would say definitely favored for the side of Alliance E-Gaming FE, right? Because Lulu is able to see the Akali in his shroud, when, you know, if she applies help picks on her, right? And in the bot lane, it's going to be very hard for the side of Moonlight to actually dive the Wukong, right? Especially with his clone and with all the dashes and safety that he has.
Yep, that's right. And as you can see out here, Akali has already been poked out by a fair amount there. Unfortunately, does not get any of that farm with the Shuriken. And that really is the trouble, and that's why you see a rotation coming up right now, where you see both the Leona as well as the Ziggs moving up just to kind of dissuade any further advances from the Kaisa or the Lulu.
Oh, they're just going to help him push the wave here. I mean, I think this is a little bit awkward because the Ziggs loses a whole minion wave in the mid lane. And I mean, the Lee Sin is going to be able to pick it up, but again, as you can see, he receives lesser gold and also lesser EXP because it's in the first 5 minutes of the game. So I think it's going to be really hard. Not really hard, but they're just putting themselves in a bad position, right?
Yeah, and we saw the same thing happening the previous game where where he wasn't on the Ziggs, but he was on the Zed,
Yeah.
and he was just doing pretty much the same thing, roaming, losing out that it was the Alistar who came in and soaked up the experience and money instead of him. And in this case, instead we just see Lee Sin doing it, but we see that the player Asmara is not afraid to roam and potentially lose out mini waves just to try to help to secure her other lanes.
Right. I think interestingly enough, right, we do see the fact that even though that there are no kills at all, there's almost an 800 to 900 gold lead on the side of Alliance E-Gaming FE. So this really just shows the effectiveness of this level 1 invade, as well as how the small mistakes being made by Moonlight actually really impact the gold lead.
And that's right, they're starting to
Oh,
slowly move away with the goal lead there. Akali has actually rotated down, and so are the Leona and the Lee Sin, who are pathing towards this dragon, which is now alive. It has spawned,
Dragon has
and it instantly gets tagged by a Sonic Wave right there.
oh wait, that's an
Yeah,
early
that's a
TP. Wukong has TP.
Yeah, Wukong is gonna be potentially coming into this one. Dragon dropping to about 3,000.
Seraphine.
Yeah, that's a Seraphine ultimate there. Jin popping up that curtain call as well, but Leona is the first one to fall to that Wukong. Ziggs Mega Inferno Bomb coming out as well, but there is no Lee Sin to smite the dragon. It's gonna be Lulu who secures it, and just when things looked a little good for Moonlight, Alliance FE come in and they seal their fate.
I think that was really early like pick up on the teleport. Like people usually never buy teleport this early. The Lulu. Okay, I mean,
Okay, never mind. There is some action happening here. Solar Flare
Wait.
is gonna land, but this Leona is taking up on a lot of damage. The Akali is gonna fight the Kaisa in the middle of everything, and the Shuriken, unfortunately, there
no.
will not land. That means that Alliance don't go punished for that push.
Right, because they should have definitely recalled right after the dragon there. They were all so low HP, and on the side of Moonlight, they were all coming back into lane, right? So going for that tower push was definitely way too greedy, way too risky, and they were really lucky. The fact that nobody died there, I think just they really have like free Guardian Angel, man. Like holy crap. Also, I was about to say this Wukong on the teleport is so early into the game, right? Teleport is 1.8k gold. He only has a now magic mantle, compared to the whole. Oh wait, actually I just saw the Akali pretty much bought the same items as him, right? Instead of rushing an actual item, the Akali and Wukong both rush enchantments instead, right? The Akali onto the Zhonya's Hourglass and the Wukong on the teleport.
Yeah, but I think we look at how much it paid off, and I would say the Wukong's one paid off pretty well right there. Was able to teleport in and win the fight for his team with that teleport kind of flank-ish that he had. But the Akali, on the other hand, didn't exactly benefit from the use of a stopwatch or her Zhonya's. So
For sure,
I don't
because the Wukong was able to push in a wave before teleporting down to the bot lane. So he got the maximum amount of gold and EXP and made the Akali lose gold. So I think, which is why this gold lead is so huge, right? If the Wukong did not have the TP, it wouldn't be in the same scenario.
that's right, Rift Herald is started up right now. Polymorph is placed out there just to zone a little bit, but it's gonna be the Jin opening up with the curtain call. Rift Herald is gonna go down, but wait, the Leona, she went in and she instantly got demolished. And now
the
Akali, who was flanking, suddenly just has 5 members of Alliance turn around and take her out. That Leona right there just got instantly decimated the moment she flew in.
I mean, Leona is one of those champions that's very reliant on tank items, right? Because even though her second skill does give her base resist, right, it doesn't give her like an Alistar ultimate wood. There is no damage reduction percentage, so it's so hard for her to tank, especially through like 5 people, right? I think overall this was just a good push by the side of Alliance FE, and I don't know, this game looks really snowbally since the start.
That's right. This kind of looks like the game 1 Alliance FE that we saw, not so much the game 2 one, where
Yeah.
they kind of faltered. And that's
No
why they
more
lost.
smite support.
Yeah, and with the smite support, of course, which they have rightfully so decided not to go back to. But I think this is looking a lot more confident from them. they're looking a lot more decisive than they were in the previous game as well.
Okay, I mean, Moonlight able to... Oh!
Okay, that's
flash.
Leona pulling the trigger right there. The Solar Flare does not land, but the Shield of Daybreak will. There's going to be Seraphine going golden, but the rest of her team has shown up. And once again, Leona just getting popped instantly. Lee Sin able to just barely scoot out of that one alive there. Killer Instincts is not there for the Kai'Sa to follow. But still, Leona going down once again.
I mean, the Ziggs was in such a good position, but, you know, taking that fight in that area where the Ziggs doesn't have his items yet, he's not going to be able to do enough damage, especially when you engage in that kind of situation. So I feel they really need to chill a little bit, right? Calm down, you know, wait a little bit, wait for Ziggs to get his items, wait for Jin to get his items, and then, you know, utilize that long range and sort of poke them out first, right? You don't have to go all in. Oh,
He's getting polymorphed. Yeah, he's going to be flying straight in. He has no Guardian Angel this time, though. So that means he's going to be going down. Akali is the next one to go in, take out the Seraphine, and fall herself. Then Leona is just out of position. That right there is not where you want to find yourself, especially when two of your team members are already down.
I mean, overall, this game looks... I mean, it's far from over, but I don't think it's that much of a long shot to say it's over. You know, the side of Moonlight, they look so indecisive when it comes to the objectives. The Dragon was up, and the Jin and the Ziggs were top lane, right? But the three of them still tried to walk into the pit. So that was really, really, really awkward from the side of Moonlight. But again, for the side of Alliance FE, right, really calm, collected play, playing aggressive but playing controlled, which is what we need to see from teams that want to pick up good wins. Not just good wins, but clean wins as well.
Yeah, that's right. They are looking really clean right now. Baron is coming up in 20 seconds. And for Moonlight, they're just trying to take out that turret, but look at that. The Ziggs is just forced to flash like that, but just because he tried to commit for the tower. And the worst part is they didn't even manage to break that tower open. Leona, once again, face checking. That's not what you want to be doing. You are so squishy at this point. You've repeated this same mistake so many times, and she just pays the price and falls for that.
Now the Baron going to be up here. I think it's going to be really easy actually for them to do like maybe a 10, 11, 12 minute Baron, a really early Baron here, because the Seraphine is just going to be able to keep them alive with the shields and the heals. Not only that, they also have a Lulu. And if the enemy team just tries to come and steal, they can easily turn. Oh, looks like it's going to be an invade here.
Yeah, that's right. Lulu's taking a fair amount of damage from the Akali, but the polymorph into the Acathian Rain there, disgusting levels of damage. Akali dropped to about half health here, invading for this red buff. Leona going back in. The smite was landed by the Lee Sin. He takes that one up. He kicks the Lulu away, but a beautiful Seraphine ultimate. What can the rest of the team do about that? It's going to be Akali going golden, and she's going to be the first one to fall. The Kai'Sa is in the front for some reason, and she tanked up so many shots with the current call, but she is going to live. Not the most ideal fight for sure for Alliance, but it is going to be a 1-4-1.
I mean, we did see in that scenario where, you know, we talked about the long range from the Jin and the Ziggs, where they actually made a difference, right? Because Alliance FE, they weren't able to get onto the Jin and the Ziggs, and just from really, really far back, dishing out so much damage in that team fight. So I think that was about the best fight that they could possibly get. It's just that, you know, they are kind of a bit too far behind in gold. But if they could replicate that a few more times, I think if the game goes long enough, the Ziggs and the Jin may be able to come back into this game.
Yep, that is definitely a possibility. Look at that Leona there purchasing the Thorn Mail. I don't know how effective that's going to be.
A little bit of an awkward item to be buying.
It is quite awkward right now for her. Yeah, I don't like that. I think she's still gonna fly in and get popped, because look at that Seraphine there, the Liandry's as well as the Rabadon's Death Cap, just gonna be outputting insane amounts of damage. The Lulu as well with the Lost Chapter and the Blasting Wand, gonna do a fair amount of magic damage to just destroy the Leona before she can do anything meaningful for her team at all.
Now both teams here are going to be situated around this Ocean Dragon. I'm interested to see what is going to happen with the Baron though. I think there is a possibility where Alliance, they may give the Dragon and just rush the Baron down. So really have to see what are the teams going to do, because I think if both teams just fight 5v5 at the Dragon, there's no way that Alliance FE will lose unless they funnel into the Ziggs Jin, which they did just now, and aren't able to reach them. So we will have to see what the lane assignments are going to be like and where the positioning lies.
Yeah, that's right. For now, it looks like there's going to be a huge emphasis on the bottom lane for the side of Moonlight. They've sent basically all of their members down. Wukong is still on the top side, does have the teleport as well.
Oh,
It's a very
Leona?
interesting position. Yeah, the Leona's just gonna walk away. I think she kind of has stress from the previous time that she just flew in and got deleted, but that's gonna be Wukong teleporting in the polymorph once again onto Leona. Wukong flying in, Leona trying as well. The charm is gonna land before the fight even begins, and the dragon's already taken out. Leona once again just dying before she can do anything meaningful. Seraphine goes golden. Olaf is able to find some damage, but that is a nice perfect execution, but it's just not enough follow-up. There's just barely lacking damage right there, and the Kai'Sa is going to be able to find that Void Seeker, but that's not enough damage. That was pretty close stuff there. It was a very near ace. Alliance once again with a clean and decisive win.
I mean, I think, again, they did play to their composition strengths, right? They had the Ziggs and the Jhin in a safe position, firing from over the wall, but their front line was just not tanky enough, right? The Leona doesn't really offer much help at all, right? She didn't even manage to ult before completely disappearing. The Lee Sin went in a little bit too late, and overall they're just way too far behind for them to put out a meaningful, contest against the Dragon, and that just led to them losing the Baron. I don't know how they're going to come back.
Yeah, and you ask yourself really, how is this Leona pick working out? What were they hoping to accomplish with this Leona pick, and what actually has it accomplished? Because to be honest, it really just hasn't done very much for her team, really, with that single, even with her tank item, now that she has the one tank item, it's definitely not enough to help her team find any wins, because time and time again she flies in and she just instantly gets destroyed before she can really land any further CC at all.
I mean, I think the Leona did have some impact in the game, like if they were ahead, right? Because Leona is a champion with really long range engage, right? And is a strong melee support that can heal, considering that Braum Alistar were banned, but the way that the game was played, the Leona just doesn't have any effectiveness because Olaf getting caught, forced to burn the ultimate.
Yeah. He's just gonna use the ultimate and walk away from there, but the rest of his team is pushing on this mid lane right now, and the Seraphine with those notes, she was able to do about 600-ish damage to a turret, but look at that AoE there, Seraphine ultimate connecting as well. Jhin is super low right now. Kai'Sa choosing not to pull the trigger and go in, but the members of Moonlight right now, their health bars are blinking, and the siege continues from the side of Alliance.
Oh my gosh, the Seraphine damage is so disgusting. She pretty much just 1v3 in that instance.
Yep, that's absolutely right. The Leona dropping so low right now. She's barely able to do anything. The curtain call is popped just to try to dissuade the advances of Alliance.
I mean, it's just so hard for them to play the game because Alliance FE here, they made the right decision. They're playing on all the 3 lanes, maximizing the Baron buff here, attacking both the top and the bot lane tier 3 towers.
Yes, that's right. And the bot lane tier 3 turret is going to be going down.
Oh.
And Leona with her all or nothing desperate engage there, landing a solar flare. But once again, goes in, gets destroyed, can't do anything about it. Kai'Sa, whoa! That's not the way you play Wild Rift. Although then again, they call it Wild Rift for a reason. It is pretty wild, this game right now. The Nexus is on 400 health, and Lee Sin was able to clean that one out. And I think right there yeah, that's why they call it Wild Rift, because it's so wild.
I mean, that I guess they give Moonlight a second chance, but is there really anything they could do? Actually, maybe if they run straight to the Elder Dragon right now, they could maybe finish it before Alliance FE is able to respond. So that is probably their only way to get back to this game. But we can see the Jhin here not in position for this Elder Dragon. So I don't think they're looking to do that. And if they just hold on, right, Alliance FE are just going to pick it up themselves, run it down through the mid lane and just end the game.
Yeah, that's right. The Elder Dragon has spawned. Baron is spawning in 18 seconds. The Nexus dropped to about 300 or 400 health right there before Moonlight were able to defend that. I think because the Kai'Sa was rather overzealous, to put it very nicely. Still though, there is a 12,000 gold lead right now for the team. And the Lulu just used the ultimate on the Wukong. Okay.
Just a little bit of showmanship there.
Yeah.
Dragon here, Elder Dragon, gonna be 4 stacked and picked up here. Oh, the Baron Nashor being started by the Lee Sin. I don't think they'll be able to do it. The Redemption does spot it out. The Akali now is in a bad position, so is the Leona.
Yep, that's right. And just like that, Lions walk in and say, "Thank you for the leash, my good sirs," and they just pick up this free Baron. Lee Sin's not even gonna try to steal it. Curtain Call coming out that's gonna just smack the Olaf, and yeah, there's no chance of that happening.
I mean, they may have been able to steal it because the Kai'Sa actually was the one that got it, right? But I mean, even then, even if they stole it, I don't think it would have made much of a difference here. Alliance FE just going to be walking through the mid lane, you know, just bringing both the minion waves into the Nexus Tower, are going to be able to end the game.
The Nexus is dropping really low, and that means that Alliance are going to pick up the second win in this BO3, and that means that they are going to be moving on to the next round.
I think overall a pretty strong performance from Alliance E-Gaming FE. Outside of that, you know, Alien second game with the, you know, slightly awkward Smite support, which I guess you can say they were trying out something new. Maybe if they won with that strategy, people would be more wary, right? So it is sort of a strat since it is a best of 3 format, you know, and overall I think they just played a lot better, right? Very, very nice aggressive playstyle, but still very controlled, right? A lot of teams, when they play aggressive, they get a little bit over eager, but you know, they still play controlled, right? They play for the objectives, they know their limits, you know, maybe outside of that Kai'Sa ultimate, but other than that, they show really, really good gameplay, and they just easily take this series 2-1.
Yep, that's right. Alliance win this, and they're going to be moving on to the next round. As for us, we're going to be going for another break, but when we come back, we're going to have another BO3 for you guys. So stay tuned for that one. We'll be right back. Hello everyone and welcome back to the FSL Wild Rift Open. We're on to the next stage of the bracket for the next BO3, and right now we have Space Gamer Calyx going up against One Snap Genesis, and both of these teams here have a lot of players with a pretty decent reputation in both Wild Rift and in other titles as well, other mobile game titles as well. So this is definitely going to be very interesting. Remember, these teams have each already won one series. This is the next round. We're in the pick and ban phase. So, yeah.
Yeah. So interestingly enough, right, I think we can call this is the battle of like Thailand versus Philippines, right?
Mhm.
And a lot of their players actually have experience from either League of Legends PC or other games like AOV, where they were pretty successful, right, getting podium finishes in recent tournaments involved with, and as well as some championships in other games as well. So I think overall this is going to be quite a hype match, right? Both of these teams went 2-1 in in their previous series, so both teams did edge out, and now they're just looking to battle it out here. Um, Looking at the drafts, what do you think so far?
I mean, things look more standard. No outlandish stuff, I would say, so far. Things, yeah, really more standard players compared to what we may have seen in the first round. I'd say nothing that's out of the ordinary at all.
Right, I
Judging
think
by.
something interesting to note is
Mhm.
that Diana and Fiora were banned by the side of Calyx,
Yes.
and for the side of One Snap Genesis, they banned Oriana and Gragas. So looking at the two compositions, I feel the one that Calyx have is more focused on engage, right? They do have the combo with the Vi, Ziggs, and the Camille, right? All throwing the spells onto one person with the Kaisa to
Mhm.
follow up. For the side of One Snap Genesis, they do have something that's more kite back, right? They want to poke with the Ezreal,
Yep.
use the Braum and the Corki to kite back with the Mundo as a front line. So both of these compositions are sort of polar opposites, right? Because one wants to go in, one wants to go
Mhm.
back. So it all comes about to the setup for the objectives and how they really play around, the item spikes with the Ezreal and the Corki.
Yeah, something that actually is surprising to me is that Galio was open, but on the side of Calyx, they didn't want to pick it up, even though they had both the Vi and the Camille. I feel like a Galio in either the support or mid position could aid them in the dive and maybe be the extra CC that they require to take their opponents down.
Right, that is true. I think they either they missed that or they don't play it, or they felt like the Lux support there was the better pick, right? The Lux is able to punish the Braum in the lane,
Mhm.
right? In a 2v2 lane, of course, they're playing the double range into the range melee, so they will be able to get the bot lane priority, sorry, and be able to help secure the Vi, maybe the bot Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, if you look at where the Kaisa is passing, though, Kaisa is passing towards the mid lane, and it
Ooh.
looks like they are not going to be using that Lux to punish the bot lane. Looks like they're instead going to be sending the Lux to try to punish this Corki instead in the mid lane.
Looking for a two-man mid here. This 1-2-1 or 1-3-1 has been mostly popularized in recent competitive play. Little bit of poke coming out from the Lux here. We do see the Kai'Sa Lux not really pushing the lane, sort of slow pushing or freezing it.
Mhm.
I think the Ziggs, I don't think the Ziggs will really have that much of a good time. So, heavy trade here in the
Yep.
top lane. I think it's going to be very hard for Ziggs to get the farm easily, right? Although Ziggs is a long-range champion, we can already see the gold difference here. The Ziggs only at 700 gold, whereas the Corki is already at 1,000.
Yeah, and you can see that the Ziggs is getting zoned out here, even though it's going up against Braum, who is a melee champion. Just his very presence is going to be able to zone and cause some problems there. Ziggs just missed another creep, and that is really not ideal at all. But Vi is the one who's making the first move in the top lane right there. She's going to connect the Vault Breaker onto the Akali, but the Shroud is going to keep her safe.
I think what's really interesting is that we see, one snap here in the bot lane. They are actually slow pushing the wave, stacking it and shoving it into the Ziggs here. I think they might have wanted to dive the Ziggs, but then with the Lux around, they decided to opt out of that.
Yeah, I think it's a good read there by Calyx to just rotate their Lux down just in case anything
Right.
iffy were to happen.
I mean, we still do see though, right? The Ziggs is so much further behind compared to the Corki. So already nothing has happened, only 2 minutes into the game, but there's already a 500 gold lead for the side of One Snap Genesis.
Absolutely right, and it's not just the Corki, but the Ezreal as well, who has 1,900 gold to his name. The Ziggs is just not having a good time right now, and I mean, sure, Lux can land some poke, but it's not gonna be enough.
Now, it is still a little bit of time left for the dragon to spawn. So we're just going to see a little bit more farming. Nothing special is happening here. Both junglers just opting to full clear. You see both of them level 5. Oh,
Hextech ultimatum onto the Arcadia. I don't think she's gonna be able to get out of this one actually.
oh.
I may tell a lie. Nope. She has not enough damage, but Kaisaya is gonna flash straight back in and try to find enough damage. However, the Camille does have that shield, and also there is a Lux hanging around just in case anything happens.
I mean, I think the Akali there in that position, she was able to get out, but they decide to flip it there, and they almost killed the Camille. It was so close, but the barrier being able to save her from the Mundo there, and you know, Flash being burnt by the Mundo. There's not going to be any easy way for them to get close, but as long as they play their team fights well, they should be able to still maybe contest this dragon, although the Camille is going to be coming back with a significant gold lead.
Yeah, that's right. Nearly has a Trinity Force for herself at this point in time. The dragon is coming up in about 20 seconds. Camille has opted to path back towards the top side. It has no teleport for herself. Ooh. This Kaisa here taking a fair amount of damage.
I think Corki is just going to recall here, take his package and head over to the dragon. I think something very important. The Lux here has not completed his enchantment, whereas the Brom has already gotten his locket. So in terms of power level, they are definitely way behind in the 4v4.
And that's right, and definitely it's gonna be
Actually,
Snap Genesis who I was gonna say who will start the dragon, but they actually opt against it. Corki does have the package,
right.
however.
So they're just waiting for Corki
yeah.
to walk over.
He's
Or
gonna-
fly over.
Yeah, he's gonna be flying over with that huge rocket. Gonna clear out the mid lane first, and actually Mundo is going to be recalling on this one. So it looks like there's not gonna be any team looking to take the dragon at the moment.
I think the Kaisa has hit the point where she has upgraded her first skill. So this is actually quite a big power spike for Calyx. Yeah, it is upgraded. So we will see if they will be able to contest this team fight, right? Looks like they're not though. They are going to be playing for the Camille here. Going to be looking for the cross map, taking the first tower instead of going for this mountain dragon.
Yep. And see, this is a thing that that becomes more apparent as to why these two teams were able to, nice try there, were able to win and move forward, because this is a clear and decisive call that, hey look, they're taking the dragon, we don't want to fight over it, so we're just going to go top lane. All the other teams that we saw so far were like, oh, they're taking the dragon, we don't really want to contest it, but hey, let's go in and die anyway.
Right. I think this was really good decision making, right? Because they decided, alright, we know they scale better than us, and if we lose this first dragon here, the game will be really hard. And you know, they have Corki package, so we can just wait it out, maybe fight for the next objective instead. And you know, why take a risk, right? It's just a mountain dragon, just a little bit of HP. We'll be fine losing it.
That's right, they do make that good call and they follow through with it. Looking at the items so far, Camille and Corki have both completed their Trinity Forces. Vi nearly has the Guardian Angel for herself, and Mundo already with the Sunfire. Very slightly ahead of the buy time. Yep, Vi was able to recall and get that Guardian Angel for herself as well.
I mean, still though, one Snap are in the river first. They do have the priority in the mid and the top lane, so we will have to see if this priority does translate into anything, or if the waves are just going to bounce back. So far it looks like, oh, they are just going to be starting the Rift Herald first. Is there going to be any contest?
There's just some poke. Wow, pretty aggressive arcane shield there. But Mundo is just going to smite that one out. Vi coming in with the assault and battery onto the Corki, who is able to use the Valkyrie to get out. But look at that right there. That's a lot of damage being landed. Mundo already falling, and now Kaisa can start to clean house. That Ikathi had Raid there, picking up the double kill. Meanwhile, we've got Camille going up against Akali, and Akali is forced to flash away very respectfully there. But Calyx are the ones who find that team fight win.
I mean, I feel that was just, you know, superbly played by Calyx, right? Because they knew that, I mean, we don't have the right recall timing, but it's okay. We win the 5v5, it's fine. So they just put One Snap in a position where they were all grouped together, and that light binding from the Lux, beautiful combo into, you know, just Kai'Sa just cleaning everybody up in that team fight. So, you know, huge gold lead swing. I think it's about 4,000 gold for the side of Calyx here. What, how big do you think this goal lead really is? You know, because we did say One Step will scale slightly better than Calyx. What do you think is going to be the game plan for One Step?
I mean, for One Step right now, I think they just need to hang back and try to find a way to try to get enough farm onto their scaling carries. And once they have that, right, or if they can find picks perhaps. I mean, the Ezreal right now does have the Moonman. He's not doing the most damage. Sorry, I mean the Manamune. He's not doing the most damage, but he still does quite a fair amount. I think all they need to do is just let him farm up more. And once they have enough of that, then they can start to actually find objectives on the map. But for now, they should just chill.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the huge underlying factor here is that the Ziggs in this game is so important, because there's nobody on the side of One Step except the Akali, which at this
Yep, this Camille's gonna get caught
no.
up. Or maybe not. Okay, wow, that was a nice move there. Uses the Hextech Ultimatum just to find the flash, but she's actually walking back right there. She knows the Akali's vulnerable. Akali pops that barrier, but this Camille is on fire right there. Picks up that kill, gets the magic damage shield. Is that gonna be enough? The answer is no. The Corki will find that, but that's gonna be a 1-for-1 in a 1v2.
Well, that was a really alpha move there from the Camille. Not even caring about the fact that it was 1v2, just straight up walking right into both of them and killing the Akali in front of the Corki. I mean, if that's not an alpha move, I don't know what is.
Yeah, exactly. Just brutally murdering someone in front of their friends. Gosh, that Camille is absolutely bloodthirsty. But with the Trinity Force as well as the Executioner's Calling, she was able to just take that Akali down. The second dragon is up. Oh.
They do have the Corki package this time. Is Calyx going to contest? The Camille does have teleport, so if they team fight, she's going to be able to move over.
Yeah, package was just used there to let out a little red carpet, but that means that there'll be no contest, and it's going to be One Snap that pick up that dragon.
Oh,
okay, and so getting rooted up, he's going to get comboed out as well. Not too much damage coming out from the Lux at the very least. Void Seeker will not
Heal going to be burned there by the...
Yep. Oh dear, Mundo is trapped in that Hexa Ultimatum. And that's going to be a problem because Mundo is tanky, but he is not going to be tanky enough. True Shot Barrage is going to come through and tag a couple of them. But the redemption will keep them healthy. Baron has spawned, but I think they're just going to want to push out this mid lane.
Oh man, I think Calyx are playing so clean, right? They understand the limits of their champions, and they know even though, you know, we give up the dragon, it's okay. We play for the side which we are stronger at, right? Which is the top lane at that point in time. The Mundo just overstepped into the side where she had no vision at all and just gets picked out by the Camille.
Yeah, that is a problem, and we talk about how Calyx are gonna just perhaps run away with this game at the rate that this is going, because One Snap we mentioned has to scale, and right now they're not really being given the opportunity to do so because of plays like that where they just catch out one member of One Snap and then they just continue to find more and more leads and continue to starve them out.
Oh, Camille here fishing for another kill. The Rift Herald was summoned pretty late.
Yeah.
Pretty far away actually, like really far away in the bot lane.
Yeah, they didn't have the opportunity to do that on One Snap because of what happened just now when the Mundo died, and then she just has to summon it because if not it's just gonna run away. If they're lucky, they might be able to get a charge in on it, and it looks like they actually will. Right now, the turret is going to be taking a lot of damage. It's probably going to go down as well.
Oh.
But there's going to be a fight once again. Mundo, armor reduced, pops the ultimate, and is forced to run away.
I think, you know, actually, like, Calyx would have probably done the Baron there because all of the side of One Step actually went for that bottom tier 1 tower. It was so risky. Especially since the Camille was already pushing in the top lane. So, you know, playing a little bit safe here is Calyx, but I think once we get around the objectives, this Ziggs here is so far ahead, right? With that Leandries and the Infinity Orb. The only person, you know, even because actually wait, he isn't that far, he's only 8,000 gold. The person with the most gold is still going to be the Camille and the Kaisa, but the Ziggs just has so much damage here. And on the side of One Snap Genesis, they have nobody that's able to reach him except the Akali, and they do have the Camille as a form of peel.
And that's right now the poke can begin. Look at that Mundo there, dropped to about half health. Can use the ultimate when it is up, but can't just afford to keep using it in that way. They're just constantly able to push out this mid lane on the side of Calyx. Now they can just reset and come back even stronger than before.
I think both teams just going to ignore the Baron Nashor here, going to be playing for this Inferno Dragon. Now, will One Snap get another dragon, or will Calyx finally be there first? I mean, from the looks of it, One Snap are just going to be there first again, right? Managing to get the Scuttle Crab, holding on to the river control.
Yeah, that's right. They do, at the very least, manage to find themselves some farm and some space. The Ezreal there getting a blue buff, which is pretty helpful, but goal-wise, still somewhat behind, and item-wise as well, because Ezreal only has 2 items in Kaisa there with 2.5, nearly 3. That's pretty scary stuff. And of course, we talk about this Camille right now, who is just destroying this Akali right here. She luckily has the shroud. Oh dear. That, yeah, we don't talk about that kind of thing here. That's
nothing happened.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing happened. Nothing happened.
Akali outplayed her.
Yes, definitely. Dragon has spawned right now. Camille, of course, just gonna continue pushing up that top lane there. Has an immense amount of pressure, and has those teleport enchants as well, should she choose to use them.
Ooh, starting up the dragon is One Snap, and they are going to get poked out a little bit by the Ziggs here.
Okay,
oh,
that
no.
is a pretty aggressive package there, just to create a zone. That's going to be the Lux ultimate as well. Who's going to pick up the dragon is going to be Kaisaya with the smite. Now Vi diving into the back line. That's going to be 4 people trying to peel that off. And meanwhile, Akali actually able to find that Lux. That right there is pretty big. Vi dropping very low as well. And is this the point where One Step come back? Look at those health bars. They are also low on both sides. But it looks like One Step are actually going to be the ones to find the double kill for their Ezreal. Ziggs, is he going to try and throw one more bomb back? No, he does not find that. But now, One Step, they are the ones with the goal lead after that fight.
Yeah, we talked about their team compositions, right? When, you know, One Step are in a position where they just need to kite back, and the Akali did her job, right? Because we talked about it, nobody's going to be able to go into the back line except the Akali, and she did exactly just that. Even if she wasn't able to kill the key targets like the Ziggs, right, she was able to create so much distraction that, you know, the side of the Ezreal, the Braum, and the Corki were able to peel off the Camille and the Vi.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And after that fight, it's One Snap who have themselves a small 400 goal lead, but a goal lead nonetheless, and where it wasn't before, it now is. They also have 3 dragons. That means that the Elder Dragon is going to be even better for them when they get it. And at this point, the Ezreal has 3 items. And this is the point where he starts to hurt. And they start to be able to take control of the game.
Yeah, all their members here, you know, getting all their key items really quickly. I think it was very important to note that the previous fight as well, the Ezreal and the Corki both hit their 2 item spikes, which was probably the reason why, you know, they had significant amount of damage there. So how will Calyx here be able to respond? Because again, their team composition is sort of weak later on, the later the game goes, right? Because, you know, the Ezreal and the Corki just scale so much better. It's really going to be on the Ziggs here to just hard carry this game.
Yeah, that's right. Ziggs is the one with 10,000 gold in his pocket. I mean, we cannot discount the Camille either, who's been able to split push and draw so much attention to the from the enemy team as well. Like what's happening right now, where she's just kind of she really just beats out the Akali at this point, and she's just constantly able to shove in this lane. It's really in the 5v5s where it's gonna be One Snap that are doing a lot better. This Vi though is being rather ballsy right there in the jungle. Gonna be able to take away those camps at the very least, but Lux landing a decent binding there. Vi forced the Fort Breaker out as well.
I mean, so far both teams did even. I don't know if I'm not even sure what's going to happen. I think there are 2 options here. First, it could be really anticlimactic where one person gets caught and then and then that just leads to a Baron, or there could be like huge outright 5v5, which is what I'm hoping for, right? Because that's the fun part about watching these team compositions, like two polar opposites go against each other.
Absolutely, and with the Baron alive, there is definitely an objective to fight for. The Elder Dragon will be up somewhat soon as well, and that would mean that there'll be 2 points of contention on the map. But for now, it looks like One Snap are all pathing down towards the bot lane. They want to prepare for this dragon. They want to secure the Scuttle Crab. They want to get some control.
Now I think this is like a sort of recurring theme. Throughout all the games we have seen, never really seen any team just prioritize the Baron at all, right? Only after the dragons are just the only thing that they focus on. A lot of teams just view the Baron as a bait and they just skip it completely.
That's right, Corki is recalling now because the package is available. Elder Dragon is coming up in 10 seconds. Both teams are going to want to start to look towards that objective as well.
Now a little bit of setup coming here, and once again we do see One Snap Genesis have the control over the river. I think this is one thing that they've been so consistently good at, right? Just always being at the objective first and always being there to set up.
The Camille walking up from the bot lane there, always with the priority, always going to be able to flank if she chooses to do so. Corki with the package just going to help his team build some space around the dragon. But for now, no one is starting it.
Ooh, the Mundo here, so tanky. Even with the Guardian Angel, they're going to have to kill this fat boy 2 times over. Now, One Snap should really maybe pull the trigger here, right? Because the moment that the Corki package ends, they're going to be in a really awkward position. So they do exactly just that, and they start the Elder Dragon.
Yeah, that's right. Camille is still on the top side. Look at that package there. Once again, just to kind of zone the Braum ultimate as well. A lot of tools being used to kind of keep them away. But One Snap, their health bars are dropping pretty low right now. They have no Janna monster to top them up. There's nothing at all. And oh my goodness, Vi has stolen the Elder Ocean Dragon. Kaisa, what can she do about this? Ziggs is going to fall. Braum as well. Enemies are dropping like flies left and right, but it looks like at the end of it, when the dust clears, it's Calyx that have won this team fight.
Oh no, that was so unfortunate. I think that was definitely a little bit too risky, right, for the side of One Snap, because they decided, okay, Corki package is ending, I think we should just start the Elder Dragon, but they didn't have to finish it, right? In the end, they decided to take the 50-50 on the smite, and you know, it was just really unfortunate. The Vi ended up stealing it from them, and oh, the game is just so blown out of the water now.
Yeah, that's right. The Baron is going to be started up right now. There's only one Akali waiting in the bush. Maybe going to do something. I don't think it's a good idea to do so, however. But she is still walking down. Does have a lot of ways in and out, but is caught out by the Camille. And really, where can she go at this point? She's stuck inside the Hextech Ultimatum. There's nowhere to be running, my friend. You're going to get hooked shotted once again. Force the flash. But wow, just destroyed by that Camille. She is so massive right now.
And this Camille has been showing up throughout this whole game, right? Solo killing and even just, you know, applying so much pressure on the map. I think this is safe to say. I think this game, 20 minutes, it's been one of the longer games that we have had, and definitely, I think going to be shortly closed out here by Calyx.
Yeah, that's right. And you can't discount the comeback potential though from One Snap if they can find themselves a good fight. For now though, things are looking pretty hard. Vi is going to get stunned up, but there's not enough damage coming off from the Ezreal at this point in time. Everyone is up except the Akali, but that's another turret going down, and now with 2 turrets down, okay, interesting. With 2 turrets down, it's gonna be pretty hard for One Snap, but not impossible.
Oh man, the Vi. I mean, the Vi here just needs to stand in front of his carries, right? Just let the Ziggs and the Lux do everything. You know, just slowly take every single turret on the map, and you know, there's absolutely no counterplay because there's so little wave clear. And you know, for the side of One Snap, they can't do anything because they have no engage. Right, how can they go onto the Ziggs? Only Akali can do that, and even then they have so much peel.
Yeah, look at those! Look at the number of minions there.
Crap.
The cannons are doing insane amounts of damage.
Are killing the Mundo.
Yeah, exactly. The Mundo is so tanky, but oh my goodness, that's not where you want to be. Look at how low she is. Package once again being used just to try to clear the waves. Ziggs back in front of the bomb is going to land, and really there is no fight at all to be had from one Snap Genesis, and that means that Calyx are going to pick up the first win of the series.
Well, this was definitely our most even series by far, right? Because both teams here actually showed pretty good mastery over their compositions, right? It's just that one Snap, they made a crucial mistake in the late game where they decided, okay, we need to start something, but they just decided to flip the dragon, and that was just a mistake and the wrong decision at that point in time. Right, we do see the Ziggs damage here. Like as we spoke before, Ziggs is the only one that's going to be able to really abuse the enemy team, and you know the Braum and the Mundo just going to be able to soak up all the damage, but you know to no avail because they can't reach the Kai'Sa, but they can reach the Ezreal and the Corki.
Yeah, that's right. Look at that goal graph right there. It's back and
Oh
forth
boy.
until the very end there, I would say. And you're right. This is really the closest series that we had so far, because as we start to move on further in the stages of this tournament, we kind of get the better teams going up against the better teams, so they know how to react and how to play from when they're behind compared to say some of the teams from earlier. I would say that definitely one Snap Genesis did a good job there playing from behind. It's just that one crucial error that they made that kind of swung the game back in the favor of Calyx and ultimately allowed them to win.
Right, for sure. I think we definitely did see a lot of positive points there. We saw one Snap was always on the ball when it came to the Dragons, right? They were always there first, always knew how to set up properly. And, you know, it's just a little bit unfortunate, but they did show a lot of resilience. And maybe looking into the second game, they want to talk about how should we change a little bit of the shot calling, or what are the draft changes we can do to make the game easier for us.
Yep, that's right. And now we'll be going for a short commercial break. When we come back, it will be game 2 of this series. You do not want to miss it. Hello there, everyone, and welcome back to the FSL Wild Rift Open, sponsored, of course, by Yahoo and Intel. We are here for Game 2 of this BO3 series. We've got Space Gamer Calyx going up against One Snap Genesis. Of course, Space Gamer Calyx right now is one game up, and we are in the draft.
Now we did see Diana as well as Ziggs being banned on the side of One Snap, or is it Space?
It's Space Gamer Calyx that banned out Diana.
Oh
and
yeah,
Ziggs.
yeah, my bad, my bad. Okay, so interestingly enough, One Step decided to ban the Kai'Sa as well as the Gragas, first picking the Orianna here. We do see instantly the Ezreal Braum and the Jarvan Galio, which we did mention previously, right? The Galio pick here being so crucial. Now the Fiora being picked up here, which was banned in the first game. We're gonna see a flex pick from the Camille here going into the jungle instead of the usual, which is the top lane.
Yeah, that's right. I think that just picking up the Camille in itself
Oh.
was essential to denying the Camille Galio combo. I guess they kind of didn't want to let that happen. Of course,
Oh.
we saw that it could have been a Lee Sin jungle and a Jarvan top there, but they just opt to pick up that cannon instead. They have a good team fight there on the side of Calyx.
Yeah, Calyx team composition is. I really like Calyx team composition because it's so simple, right? It's just a Jarvan into the Galio, into the cannon, with the Ezreal, really safe carry. He can dash in, dash out, and the Braum just as a, just a disengage or a peel or a follow up, right? For the side of One Snap, they do have a lot of skirmishing with the Fiora and the Camille, but of course they do have the Janna, the Orianna, and the Corki to kite back. So I think similar to the previous game, right? Both these team compositions are polar opposites. They are completely parallel from each other. One of them wants to go in, the other one wants to go out. So we will see. I think both teams are still playing their comfort, right? We did see last game where One Snap Genesis were playing a kite back composition, and they did have a lot of moments of brilliance, right? Just a little bit unfortunate with the throw at the end there, and Calyx here playing again a hard engaged composition, but this time with the Galio and the Jarvan.
Yep, that's right. And of course, we have the Fiora thrown into the mix as well on the side of One Snap.
Welcome.
Fiora, something that we did see get banned a couple of times. I think it was picked once as well, but this time it is in the hands of Pei, who is pretty good to say the least. Of course, did get a shutdown
Minions
previous
have
round
spawned.
by the Camille on the opposing side. We see that there are 4 members of Calyx in the top side,
Braum?
just walking in to get some vision.
So I think there will be a 1-2-1 here, like we did mention before, popularized in competitive play. Now the 1-2-1 here does avoid the Janna Corki lane, which would be really, really bad for the Ezreal Braum, right? Because Janna Corki, they both outrange, double range, outrange Ezreal as well as the Braum, and it makes it extremely hard for them to lane. So they do put the Galio in a losing position, but it helps them secure the free scaling for the Braum and the Ezreal.
Yeah, and I think at this point, the Galio's job is to press R and to taunt. So it doesn't really matter if he's in too much of a losing position. He was already able to get the level 2 there,
Ooh.
so it's not too bad. He doesn't get zoned out
This
right
is a
now.
really, really, really big freeze for the side of One
Mhm.
Step. I don't think he'll be able to do anything at all.
Yeah. Orianna herself getting zoned out the mid lane as well. Yeah, this is pretty bad
Right.
for the Galio, yeah.
I mean, we will see. Like, look at the gold right now. The Galio only at 900. Orianna already at 1.2k. I think. I mean, there isn't really much that he could do, right? I think definitely the Braum or the Jarvan will need to come and bail him out of the lane because he's just so far behind right now.
Yeah, that's right. And the Jarvan is on the bot side, so is in a position to do so.
Oh.
But there's a fight right now in the mid lane.
Ooh.
Ooh, there we go. That's the Fiora in the hands of Pei there. I believe she was able to parry the stun from the cannon, and that allowed her to land even more damage and force that flash out. But Kaisaya is hanging around in the top lane, and Galio finds himself in an
no.
interesting position there, able to pop the barrier and back off. I think he was really desperate there to try to get some of that farm, which is still frozen right now.
Yeah, he's only at level 2 just now. Now 600 gold behind the Orianna. I think it's so hard for him to play, especially because nobody is coming to help bail him out of the lane, right? And now the wave is just going to be slow pushing right into the Galio. And if they dive him here, he's just going to be out of the game completely.
That's right, he was at least able to pick up the catalyst for himself as he heads back to lane level 3. Kaisaya is hanging around in the top side still, but ooh, he gets knocked up, and he's actually going to be able to find some damage on the Janna, forces out the heal, but
Oh
once
my.
again He's returned and forced back.
Yeah, like if he dies here, I don't think he'll be able to play the game because look at the wave, right? There's going to be 2 waves being stacked up against each other. Going to be a 3rd wave now. If he misses all of these creeps, he's just going to be so far behind. He's already 600 gold down, right? And here's the thing, there's not even any kills at all. It's just a pure laning phase and he decides to recall. So
Yep, that's right. That's gonna be like 6 range creeps, 1 or 2 cannons actually, and 1 melee creep. At least, the very least, the Braum has arrived to kind of soak up this experience here that the Galio is missing out on, as well as the Ezreal, who is level 5 and who is walking back to lane in a rather interesting position there. Actually has the ability to go in because Corki has no mana to do anything whatsoever. Janna is gonna get... Oh my goodness, nearly got taunted up right there, and it's actually the top lane solo kill there by Andy against Pei.
I mean, I'm not sure what happened because the Fiora looked to be winning, right? She has such a good position there, but it looks like the level 5, the ultimate of the cannon was just way too much damage for the Fiora to handle. And, I mean, that was the saving grace because if you just look at the gold difference here, the Orianna is almost up 1,000 gold against the Galio. So, that's just so sad. I mean, at this point, the Galio, wait, he even has lesser gold than the Braum. He's just like a second support.
Pretty much, but I don't know. I mean, I feel like if they can find a way to execute with their cannon being fed, then the Galio being able to press R and just provide some zone and crowd control for his team might just be enough. At the very least, he does have his L5. It's not the end of, it may be the end of the world for his hopes and dreams of solo carrying the game, but definitely he still has his use in the team because look at this cannon right now. Andy doing a pretty good job in the top lane.
Now we do see the dragon spawn, but no team right now looking to contest it, right? I think it is the right decision, even though GLACEOX does have the engaged composition, right? The cannon does not have his ultimate. And there really isn't any setup right now, right? So Corki did take his package. I think GLACEOX should just wait it out, you know, wait for the package to expire, and then when you can... Oh, hold on.
Well, I guess it's expired now.
Yeah, I mean, now the package was kind of wasted, so the cannon is walking over with his ultimate now.
Yep,
oh,
that's
what
right.
was that redemption? Kind of awkward there.
Okay, I guess damaging the red buff and kind of healing the Jarvan a little bit. Camille is hanging around though, does have that smite. Cannon does have a read on that. Dragon is dropping down. Here comes the engage. It's going to be a 3-man slicing Maelstrom. The shockwave is not gonna land onto anyone, and that is a disaster right there. GLACEOX is gonna start to run this team fight into the ground. A lot of damage being returned by the Corki, but GLACEOX are the ones who are able to secure the dragon and the kill.
I mean, they do trade the dragon for the top lane tower, which... Oh!
Okay, it's not even over right now. IRP taking so much damage from this Ezreal, and the Ezreal's just gonna arcane shift straight into her face and take her down, but the Corki is outputting tons of damage himself, just gonna flash forward and deal with the Braum. What can the Ezreal do in this situation? The shield from the Janna, pretty big stuff right now. He needs to block out the missiles, and he does so. That means that GLACEOX are gonna be able to walk out of this team fight, the victors.
Will they trade it for the Rift Herald though? I think they will. I mean, I still feel that, you know, on the side of GLACEOX here, they do come out slightly ahead, right? Because a lot of the gold went onto the Ezreal, which is that one carry which absolutely can just 1v9 the game. In one step, they don't have a reliable way to get on the Ezreal as well. The Camille can go on him, but there isn't going to be any strong follow-up. So they do. There are like some small trade-off objectives, but I still do think it does come out in GLACEOX's favor. Again, the Galio is still really far behind, but the gold is roughly even.
Yeah, agree. The thing is that I think that really what happened there, the dragon fight, is just that a lot of the key ultimates from the side of One Snap did not land, namely the shockwave, which absolutely whiffed. The Camille also flew in and wasn't exactly able to find a target. Meanwhile, Cannon was able to slice the Maelstrom through a lot of people. So I think the execution there was...
Wait a second.
Kind of poor.
Just... Oh no, I think One Snap definitely messed up a recall timing or something, because you know, GLACEOX were able to just walk into mid lane and take the turret for free. Now, I mean, this just does put the gold lead back into their favor.
Okay. Whoa! What is happening? I really don't think that's the right move. The Galio is actually gonna not get hook shotted there, but wow, that is as you say,
Wait
an
a
alpha
second.
move, and it's not even over yet because in the top side right now, Pei is gonna have that duelist marks onto the Brom, who is gonna fall not before taking out the Orianna, but Ezreal with
Nice
a nice
arcane
arcane
shift.
shift, he's gonna be able to make it out of that one. The kill to go to Brom, but the action is happening all over the map. Kaisaya is gonna jump onto Andy, but Andy on this cannon right now has the range advantage. The shuriken from him did not land, and here comes that cannon. He finds that last
Wait,
shuriken
he's
and he
alive.
dodges out on that missile. He makes it out. Whew.
Oh my, that was so awkward there for the side of One Snap. I mean, not only did Calyx get the top tier 1 tower, they also traded a lot of kills, but the cannon, he just played so aggressive but comes out alive, you know, not unscathed, but did not give over any gold at all. I think huge lead for them. We will have to see how how the next team fight really looks, right? Because the cannon already completed the Infinity Hop here, looking for that Morello second, and the Ezreal just hitting that Triforce spike. This second team fight here is just going to be so huge for the side of Calyx.
That's right, they have the item spikes on their key carries at this point. And the dragon is coming up in 27 seconds. Calyx are looking in a pretty good spot to contest this one. Cannon with 3 kills and just constantly able to push in this top lane, despite the fact that Fiora is supposed to be a superior split pusher. That is not exactly a good look for the Fiora at this point in time, and now this Janna does not get flag and drag. Luckily the shockwave though, 3 members right there, but the reply true shot barrage is absolutely huge. They don't even need the cannon. That's ridiculous amounts of damage being put out right there by Calyx, and they're able to find a pick, even though things looked really good there just for a second for One Snap. In One Snap, things looked bad once again.
I think, like, they didn't, oh shit, the Janna, they didn't even use the Galio combo at all. And, you know, they just did so much damage as we talked about. Okay,
Yep, Cannon has finally arrived. Here he is. He still has himself the Sizing Maelstrom. I don't know if you want to ulti into that, Corki, I mean Valkyrie. That's quite a lot of damage, but again, Andy going in time and time again, he just makes it out with a sliver of health, and he's just not punished enough.
I mean, we did talk about it before, right? The dragon fight was so important because all of the members on the side of Calyx hit their power spikes, and when they went to the dragon, they were way stronger. And you know, it was just slight misplay from the side of One Snap to actually just contest the river there, or even the tri-bush. You know, the Fiora does manage to push into the lane, but he really didn't manage to get anything at all. And now Calyx here just going to be focusing on the Baron Nashor.
Okay. Respect, I guess. Okay, sure. Yeah, okay. Anyway, other than that, yeah, you're absolutely right. That's the thing really. This Fiora split push has failed to pay off so far. I mean, no pun intended there. But really, finally breaking down that other outer turret. But it's only really been outer turrets. Nothing too significant has been gained at all. On the other hand, it's really Calyx who are just starting to run away with this game. The Ezreal right now 3-0 and 2. And the Cannon 4-0. Even in terms of gold, Galio is starting to catch up right now. The difference between him and the Orianna is only about 700. It's not too bad.
Right, it was so much bigger just now, but with superb team fighting, you know, Calyx was able to claw back and get their Galio back into the game. Oh, a little bit of poke damage coming out here from the Corki.
Nothing
Don't think they'll be able to siege this tower, especially with the wave clear from.
Okay.
That was a lot of damage.
Yeah, they can't do too much, I feel, without the Baron buff to kind of empower the minions and help them out. But they still have the advantage at the very least, and they're really just pulling members of One Snap around the map, because now that they force the Orianna back to mid, it allows Ezreal to put down a fair amount of damage onto the top turret. And now, once again, they rotate back to the top side, and they're gonna go back to mid once again when now the wave is crashing. It's just pulling
back
them
and
across the map.
forth.
Yeah.
I mean, this is because both teams are sort of oh shit, there's a lot of damage from the Galio there. I think both teams are just overall pretty reluctant to start and play around the Baron. So it is really up to them to see how much they really want to risk, right? Or they can just play for the Inferno Dragon, which is going to be spawning pretty soon.
Yep, that's right. The Infernal Dragon is going to be up pretty soon, but the poke from the Ezreal is coming out onto the members of One Snap right now. Both Fiora and Kennen have decided to move their quarrel to the mid lane, but the rest of Calyx are actually able to find enough damage. When they walk forward with the Brahms Unbreakable, it becomes possible to block the wave clear and actually take the turret, and that's what they've done right now, and because of that they open up even more space. But there's a fight right now, Kennen dropping really low as well. This pick might be huge, and it does happen. Pei is now in the middle of 3 people, but do they have enough damage to find her? She has the parry as well. And look at this, this is not very good for Calyx right now. They are so bunched up. They're not even going to be able to return enough damage. By the looks of things, the Galio has fallen as well. Jarvan finally arriving here. Does land that Cataclysm, is going to be able to find the auto attack onto the Corki here. But that right there is a big mistake from Calyx.
For sure, they overstepped their boundaries here, and Andy on the cannon. I mean, she thought she was strong, but clearly not enough, right? Because the Fiora and the Orianna are just able to 2v1 her and put her down into the ground. Now, I mean, this doesn't really convert into any objective, but a lot of gold is going back into the pockets of One Snap here. And it's just much needed gold because, you know, the Kami was so far behind the Jarvan. Going to be able to maybe pick up the Guardian Angel sometime soon, but definitely not for this dragon.
That's right, the dragon has been started up. Ezreal though does have his 3 items. That means that he's a force to be reckoned with. Dragon is about 6,000 health right now as Camille begins to position herself in a place where she can try to smite this one away. But slicing Maelstrom for the zone, and wow, that was very timely stuff there from the cannon. Just able to zone that Camille away and secure the 3rd dragon for Calyx.
I mean, so far, both teams, again, like we have been reiterating this before, right? Even though the Baron is sort of needed, both teams don't want to take the risk of doing it. And so far, it's just really calm and controlled gameplay from Calyx around the objectives.
Yes.
Although outside of that, maybe a little bit of missteps, but you know, overall they still come out strong and come out ahead with really, really good and just controlled gameplay.
Yep, that's right. They were able to pull the members of One Snap around enough that even though they have so much wave clear, they were actually able to take both the top and the mid inner turrets, and now the bot inner turret has about 1,000 health left.
Ooh.
It's a very nice true shot barrage there to land a lot of chip damage. This turret is surely to fall. Keep your eyes on the ball. Not sure what's happening right now. They're just going to be backing away. They don't want any more. For now, you can see the pings back to the mid lane. Cannon has returned to the top lane as well. So maybe positioning for that Baron.
I mean, definitely is going to be a hard game for One Snap here. They are about 7,000 gold down, but they do have the potential to outscale and maybe even, you know, just kite back potential is so much. Oh, the blue buff doesn't go over to the Orianna. That's a little bit unfortunate. But, you know, if the Camille and the Fiora as well as the Orianna does get onto their items, they will be able to be a force to be reckoned with in the team fights. The Corki almost hitting his 3-item power spike here.
Yeah, that's right. He's nearly hit that 3-item power spike. And really, at this point, when the scaling comes into play, the goal leads start to mean less and less. But hey, look at this. Calyx have started up the Baron right now. The plants have been taken. There's no vision of this, if I'm not wrong. So they're not exactly sure how low the Baron is, and that's why there are no clear decisive moves. Cannon is going to go in for the slicing Maelstrom. That's going to be the Galio following up as well. True Shot Barrage does go through. The Shockwave will only land on 1, and Orianna is already down. Janna does get Cataclysmed up as well. That's going to be 2 more kills. That's going to be Calyx securing the Baron and getting those 2 kills. Fiora split pushing here, but what can she do beyond that? She can try to fight the cannon, but I'm not sure if that's really a good idea. Stunned up, the Sterak's is going to get popped. Cannon chasing in, but he knows that he can do so because the rest of his team is just pushing in right now. They've got
minions.
A couple of cannon minions to say the very least. And Calyx are trying to end this series here, and now 1,000 health left on the Nexus, and they find the series 2-0 over One Step Genesis.
I mean, this was just such a close series, right? Both teams showed very, very strong like moments of brilliance where they all had strong ideas about what they want to do, how they want to play. They came into the game with their own draft, but it's just Calyx that came out ahead, right? They executed better, and that that's all that matters.
That's right. Just the way that they were able to keep their distance and go in when they needed to. And really, I would say Andy on the cannon just escaping so many times with so little health. Really just knowing the limits of the champion as it is. Of course, very respectable try as well from one snap there. It may have been a 2-0, but I think they had a very valiant effort in terms of fighting back. It was definitely a very close series.
They definitely did show a lot of times where they were so far behind, but they were able to come back in the clutch moments there. The Kasaya though on the 4,000 damage with the Camille, definitely back to the drawing board. I think the draft here, it did show in the first and the second game. The team with the simpler draft do have a stronger chance to win. Right, looking at the gold draft here, oh my, we did see a little bit of gold come into the pocket of one snap, especially when the Galio was so far behind. But after a few team fight wins, it was just no coming back from the side of one snap. You see the gold graph just going right all the way down to the side of Calyx.
Yep, that's right. We still have one more series left in the day. Do not go anywhere because we will be back soon for the last series of the day. Stay tuned. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the last series of the day. We've got Gank Armory going up against Team LNG. Of course, this is the FSL Open. While for Wild Rift, of course, sponsored by Yahoo as well as Intel, and we are just getting ready to head into the draft any moment now. Gank Armory has banned out Seraphine as well as Oriana and Team LNG, which is Team League Nightingale. Yes, has banned out Kaisa as well as Olaf.
I think today we have seen Kaisa win so many games. I feel it's probably the most reliable AD carry right now. And these teams are just making so good use of it. So it is nice to see it is going to be banned out. Maybe there's going to be some more. Diana first pick into instant Galio pick there. I really, really like what I'm seeing because Diana, after recent buff, has been so, I would say overtuned, and I really, really think she's on another level, especially in an area where the teams aren't as organized because she's going to be able to take advantage. Oh, there's an Ari being picked up as well.
That's
Oh,
all pretty interesting
yeah, all
picks right now,
interesting
pretty
picks.
spicy stuff. But regarding the Diana picker, would you like to see it go into the jungle or perhaps into a lane instead?
I mean, it's not gonna. If my personal preference is that I would prefer to see it in the mid lane.
Okay.
Right, I think mid laners definitely do get a lot more gold, right? Being able to funnel a little bit more into the Diana here. We will see, does the Shyvana actually, we have not seen Shyvana do anything so far this competition. The one Shyvana that we did see didn't really accomplish much.
Yep.
So we will see if this one is going to be able to turn the tides around for the win rate of this champion. On the side of
Also,
LNG, we do have the Lulu and the Corki. So
yeah,
where
and
is the Galio going?
top lane, I guess, probably gonna be a top lane against the Gragas, I would think.
It's a little bit awkward, but I think it's fine. There's nothing wrong with playing the Galio in the top lane. It's just that he won't be able to, move to the side lanes as easily as he would be in the mid lane. Although we do see the Ahri here having. I'm not sure why they pick Ahri so early on. Maybe it is their counter pick into the Diana, which is what I would assume, right? Having that mobility allows you to dash out of the Diana ultimate, and also going with the Lulu Galio as well as the Jarvan combo. I think both team compositions here have very, very strong engage, right? The Diana, the Alistar, and the Shyvana on the side of Gank, and on the side of LNG we have Jarvan, Lulu, and Galio.
Yeah, that's right. Very strong ways to get in, but also over on the side of LNG, they do have that Lulu pick as well to kind of peel back for the Corki, and over on the side of Gank Armory as well, they can multiple tools to help peel back for their Ezreal. So both teams, I say, have a way in and they have a way out. So interesting to see how this is gonna be played. Of course, again, this is in the second round of BO3s already, so each of these teams has picked up a victory beforehand. So you could expect, I guess,
Minions have spawned.
them to be more coordinated because, of course, being coordinated makes it a lot easier to win games. So it'll be very interesting to see what they do in this game.
I don't think we're going to be seeing any sort of shenanigans level 1, but do take note into account that the Lulu Corki lane will be, the winning lane matchup here. Again, we said this a lot previously, the range immediately against the double range matchup here, the Lulu Corki will be able to punish them. Now, let's just look at the bot lane here. I don't think much is going to be happening. The Lulu here playing a little bit far back. I'm not sure why. I think he misses out on a little bit of EXP as well. So a little bit awkward there. The Alistar does come in a little bit late. Went to check the bush for wards. Could be a little bit of a slow early game here. The Shyvana just slowly farming up. Interestingly enough, we do see the Jarvan do a buff to buff start. Right, very unconventional start considering that most junglers right now want to have the most efficient clear. So this sort of indicates that he might be going for a little bit of a cheese gank or a secondary gank afterwards.
He's going to be moving over to his Grom first to get that level 3 Shyvana. On the other hand, is on the other side of the map right now, clearing out her own buff at the top side. Yeah, she's gonna be able to get that first. I think they're just gonna be opting to hit for the Scuttle Crabs. You're just gonna kind of mirror each other.
Right, so both junglers here just going to be, just mirroring doing nothing much, right? I don't think there's anything that's gonna happen.
Okay.
Oh,
Never mind. Well, the Jarvan has been spotted out, and that is a bit of a problem right now. Does he have the smite? He can still smite this one away. He's just gonna EQ, and he's gonna land a two-man knockup. That's gonna be Diana charmed up. That's first blood. Meanwhile, the Lulu picking up that one onto the Alistar, and now this poor Diana has gone down as well. Corky Bud being shown there by the Corky player.
I mean, I think that was just really, really greedy for the side of Gank, right? Because they knew that they were 3v4 in that situation. Their jungler was taking the top side crab, so it was just so risky for them to be in that situation. Especially since the Jarvan, I'm not sure if he had smite, but I don't think.
I don't think he did. Yeah, really nothing's gonna come off this because at the end of the day, Ari does have Spirit Rush if she chooses to use it. But whoa! Okay!
Okay, I mean, we talked about the Galio being a little bit awkward in the top lane here. He didn't even use his exhaust or flash, he just straight up died to the hands of Kiwi Sauce there on the Gragas.
Yeah, I think he probably underestimated the damage that Gragas can bring to the table. So that's pretty rough stuff right there for the Galio in the top lane. Not the end of the world, but not exactly a good thing either.
I mean, it does even out the gold lead, which, you know, LNG had from the Scuttle Crab fight. So it is sort of okay. It's just that it really comes down to this first dragon fight, right? 3 minutes in. Does the Shyvana have any items, right? Right now sitting at a 2.2k gold. He wouldn't be able to buy any meaningful items at the moment. Because a lot of the key items that Shyvana wants are 3,000 or above 3,000, right? Example like GA, you know, Triforce. So it's going to be hard for them to fight this dragon, especially when the gold is on the key carries like the Ahri and the Corki.
Yeah, that's right. Dragon is going to be coming up soon. You can see Shyvana is recalling with that 2,500 gold right now. Gonna pick up items on the way to that Trinity Force. Not exactly there yet. You can see that both supports have already prepared for the fight. They've already got their locket enchantments right there, just to provide extra shielding as well. No one really with a complete item yet except for the Ezreal, who still has to scale that item up.
Now it's 4 minutes already. No one. I mean,
The dragon
no, yeah, pretty much nobody is in the river yet, right? Because no team has decided to set up. Oh, nice trade by the Galio there. But realistically, it seems like none of the teams really considering this dragon yet, right? The Corki didn't even recall to take his package. Looks like they're finally starting it up. But obviously, without the Corki package here, they will be a lot weaker.
Yep. Notice that the Galio has recalled, but Gragas has stayed in the top lane, so that signals that if anything happens, it's going to be a 5v4. Look at this Ahri just walking straight forward. Shyvana is going to jump in, but here comes the Hero's Entrance. Ocean Dragon is going to go down to the red team, but that's going to be Jarvan. First one to fall. But look at this AoE coming out right now. It's going to be a double kill for the Shyvana so far. The Corki is kiting back. The Shyvana, barely making it out alive. The cow will not be so lucky, but the Ezreal firing back onto the Corki. It's going to be a 2-4-3.
I think that was really good from the side of Gang, right? They insane combo with the Shyvana, the Ezreal ultimate, and the knockups from the Alistar and the Diana as well. Just so much damage. And we see why people have been saying the Diana is so broken after the buff. Right? There was just so much damage. It looked like LNG was winning the fight until that Diana just came in 1v5 and just instantly popped all of them.
Yep, that's right. That looks very scary right there. The Diana, who right now 0, 1, and 1. Does not have a completed item yet, but soon will be definitely a force to be reckoned with. If you look at the positioning of the champions right now, over on the side of Team LNG, they've opted to continue to send their Corki as well as their Lulu bottom lane. Over on the side of Gank Armory, however, it's the Gragas that they sent down instead, as the Rift Herald is spawning in 10 seconds, and they definitely want this top turret as well.
Yeah, I was a little bit curious why the Corki and the Lulu headed bot lane, but I think they will still be able to head up to the Rift Herald if they choose to do so,
Rift Herald has spawned.
which I think they should, right? But again, it is going to be quite hard for them to teamfight. Oh, the Corki package does expire, so I'm not sure if their eyes are going to be set on this Rift Herald, especially since the Diana is going to recall and come back with a completed item, right? The Shyvana already completing the Trinity Force, as well as the Sunfire on the Gragas.
That's right, a lot of completed items coming out across the board. The Rift Herald here is the next point of contention, but this Diana is starting to become really a force to be reckoned with there. Just able to match up against this Ari. Not exactly with a lot of mana, but there is a recall coming out. What is the Corki doing down there alone? Takes a ton of damage from the Gragas, but is luckily able to reply a fair amount of his own.
I mean, the Gragas here, the full tank Gragas actually winning out the Corki in the 1v1. Now, both teams are actually ignoring the Rift Herald for extended period of time, you know. I'm not sure why, but I think now Gang decided, okay, the Shyvana just going to outright on top of it, just going to burst it down immediately. No counterplay to be had here for the side of LNG.
Star forced the flash away from that one. He did try to find an engage onto the Lulu, but there was no follow-up from that. Still though, it is Gank Armory who do find themselves in that Rift Herald.
I mean, they definitely are far ahead at this point in time, but we do see,
Yep, Shyvana getting caught out there. He's going to get Cataclysm, but look at the damage onto that Lulu right there. Just drops instantly. Galio comes in with the hero's entrance right now. Not so heroic though. If he just drops dead, he's dropping really low. Is able to stay alive for now, but Diana, okay, Diana's not going in.
I mean, that was a really, really nice 3v3 there. It was kind of unfortunate because the Jarvan ulti sort of trapped their own Lulu in, and Lulu wasn't able to flash out in time before she got completely bursted and died instantly on the spot. So I think it's just going to be really hard for, you know, Gang to not just take this top tower. And I think right now the favor is definitely in this form on the side of Gang Armies, because they just need to take this top tower, which is already low, right, reset, go to the dragon with the extra items and gold, and just take that team fight there, where they will likely be able to win.
Yeah, that's right. This Corki and Gragas matchup here. But also this Ari in the mid lane right now. Manages to dodge out that Diana ultimate, but the damage coming straight back out from that Lich Bane there. Slapped to the face, and she gets taken out. The Rift Herald will be spawned. Jarvan, oh dear. I think he tried to land his flag and drag there, but kind of mispressed it. Still though, the dragon is up and the Ari is not. Diana, however, is recalling, and I think that means that for now, Gank Armory don't want this dragon.
I mean, I don't think Gang Armory will be able to contest for this dragon because the Shyvana doesn't have his ultimate anymore, as well as the Diana. So two key ultimates missing from the side of Gang Armory. And for LNG, right, the Ari is already up, and her ult being not being up doesn't really matter that much, right? She still has a flash, and Ari isn't really that huge damage potential inside of their team composition.
Well, Ari right now, that's why she needs her ult for. She needs her ult to escape these kind of situations. She is, however, able to stay alive thanks to the help of the Lulu, the explosive cast, but the Ezreal coming across and sealing her fate. Now the Gragas is on the Lulu and the Jarvan as well. Jarvan gonna get knocked out of his own Cataclysm. I don't know if that was the best move, and now this Galio, he found himself in the middle of four people. Gragas is able to get taken down with that snipe, and the damage from the Diana as well. That's massive across the board right there for Gank Armory.
I mean, I think the Ari just overstepped her bounds and she just got caught. I mean, her Lulu definitely tried to save her, but it was just too much. And they didn't start the dragon immediately, so the Shyvana was able to just use her out, farm back, get her passive, and then out again. So I think just definitely very strong macro play from the side of Gank Armory, right? They're very decisive about the team fights, and they know when they can win. Right, for the side of LNG, definitely a little bit indecisive, and they don't see the opportunities that they should see. So they do fall about 8,000 gold behind.
Yeah, that's right, 8,000 gold behind, and 10 minutes is a pretty steep hill to climb back from, especially when this Diana right now is putting out insane amounts of damage. I think it's really interesting to see how in each series they have their little metas that they have. Like we never really saw Diana come to fruition until now, nor Shyvana, but now in this game, it's really working out for them.
Yeah, Shyvana here, 3-0 and 3 with 8.8k gold. Already completed the Trinity Force, looking towards that Guardian Angel probably with that longsword. So she's just going to recall here. We'll see what item she picks up, but she is definitely a force to be reckoned with. So big here. And it is the Guardian Angel here. 2 item spike, so huge. I think they can probably just do the dragon, instantly turn, and there would be absolutely nothing that, you know, LNG could do.
That's right. Okay, a lot of stuff being used to the top side there. That was the package going down, but Diana here for the re-engage. The True Shot Barrage will not land. Keep your eyes on Diana. Is she gonna fly it? She opts against doing so. However, of course, a ton of respect being paid to her by the side of LNG. They're gonna back away. They do not want this, but Diana is still hunting.
Bot lane, just getting pushed in.
That's right. Look at this. LNG are being run around the map. And we see the pings on the bot side right now. I think this is the time for the Ezreal to maybe start to leave. Corki aggressively Valkyrieing forward there. Blade of the Ruined King will activate on that Alistar, who's forced to trample away out of this one. But the rest of the team is already there, and this means that they can easily steal away this blue buff and give it over to Ezreal.
Now again, both the teams just opting to not play towards the Baron side, don't want to throw this game, want to play it safe, risk averse here. Definitely on the side of Gengar, they were able to soak up a lot of farm, get very heavy damage on that bottom tier 2 tower, so they're looking to be really far ahead in this game, securing the Scuttle Crab, going to be playing for the next Mountain Dragon.
That's right.
Oh, wait a
actually
second.
start the Baron, okay. So Baron down to about 9k right now. Where are the remaining members of LNG? They are nowhere near this at all. It's
There's no vision.
yeah, exactly. Redemption there is actually from the side of Gank Army just
Oh,
to top
no.
up their health bars, and just like that, that is a free Baron granted, gifted in a bag to Gank Armory.
I mean, this was what I was talking about before, right? When teams realize the opportunities that they have, even if the Baron is a risky objective, if they understand the situation that they are in, it's just going to be a free objective, right? And, you know, LNG there, they overestimated their own strengths and they overestimated the vision because they completely didn't realize, oh, that damage from the Ezreal.
Absolutely, he's got nearly got those 3 items, and yikes, it's tough stuff to deal with here. Shyvana is level 12 right now, and really doing a lot of work compared to the previous time that we saw her. With that 10,900 gold, nearly the one with the most amount of gold in her team at this point. Ezreal here is just going to start sieging up with the rest of his team.
Now we do see, you know, on the side of Gank Armory, they are playing on all 3 lanes. They're maximizing the Baron Nashor. They do turn around for the Mountain Dragon. I mean, of course, Shyvana, she is going to receive extra buffs for killing dragons, so this is of course going to be very beneficial for her. She does use her ultimate though, which she won't have if they decide to dive. Oh, a little bit back and forth there.
Yeah, but I think at this point in time, Shyvana can just sustain her dragon form for a bit. Okay, this Diana right now, just 1v2ing. She has no mana though to continue, and this means that might be the end. But the true shot barrage from across the map there, landing that snipe onto the Corki. And just like that, Gank Armory once again have been reinvigorated with more power, explosive cast there just to kind of shove them off the turret. Not enough damage to finish it off just yet.
I think they probably could have taken it if the Ezreal was there, but it's okay. They decided to play it safe, I guess. Nothing wrong with that. The Diana on the bottom side of the map wasn't with them taking the blue buff here.
Yeah, this blue buff is really important because we saw just now that the only reason why Diana wasn't able to finish people off was because she had no mana, and now how do you solve that problem? Get blue buff.
Right, so I think, I mean, I'm not sure what the game plan is here going to be. I think they're just going to recall play for the next objective, but it's going to be a little bit of a long period of time before the next Baron or Dragon spawns. Oh wait, hold on.
Yep, there's a fight in mid right now. But this Ezreal is just doing a ridiculous amount of damage. He's got the Ahri on him, but really does she have enough to clean him up? The answer is no. He's going to be able to position back the explosive cast to knock them all. And here is the Shyvana. This dragon is coming and is ready to take everybody down. Running it straight forward. That is going to be a double kill. No flag and drag for you. You're not making it out of here. And who cares if you're a little purple Yordle? You are going down to this dragon. Triple kill for the Shyvana. That's going to be an ace. And that is going to be game 1 for Gank Armory.
Man, the Shyvana that makes so much difference. This was complete opposite of what we saw early on today. But the Shyvana here 6, 0 and 5 played the key carry, right? Herb and the Ezreal completely just 2v5 in that team fight with the Alistar as the front line.
Absolutely well played by Gank Armory to secure the first game in this BO3 series. Now let's take a look at some of those stats.
Now I think what was really important here was that, you know, not only did Gank Armory play the early game well, right? They stalled for time, and then when they had the power spikes of the items on the Shyvana and the Ezreal, is when they started to take the team fights. And the important thing for me was that they were able to identify when was a good Baron timing and play on the tempo, right? Compared to a lot of the other teams that we were seeing, they didn't really want to start the Baron because they were risk averse. But here they realized, you know, the bot lane is not there. we can just do it. And even if they come, we turn and we win.
Yeah, that's right. That was an excellent call, and that was really what secured a nice lead for Gengarmi there. You could see that it's kind of a little shaky there in the start, but once Gengarmi had a grasp on everything, once they got themselves that Baron, that was really when it was time for them to proceed forward and end the game. Really well played by them, but of course, it is only game 1, and we'll be going for a short break before we are coming back for game 2 of this BO3 series. Don't go anywhere. Hello there, everyone, and welcome back to what could be the last game of the day. This is game 2 of this BO3 series of Gank Armory going up against Team LNG, and Team Gank Armory are 1-up in this series right now. And so Team LNG need to do everything in their power to try to win this one and bring this to a third game. They have brought in a sub, I believe. That is EXM Mauritia.
Now, interestingly enough, we do see the Malphite being first picked here, answered by instantly Diana Gregors, which I really, really like because the Diana performed so well last game. Now, the answer to that is just a Xayah, Xayah being able to dodge the Diana ultimate with her out. Now, noted here is that the bans for LNG were Lulu, Seraphine, if I'm not mistaken, and
Yes.
Alistar, Kai'Sa.
No, it's the other way
Oh,
around.
it's the other way around. Okay, so Gank Army banned Lulu, Seraphine, and Alistar, Kai'Sa for the side of LNG. So now we do see a Nami being picked up here. Olaf, Janna on the side for Gank Army. I really like the Olaf here because Olaf is so good, especially into the champions like even the Vi, right? They picked the Vi into the Olaf. Olaf is so good into the Nami, the Malphite, and even Vi. So a lot of strong engage coming from Gang Army here with the Diana, the Olaf, and the Gregors. Now, filling up these drafts, which team would you favor here actually?
I mean, we see this bit of a combo thing coming in from the side of Team LNG. They have the Orianna and Malphite. This is kind of thing we saw at the start of the day, but then we kind of didn't see after a while. Now it's back. I think they have the potential to land good ultimates and combo it out. But of course, there are on the other side, we've got Diana, Olaf, and all who can really dive in. And sure, Xayah can use her ultimate to dodge the Diana, but the Olaf is still going to be on the Xayah's face because when the Xayah pulls back her feathers afterwards, he's not going to root him if he has his ultimate on. So I think that on the side of Team LNG, they have a chance of winning, but they have their work cut out for them for sure.
Yeah, I do agree where I would say, Gank Army, they do have very strong individual champions, whereas LNG, they have champions that are more synergistic overall, right? They have the overall engage and disengage composition, Orianna can be played both ways, and they do have Malphite Nami to aid in both directions. So it really is up to both teams to see who can snowball the early game and who can take the lead and just run away with the game, despite the team compositions.
That's right, we are on Wild Rift right now, ready for this game as you have both teams headed down right now. No one exactly walking to the top side. Oh, that's because Gregors was moving a little late, but we have about 4 members for both sides in the bottom sections of the map right now, though it doesn't look like there's anything too sketchy going on other than perhaps Xayah not giving a leash here, just camping out in this bush.
Now it's just going to be normal laning phase. This is going to be the first time I believe that we are seeing on the stream a double range bot lane here. So 2 range supports we will see, because double range bot lane usually is going to be up to the skill matchup of each of their, not just the AD carries of course, but the support players as well, to see how they are able to manage not just the waves, but their trading patterns.
Yeah, that's right. But if you look at the Janna's pathing, she's actually walked up towards the mid lane there to break both vision plants and also come to mid lane just to harass or even blow the flash of this Orianna right here.
Really, really big, because they do understand that Ezreal is going to be safe, especially against the Nami and the Xayah. The Ezreal is not under any kill pressure, so the Janna was able to walk over, take the Scryer's plant, as well as poke the Orianna, burning his flash.
That's right, and that's pretty big because now Orianna has no way out of the Diana's ultimate. And also the Orianna opted for the Ignite, so does not have another defensive spell to kind of keep herself alive against the burst that this Diana has. And with that pressure, it allows the Olaf to just take this Scuttle Crab. And look at this, there's no contest at all from the Vi. She knows she cannot take this.
Now this is very, very important, because the Vi is going to be late when going over to the bottom side Scuttle Crab. Oh, the Diana taking a really bad trade. Oh wait, the Orianna has no flash.
Got an Igniter right here, but the Diana are able to reply some damage and has a shielding as well from her W, or her second skill in Wild Rift. That means that she stays alive, and now this Olaf can walk straight in. He has telegraphed where this Vi is right now. and he's just matching her all over the map.
That was really, really over-eager from the Orianna there, not respecting the Olaf. Now the Vi is just so far behind. Olaf managing to double crab here, going to be clearing his top side camps. The Raptors and the Crux is already one level above the Vi. And, you know, just overall, almost in 1k lead, just 2 minutes into the game.
Yeah, that's right. This is very reminiscent of the start of the day, where we saw a lot of these junglers two crabbing and then just proceeding to stomp on the enemy jungler. Really kind of hard to come back from this one. Of course, Vi does have her ways in, and she can use her ultimate to follow the Ezreal no matter whether he arcane shifts or no matter whether there's a monsoon or anything. So perhaps there's still a way in, especially considering that there's an Orianna ball.
Ooh.
But for now, I don't think she's going to be too useful. Vi just going to walk across and leech some experience there. Does hit that level 5 and does have the ultimate. But Diana just really not afraid of that at all.
I think what was notable in the previous exchanges was that Janna was always roaming first, right? We didn't see the Nami actually roam and match the Janna at all. And, you know, within this time, the Ezreal was free farming, getting solo EXP, getting solo gold. So we do see that they are even in gold, but of course the Janna was able to pressure more of the map and be able to help his team out way more.
Yep, that's certainly correct. This Vi has...
Oh!
Okay! That's one way to get to your jungle camp, I guess.
Oh no, she's not going to have flash for Dragon.
Yeah, that is not exactly the most optimal move there from the jungler of LNG. Stylish, of course, to flash and then Vault Breaker from a different angle. I'm sure the Krugs weren't expecting that.
Yeah, definitely outplayed the Crux there. Now, I think looking at the items itself, the Olaf has enough gold for the for his Guardian Angel if he recalls, but it looks like he isn't going to recall here. The Janna also hasn't managed to pick up his redemption, only sitting on Ionian boots here. So both teams relatively starved for items, but the Ezreal already completed his mana mune, so he is going to be the one to watch in this team fight.
Yeah, that's right. Keep your eyes on him. The dragon has been started right now. Orianna's ball as well is an important factor in this. Malphite has
Malphite bought
recall.
TP.
Yep, he has that TP. He might just use it, but Vi's going to be the one going in. The shockwave is only going to land on one, but Orianna is actually going to steal the Ocean Dragon with her ultimate. Now we look at the teleports here. Malphite with a massive 3-man ultimate right there. Gragas whiffing his own. Malphite able to find that Olaf, and now he has to try to slap this Janna down. Xayah, of course, is going to arrive as well. Janna trying to stay alive and buy as much time to keep herself alive and to keep the hopes of her team as well. But this Root, this Xayah outputting tons of damage, but this Ezreal, ooh, the Arcane Shift finding enough damage, but wow, that Malphite ultimate.
I mean, the Malphite there coming clutch with the teleport, right? Not only did he TP first, he came in 3-man ultimate, and then, you know, they just completely negated the fact that they was like gank were in such a good position, right? Because they were the ones that started the dragon first. Not only did it get stolen, but the team fight was turned around when it looked the best for them.
Yep, that's right. Luckily for them, for LNG, I mean, sorry, for Gank Armory at the very least, the Ezreal was able to find 2 kills at the back of that. So it's not the end of the world, certainly.
Right, I mean, even if we still look at the gold lead, right? So Gank Armory are still going to be 2,000 gold up LNG, so they are still in the driver's seat and looking to be playing for this Rift Herald here. Gragas, you know, 1v2 in the bot lane. I don't think Xayah Nami will be able to do much here.
Yeah,
a little bit of poke damage coming out from the Orianna.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that they're 4-man strong though on the side of LNG. Oh no, sorry, they are 3-man strong on the side of LNG. It's Gag who are the ones who have rotated their members up towards the top side. Bit of a tussle here happening in the mid lane. The Ragnarok is going to be popped, but this Vi with the Guardian Angel, she might have it go down. Eats that honey fruit and stays alive.
That was really, really lucky from the from the Vi there. I think if she lost that Guardian Angel, it would have been lights out for this Rift Herald. Oh, Ezreal going to be dashing in here.
This Orianna, oh my goodness, there's a little bit more damage we found, and then Diana just using the Lunar Rush and picking up that kill.
Wait, how many times did she dash there? Holy crap, what was that?
That was like, I think, 3 dashes in total there.
Oh, Diana picks up the Rift Herald. Now, not really much to be said here. I think overall, Gank Armory did send most of their members towards the Rift Herald, and you know, LNG, they decided, okay, let's not try to contest the Rift Herald, let's just try to give it and give us more time to farm. But in the end, they weren't able to trade anything back on the opposite side, and it just ends up, you know, widening the gold gap between both of these teams.
Yep, that's right. Now there's no one to respond to this top turret because Malphite got poked out. That means that this is gonna be a easy turret take and even more money into the pockets of the Ezreal.
Ezreal is just going to be so scary here. He hasn't based yet, you know, now sitting on 6.3k. Going to be the major carry for this team. I think the dragon is going to be spawning soon. Yeah, it's just about 1 minute left here.
Yep.
So, oh wait, no, I think that's 30 seconds if I'm not wrong.
Nah, I think it's about a minute, but the Ezreal has recalled. Anyway, Diana is here as well. The explosive cast, very nice ultimate there from the Xayah to keep herself alive. Nami as well using her own, but that means that those ultimates are now going to be available for the dragon, which is coming up in like 30 seconds.
So, I mean, this is huge though. I would take that trade any day because the Xayah not having her ultimate means that she is unable to block the Diana out or unable to dodge it, right? So, the moment that Olaf and Diana get on her face, she is not going to survive.
Yeah, that's right. This is not League of Legends. There is no such thing as a guild force here, so she can't make her way out of that. Rift Herald has been summoned in the mid lane. The dragon is coming up in 10 seconds. Bit of a siege happening in the bot side right now. And Ezreal,
Okay.
he's really upset with the trees at the side of the wild rift
Yeah,
right
I mean,
now.
that's a little bit of deforestation that we didn't
Yeah.
need there. Going to be starting the dragon is Gank Armory. I think, are they going to pull it out? Looks like no, they're going to be clearing the ward first.
Yeah, the previous time got stolen by the Orion ultimate, so it needs to be more mindful of their smite as well.
Gragas
Olaf
going to be
does have the
teleporting.
smite. Yeah, Gragas teleporting in as well. Malphite has the ball on him, keep your eyes on that. But Diana, meanwhile, has jumped onto the Janna and the Xayah as well. The Cloud Dragon has gone down to the Olaf, but this Ezreal is putting down insane amounts of damage, and Diana picks up that Xayah and Ezreal picking up that Nami as well. And as we move over to the other side of the fight where the Malphite has fallen, and everyone from the side of Gank Armory, they're just able to clean house here on Team LNG.
I really liked what Gank Armory did there because not only did they split the fight, right, because on the side of LNG, they, you know, their team composition is definitely stronger when there is a 5v5 front to back where they can all in onto the carries of Gank Armory. But because, you know, Gank Armory, they decide to split the fight, the Diana goes to the bottom side and the Malphite wasn't able to help out his carries at all.
Yeah, oh boy, this Vi right now being
Yoinked.
being very confident there, where there shouldn't be any confidence when your Guardian Angel is down, and there's a fed Ezreal and a fed Olaf nearby. But they're just going to continue to increase their lead right now by taking away jungle camps. About a 10,000 gold lead is what separates these two teams right now. It is of course Gank Armory who are the ones with the advantage at this point in time.
Are we going to see an early Baron capture like we did previously? I think definitely are in the position to do that, right? Because the moment that, you know, LNG get anywhere close to the river, it's just going to be an instant turn from the Olaf and the Diana.
Yeah, that's right. Diana just going to be recalling to complete her items. Already has herself a Zhonya's enchantment as well. It's going to be 2 items for her. Ezreal also has 2 of those items. In fact, most members right now of Gank Armory have 2 items, and they're starting to look pretty scary. And yeah, there we go. This is the early Baron take that you're talking about just now. Except that the difference is that now it's spotted out. What is the response going to be?
Does it really matter that they spot it out though?
And
just rushing it
they
down.
respond, yeah. They can't. The damage from the Ezreal, the Diana, the tidal wave coming out, and then Gragas right there just knocking the Vi out, telling her, you wanted to come in, not even a chance at all.
So many retreat things coming out from the blue side here. I think, again, I really like this decisive call, because not only do they realize, okay, they don't have vision, we can just start it instantly, but they also understand, if they come, we're going to win the fight anyway, right? So it doesn't matter that they come in and they can possibly steal it, because we're just going to kill all of them.
That's right. And well, on the side of Team LNG. They do understand that at the very least, and so they don't choose to come in. But this Vi right now, out of position, and this Diana ultimate is massive right there. Vi instantly falling. Diana is gonna drop as well, but not before she takes out two Ezreal is in the front. And the shockwave, it whiffs, and that is absolute disaster because now Ezreal knows that there's nothing stopping him. The true shot barrage is massive. It doesn't find that Malphite, but it does do a lot of damage to the Orianna, and now Ezreal can start hammering away on this turret.
Now again, Genkamri here just going to be playing on all three lanes. Nobody on the side of LNG can touch this Ezreal. The Malphite ult was used to pick up the Diana, but they still went forward into the Ezreal and the Janna, which was their demise.
And that's right, that's going to be the bot inner turret going down. Look at the amount of damage that Mystic Shot just did there on the Orianna. That's nearly half a health. There's a fight going on the top lane right now, but this level 9 Vi really doesn't have enough to do anything to this Gragas right now. This Gragas is a pretty fat man in more ways than one. And there's really not too much that LNG can do at the moment. The dragon is coming up in 15 seconds, and I think this might be all or nothing for them.
Yeah, I don't think that they will be able to contest this, right? The only thing that, you know, LNG would be able to do at this point is just, you know, we just scale, get items, and we just pray for a miracle 5-man Malphite ultimate to 5-man Orianna ultimate. Because without that wombo combo, I think this game is gone.
That's right. This Vi, however, is already going to get poked out. Already pops that stone plate, and it's just this one Gragas, and the Diana once again letting yet another massive ultimate just deletes that Nami. That who cares if the Xayah dodges in, because there's just enough damage otherwise, and that shockwave missing once again. I think that this is going to be game.
This is definitely going to be game here. I don't think the Orianna is going to be able to hold 1v5. They're just going to be able to push down the mid lane tower. I mean, if she is able to, maybe she can buy enough time. But then again, the Baron is going to be spawning real soon here. I think the game...
Yeah, I think at least one
it's going to be a tier
is
3
going to
tower,
go down,
yeah.
that's for sure. That's what they do right now. Orianna
Oh, maybe...
is alone.
yeah, they are just back.
And yeah, they want to back off because everyone is spawning right now, and as you mentioned, Baron is going to be coming up rather soon. You don't want to overdive.
Don't want to throw this game
yeah,
right now.
potentially throw this game right.
Kind of
so.
a 20k gold lead.
Yeah, exactly. But we have seen some throws, so definitely not impossible to do. So Baron is coming up in 20 seconds, and all of Team Gank Armory right now have reset. There are minions pushing in the mid wave. Teleport from the Gragas actually to the bot side. So this is a lot of confidence right now. They're saying that they don't even need him in the Baron fight. They just want to get him to start up that wave. Diana just going to be driving straight onto that Vi right now. Who cares if a Gargoyle Stone Plate? Diana suddenly doesn't. Just ridiculous amounts of damage right there.
Like, she didn't even think like, okay, we have to, you know, I have to save my ult for the Baron. She's like, no, I just killed their jungler. We just do it, okay? And she just absolutely destroyed the Vi there. Like, it didn't even matter at all, you know, building tank or whatever. She just one-shot him, and this is going to be the Baron and going to be translated into an end game.
Yeah, they don't even have the Ezreal here. It's really just Olaf and Janna who are taking this Baron, and there's nothing that can be done about it because this Gragas is just pushing away on that bottom lane right now. Finally, the rest of the team arrives to just seal that.
Oh, Gragas?
Okay, that's a lot of stuff being used. That's 3
Bouncy
ultimates
castle.
so far. Let's count the ultimates.
He can't move.
Yeah, he can't really move. He can't get out of this, but that's 3 ultimates that are wasted. And really, look at this Ezreal. He just arcane shift straight in. It really doesn't matter at all because that Xayah has just gotten deleted as well. And just like that, they spent so much effort to take out one member.
Oh
Diana
my.
pulling that Vi back with her ultimate. Not enough damage to find the kill. But now, without the Xayah, really, what can LNG do? The minions are pushing in that top side. This Diana is just going to dive straight in right now. Tries to take the Nami out, but does not get it. Instead, is the one who falls. Maybe this might be a bit of a throw right now. The Monsoon is being picked up, but still this Ezreal, you cannot underestimate the damage he does. And Olaf,
my
who has not even been here the entire time. And where did that Orianna go? I don't even know.
Just
Now
got sent back to the Shadow Realm.
now
That's where
there
she
are
went.
minions walking in on all 3 lanes, and I think at this point, right, LNG are on their last feet.
Oh.
That's a nice Malphite ultimate there, but Orianna is already down, so there's no shockwave to be found. And Gank Armory,
Fast
really,
games.
yeah.
Just speed running this game here. This best of 3. Probably played.
Yeah.
I think this
The
was
most
just like,
decisive.
was it like 16 minutes? Okay, it wasn't
Yeah.
it wasn't that fast, but definitely it was super decisive. As you said, they
Yeah.
played really, really aggressive, and they knew the limits of their champions. Right, even the Olaf here, 6,000 damage, he didn't do much, right? But what's important was how aggressive the Ezreal and the Diana played, and the fact that his teammates were there to support them. So
Yep. Absolutely. And I think that when you look at Gank Armory, you need to, if you are playing against them tomorrow, you need to think about the way that they have always constantly been able to sneak Barons. They've made these decisive calls where they're like, okay, it's time to accelerate the pace of the game. Let's go for Baron now. And then they just proceed over and they just take it. And from there, the enemy is like, oh dear, what do we even do about this at all?
yeah, for sure. I think the aggressiveness as well as how decisive they were, especially around the Baron, was something that we have not seen with any of the other teams. So I'm really happy to see that a team is playing. Oh my gosh, look at that gold graph.
Yep. That is
That's
decisive.
that's a oof. That's a big oof.
Yeah, most certainly it is. And well, with that, I guess that is the end of today's stream. Once again, we'd like to thank our amazing sponsors. This was presented by Intel and supported by Yahoo. Of course, though, this is not the end of the tournament because tomorrow the first series starts at 12 p.m. It's going to be the quarterfinals, then the semis, and then the finals. And of course, I am Escape Artist. This is GLACEOX. You want to shout out your socials?
Sure. You can find me on Facebook, right? My Facebook page, as well as my Instagram, GLACEOX Gaming, and I also stream regularly on Facebook as well as Twitch and Trovo, which those are going to be just GLACEOX, right?
Yep, that's right. And for me, I am Gerard Escape Artist Peters on Facebook. You can find me on Twitter as well, Escape Artist Lol. I do stream as well on Twitch under Escape Artist Gaming. And yeah, that's pretty much the day. So hope you guys enjoyed that one. We'll be seeing you guys tomorrow at 12 o'clock. Do not be late. Do not miss this because it's going to be an amazing day ahead. See you guys. Have a good day.
Finish.